Let's go. Okay, I think we're live. Yep, we are live. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another stream with some returning faces. We have Juliana, we have my dude Alex, we have Brown, and we have Brigitta. And shout out to Julian as well.
Another
Everyone,
stream with some faces. We have Juliana, we have my dude Alex.
We have two Jacobs as well.
Yeah.
There's a multiverse of Jacobs now. But in today's stream, it's going to be predominantly Cobra Kai because I think, I speak for myself, and these guys here. We've got a lot to say regarding season 4. I think I've had my opportunities to say as much as I want to say, but I think these guys have a few things they want to say as well in regards to certain characters like, Robbie for like me and Alex, and then Hawk for these fine ladies here. So it's all systems go. All systems go. Now, I just need to clarify something because in the chat I was asked this earlier. Where are the Kings? Don't worry, they ain't gone anywhere. They're not gone anywhere. The Kings aren't going away that easily. This is just a special edition, if you will. This is the Star Wars holiday special of the channel, where once a month I get these guys in and we just get together and shoot the shit. So all good things to come. Now, the agenda for today's stream, shout out to you, King. So we're going to go through the characters first. We're going to start with Eli, because I think that's where the focus of a lot of people will be. And then we'll talk through the majority of the characters and all that kind of stuff. Fired you. Yeah, you're damn right. I love you. And then we've got episode by episode thoughts. So we'll go by each episode and we'll say what we liked, what we didn't, favorite moments from the season, overall season thoughts and missed opportunities. Then we'll rank the seasons, and then hope for season 5, and to cap it off with a nice little cherry on top, he's all that post-credit scene. Can't wait for that shit. Right, okay. Without any further ado, let's jump straight into our first character. Let's start with Eli. Let's start with one half of the Binary Brothers. Now, it's no secret, I love his arc in Season 4, and I love that he got the win. But I think, you guys have a lot to say regarding Eli, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
That's an understatement.
Yeah. So what we can do is the order that we can go in is we'll go me, Juliana, Alex, and then Brown and Briggy, and then we'll just add in whatever, and then we'll go to the next character and so forth. But it's well documented what I thought of Eli this season. I thought, everything that happened to him was expected. We knew he was going to get his mohawk shaved off. We knew that Cobra Kai were going to do something to him. But I think him winning that trophy at the end of the season, I have to give full props to the creators for having the balls to go through with that and give him the trophy. Because I said before the season started, the one thing you can't do is degrade Hawk's progression in season 3. You cannot devalue that in any way because it was so good. And the idea of Hawk being wanting to be number 1 at Cobra Kai, then Robbie comes in, and then Kreese constantly looking at Robbie. He's looking at Robbie all the time. Doesn't look at Eli, just sees him as a pawn. I honestly loved the idea that Eli winning would be a huge middle finger to Kreese, and that is exactly what it was, and I flippin' loved it. I flippin' love that. Brilliant stuff. Absolutely brilliant. But Juliana, what did you think?
So I guess the general consensus is that Eli's arc was excellent this season, and I think from what we did see of him, it was. However, I do think that there were a few things missing, and I think it kind of affected certain character relationships as well. I think there's a whole lot for me to say. I'll just start off with what I thought about him winning the tournament. I thought that it was excellent. I thought, because I was really worried, like you, Jacob, as well, that there was going to be some plot armor involved because, Miguel, Sam, and Robbie, they've been the main teens since season 1. So I thought, there might be a bit of plot stopping him there. But really, by the end of season 4, it honestly felt like it was everyone's it was just fair game. Everyone had a shot, an equal chance of winning that. And yeah, and that's what I think that they did really well. Obviously, if there are only 6 seasons, it's not going to be like Sam, Robbie, and Miguel again are all going to win a tournament. They're obviously not going to follow that formula. And you know what? I think that's okay, because I think it also shows that not all of them have to win a trophy for their progression to mean something. You know, for other characters, it's bigger. Like for Robbie and Miguel right now, it's more about
more of the bigger picture than a bit of silverware.
It is, and I think in the end it'll be that way for Sam as well. So I wasn't actually disappointed about that. I think with Eli winning, I feel like he really deserved it, because he's just been through such an identity crisis over the past few seasons, and we finally get to this point where he's accepted that, or is starting to accept that he can be Eli and he can be Hawk, and he can be the best parts of both of them. He doesn't have to be, you know, timid and let people walk all over him, but he can still be kind, and he can still be a nerd. He doesn't have to be overly aggressive and mean to people, but he can still have that fire that Hawk has. So I think him winning just really showed the balance, and I love those little details of, you know, when they do the shirts off part of Robbie and Eli's fight, how even though Eli's got the buzz cut, he's still got the
tattoo.
So
as soon as Robbie took his thing off there, I was like,
yeah,
all right, Eli, you got to take your one off and flex that tattoo. Come on.
Yeah, so I absolutely loved that. And yeah, in terms of his overall arc, I've seen a lot of comments of people saying that he needed his mohawk to be shaven off because, like, to humble him. I don't actually think that that's true. I don't agree that he needed something terrible to happen in order to become a better person. In my opinion, he was already doing that at the end of season 3. He was already on that road to redemption. And, you know, he's been someone that I've noticed takes things really literally. Like in earlier seasons, he really took Johnny's teachings on board. Literally, he literally flipped the script and went and got a mohawk. With Kreese, he literally went all in at Cobra Kai. He literally took his advice. He was doing everything that they basically asked of their students. And then in episode 1, I noticed that after Daniel had said, oh, well, what do you expect? You've basically burned bridges with everyone here. And then after Johnny said, talk is cheap, he literally says to both of them at the end, talk is cheap, so I'm building a bridge. And he literally builds the Okinawan sparring deck. So doing that and, you know, apologizing to the Miyagi-Dos for what he did, all of those things have already started to redeem him. And, you know, that bathroom scene with Kenny, I think it was just very misunderstood on Kenny's part.
I think that's the perspective thing that I say with this show a million times. I think Kenny saw it as something other than what it was, if that makes sense. Where Hulk was saying, look, we want to get out of there because it's bad. But he saw it as something else.
All he was seeing was, you know, this bigger kid with spikes pinning him to the bathroom stall. But the thing is, I think what Kenny failed to realize is that if Hawk really was bullying him, there would be no mercy involved. He wouldn't have actually said, leave Cobra Kai and walk away. He would have actually beaten him.
Yeah. It would have done.
He doesn't know Hawk at all. Yeah.
Like, exactly. So that whole thing.
What to expect, like what Hawk capable of.
Exactly. And I think when at the end of the season, when Robbie saw Kenny beating up Anthony in the bathroom, or not the bathroom, the locker room, I thought that maybe he was like, oh, really surprised that, you know, Kenny and Hawk and the Miyagi-Dos weren't actually the main bullies of Kenny. It was actually Anthony and all these other middle school kids. So, you know, I think he was,
I never really thought about that.
Like, he was kind of like, oh shit, I've just gone and done this to someone who, might have been a prick to me in the past. But
he didn't do anything to justify that.
No, he didn't. So that I thought his redemption in the first half of the season was really good. And I don't think that he needed something bad to happen to him and a part of his identity been forcefully taken away to be humbled. I don't think he needed that to become a better
There are
person.
other ways that you can do it.
I think what that really did for him was just show that he didn't need the mohawk to have his confidence. That was the main thing that losing the mohawk did for him, was showing that he could be badass without it.
Yeah.
But I think he was already on the road to being a better person. Like a lot of people have said, oh yeah, he got what he deserved. And yeah, he did do some really awful things, but 2 wrongs don't make a right.
No.
So I don't
There are
think
ways
that was
that you can
justified.
redeem characters without going the extreme route. And why I didn't want them to really go the hawk shaving route initially was because it was convenient. You know, you've got a big spiky mohawk. He's just switched sides. Like, how else are they gonna really, you know? I mean, there's other ways you can do it. And I think it is interesting seeing how things could have gone, judging the way the first episode played out, where, you know, I don't know where I fit in here, storming off, and then taking a bit of what Johnny said and a bit of what Daniel said, and then building a bridge, and talk is cheap, yada yada. And then that also shows that, yeah, you two have more in common than you think, because I've just learned from both of you two and all that kind of stuff. So there was a lot of juicy stuff there. I think they could have, I mean, in the first half of the season, I like what they were doing with him, but I think once the mohawk came off, I just wanted more. Like, there was more, like, I wanted more of his Miyagi-Do experience, more like scenes with Daniel.
That was a big problem of mine. We never actually got to see Daniel and Eli while he still had the mohawk actually talk about how he trashed the dojo and all these past things that happened. They didn't really seem to build enough of a sensei student relationship in order for me to go, okay, it makes complete sense that he's joining Miyagi-Do. Because I don't see the Hawk of the previous 3 seasons. I mean, I know he's developed as a character, but I feel like there needs to be more to why he joined Miyagi-Do than just having Dimitri there. I think that didn't really work for me. And then by the time we got to episode 7, you know, we finally see Eli in a Miyagi-Do gi. We see him for 5 seconds, and then I get like all this Anthony content just shoved in my face.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, ugh.
One of the things that I wanted before, like, going into season 4 was, you know, I was talking a lot about how the students could benefit from a different sensei. So Sam could benefit from Johnny, Miguel could benefit from Daniel, but also Hawk could benefit from Daniel. You know, Eli's biggest problem is finding peace and accepting who he really is. Exactly. And Miyagi-Do would have been key for that. So it would have been interesting for me if they hadn't had all, like, the drama around mid-season and all that kind of stuff, and instead of shaving the mohawk, Hawk makes the conscious choice to switch because he finds balance with Miyagi-Do instead of that. That's what I would have personally done.
Yeah, and I completely agree with that. And that's why also episode 5 bothers me as well, because it didn't just really ruin the sensei-student relationship between Daniel and Eli. It ruined it between Johnny and Eli as well. This season absolutely 100% confirmed for me that Johnny does not give a shit about Hawk.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was even going into season 3 going, oh, I really hope that they address that. And then they just went further into this whole thing where, you know, Johnny's just got tunnel vision when it comes to Miguel. No one else matters.
Yeah, only Miguel matters for Johnny. And I had the same feeling about that. Like, it's no wonder why Hawk decided to go to Miyagi-Do instead of Eagle Fang, because Johnny didn't stand up for him. Not once.
Yeah.
And another thing
even when it gets
left,
finally told Miguel to go and beat the ass.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why, like, and I think it kind of also happened alongside this lack of urgency leading up to the tournament. It didn't really feel like Cobra Kai was as much of a threat as they were in previous seasons. So
they could have made it, like, to the point where in season 3, I think, is the best example, where you felt like Cobra Kai was a genuine threat. Like, you really felt like they, you know, adding Kyler into the mix, the arc that Tory was going on, Hawk having the desire to prove himself. They really could have doubled down with that and made it just... I think that's the biggest problem I have this season. That's why I said it, for me, it's the weakest out of the 4. Like, it's got great moments, fantastic moments, but I think as a season, there's just so much there that doesn't flow as well as the others. And the tone is too inconsistent. where in season 3, there's one scene in the first episode, the opener, where Daniel goes to the dojo to find Johnny, and he finds Kreese. And then, Kreese says, what was he says? I don't really blame Robbie, something like that. There's no such thing as a bad student. It might just be the lighting of the scene, but it feels so dark and so ominous.
Yeah,
it feels like you're talking to a Sith Lord. And then they've just got that tone throughout majority of the season. Even when Robbie tries Miguel, there's even the soundtrack, just the feeling, it feels darker. And then the ending of the season, even though it ends on hope, like the dark side turn, I really wanted them to do more with that.
Yep. Yeah, I completely agree. And that was one of my main issues with season 4. And I would have honestly thought that after Johnny and Daniel's, petty rivalry that culminated in this fight in episode 5 of season 4, I honestly thought that what had happened to Hawk would have been taken a lot more seriously. And it would have actually woken them up and been like, okay, Cobra Kai is the real enemy. We need to actually use, what you're saying, Daniel, and what you're saying, Johnny. We actually need both. And the fact that they both didn't recognize that they really needed to use each other's styles in order to win until the final...
Until literally the last minute.
The last minute. That actually bothered me.
Yeah.
And
same.
Yeah. I felt like there were a lot of pacing issues with that, and I understand that these are the characters. They're very extreme characters, but in seasons 1 to 3, their pacing felt quite normal. Like it felt like a lot of their arguing. It felt like that was what would happen if Daniel and Johnny did see each other 30 odd years later. In this season, it felt like it was just kind of going back on what they'd kind of created in season 3, that fight in episode 5 that they had where they both, basically knock each other out and both get the point. I was thinking, well, you've just proven what Ali said at the end of season 3.
Yeah.
That they're both basically two sides of the same coin.
The thing with that whole, moment in general is, although it's a great moment and it's nice to see them finally have that rematch and it's epic when they both knock each other out at the same time, I do feel like, and this is going to sound extremely controversial, I feel like season 3's finale is weakened because of it. If you know what I mean. I was rewatching season 3's finale where they bow to each other like that, and I'm like, oh, let's fucking go. Woo! Woo! And then you watch season 4 and you're like, man, you're bickering and arguing again.
And you know what else really bothered me about that?
They wait till the final episode to bury it, and it's like,
stupid.
And what else really bothered me?
We didn't have Johnny and Daniel,
Yeah. It was when what really bothered me was also the fact that Daniel had the audacity to use the pressure points technique on Johnny in that fight. I actually thought that was out of character. I know that Daniel, he's stubborn and he's so self-righteous and he doesn't want to let Johnny win at all costs, the same way Johnny doesn't want to let Daniel win. But for me, that actually felt like...
It was a bit underhanded.
It felt like, Chosen giving him the sacred scroll in season 3, all of that whole, that fight with Kreese, if an enemy insists on war, you take away their ability to wage it. I'm like, this is a really serious technique that you use
you don't want
only when you really need to. And I'm thinking you really just had the audacity to use that in a petty fight against Johnny when you should be focusing on...
And the man countered it as well.
Oh, yeah, that was awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
But I know what you mean. It's, season 3, when it's brought in and then it's used on Kreese at the end, everyone was like, oh, pressure points. And when it's used here, it's like, okay, it's cool that Johnny countered it, but a move like that is you've got to keep that as your final move. That's your move that you go to when you've used all the, when you're playing Pokemon or something and you got Pikachu, that's the one that will smoke out the other team, but you save it. And now the students have seen it. It feels like it weakens the effect of it for me. Because I don't want, because they've got that other scroll that Anthony was looking at. One thing I don't want them to do is start lessening the impact of the special moves. Keep them for literally specific moments where you're backed into a corner where you have no choice but to use it.
Exactly.
Don't, just use it because you can, because then it just cheapens it.
Just make it meaningful.
I mean, exactly. And I don't know if they did that just to show how much Silver coming to their dojo had rattled them. But for me, it didn't work. It really didn't work. And so, a lot of people are saying that episode 5 is one of the best episodes in season 4, I actually have to disagree. It's in my bottom 5 because I thought this is the mid-season, epic thing that we get. In the past we've had Miguel fighting off his bullies, the mall fight, we've had Chosen and Daniel reconciling, we've had the big laser tag fight, which was so dark and so emotional, and then we get this. It didn't make sense to me. And I think it really it didn't work with Hawk's arc. Because, losing a part of your identity, that's not just like breaking an arm or getting a beating. That's a part of who he is. Internal.
That will screw you up.
That's exactly. And the fact that no adult really reached out to him, and not even Miguel. I thought the way Miguel and Eli's friendship
I didn't notice that.
handled in this season was absolutely appalling. The fact that he wouldn't go and check on his buddy, or the fact that they wouldn't even talk during the prom. And Eli's by himself. All of that for me, I had.
Yeah, like no one understands him. Like how much a big deal was it for him to have this whole persona?
But it felt so out of
after that.
Exactly, and it felt so out of character for me that Miguel wouldn't, like, they wouldn't even have a moment.
Yeah, one of the most empathetic character doesn't understand him. One of his best friends, and
doesn't
hear about it as much.
They wouldn't. Yeah, exactly. Or they wouldn't have a moment at the prom together. Like, all three of them, even Dimitri, Eli, and Miguel, they wouldn't all just have a moment. Like, it was all just, couples fight. Oh. Yeah.
It just, I remember being so frustrated watching that moment where I was just like, can you guys stop? Like, I was like, okay, cool, we're getting a rematch. It's like, Eli's getting his hawk shaved off. Like, can we not do this? Like, ugh.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll let someone else have a turn at speaking what they think about Eli and everything.
Brown or Alex?
Okay. Yeah. For Eli, for me this season, just like, I don't know how they keep doing it with this guy. I mean, season 3, this guy just went, and in season 4, he just went, I feel like he grew past Johnny and Daniel. You know what I mean? He, I don't know. There was something about him just in the beginning where he was, out for forgiveness. And when he looked at that picture of Miyagi's family, I was like, are they setting up that he's going to join Miyagi-Do? And, he did, but I have to agree. Like, I don't know. I just wish we got more scenes of him in Miyagi-Do. You know what I mean? Like, it just felt like they didn't.
More naturally.
Yeah, because I didn't even think he joined Miyagi-Do. I just thought he was there to, like, I don't know, to do something or whatever. But to see him in the finale, I was just like, wait, what? Like, shouldn't he be with the guy that made him who he is? You know what I mean? Like, it was just weird, but I do love the
they had in season 3 with him and Johnny, where he basically puts it on him and says, you're you because of me.
Yeah, and that's another thing that makes me upset is that like when Hawk walks in there without his mohawk and they're like, who did this? It was like Cobra Kai. I was like, if I was Johnny, that would have been another me storming into the dojo to kick Kreese and Silver's ass. You know what I mean? Like, that's like Hawk needed Johnny, and Johnny saved him and made him who he was. And just seeing that, like, and for him to go, all right, we're done, and then like to not even focus on Hawk anymore, it was just like it rubbed me the wrong way, because it was like if they had did that to Robbie, Johnny would have walked through there. If they had did that to Miguel, Johnny would have walked in there.
If it was Miguel or Robbie, he would have pulled up.
Yeah, but like just seeing that and then them not like, you know what I mean? That should have been the wake up call for them. That should have been, you know what? Like, we could bicker all that we want to, but we got to get our shit together, and they didn't, and that really annoys me. And it's so weird that the characters that were so evil last season kind of grew past Johnny and Daniel, a little bit. And Hawk not only found balance, but he also found his inner Miyagi-Do. You know what I mean? And I do love the fact that as much as I wanted Robbie to win, I was like, he has to win. I mean, I wanted it, but I love it more that Eli won, because that scene of Eli winning. Better. Yeah, it was amazing, and it was just like it was so great because it wasn't a Eli doing cheap moves. It was an actual Eli fighting Robbie, to the point where Robbie even noticed. You know what I mean? And then when they bowed to each other, I was like, whoa. Yeah, I was like, because I was like, Hawk would never do that, but Eli would. You know what I mean? Like,
Exactly.
You know, I don't see Hawk and Robbie ever being friends, but Eli and Robbie, them forming that respect between each other was just, I loved it.
Yeah.
And I think Hawk is also a key point in that moment for bringing Robbie home later in that episode. I think when Hawk bows to him and respects him, despite everything that Robbie's done, because Hawk's done similar shit, if not worse, in the previous season.
Yeah.
You know, they can relate on that level and just perfectly match. They know the other one's style better than the other one.
I love that. Yeah, I love that. I loved how it was the best defensive fighter with the best offensive fighter. You know what I mean? It just worked. Yep, there he is, the champion.
And I loved how when the announcers said that it was going to be a sudden death round, they both were like taking in the crowd, like, wow, they're really putting on a good fight. Let's make it good. And then they, you know, they bow to each other and they're like, you're a worthy opponent, you know? I love that.
Yeah. And I really loved the purple. The purple I love his purple Hawk. It was just, I was like, he's back.
They didn't have to give him that purple because they knew they were going to shave it off. I think they gave him the purple just to tease the fans a little bit. That was the Ali Doctor thing this season. That was like, you know what you were doing with that. Oh, because he looked good. I was like, hey,
he did.
I think that's my favorite color.
Me too. That's my favorite. Yeah. It just gets better every season.
Purple. Said it will be purple. It just made sense. Blue, red, balance, like, and then they cut it off. That same episode, you know.
I know. I was like, I have a feeling that they're going to do that, and they did.
Yeah. But yeah, I would have loved more scenes of him training with Daniel. You know what I mean? Because that way Daniel can fill the hole that Robbie left. You know what I mean? And like, even Dimitri said it. He was like, "Do I look like Miyagi-Do's best chance at defeating Robbie Keane?"
Yeah, I love how he's so self-aware.
Yeah, he's like, I can't take him on. There's no way he'll kill me.
When Robbie and Dimitri are fighting in the All Valley, I think there's a moment where Robbie actually smiles at Dimitri.
Yes, he does. Yeah, after he kicks him. Yeah, after he kicks him, he's like, oh. And then I love Dimitri's like, come on. I was like, oh man.
Yeah, I think before that as well, where he's just like he's just like, I was like, yes, good.
I love that.
Nice. And then they put the reference in there.
Yes, he's Anakin Skywalker. I love that. I was like, thank you, creators. Thank you. But overall, Hawk really not Hawk, Eli now is just he was just great. I feel like he grew past his mistakes, and I love the fact that he found his confidence again. And I just love the fact like that scene of him running that trophy was basically the creator saying like, hey, Robbie and Miguel, they'll always be number one, but don't forget Hawk is up there too. Like Eli's up there too. Like after this season, I feel like Eli is like on par with Robbie and Miguel. For me, it goes Miguel, Robbie, then Eli. Like those are.
He's up.
He's officially up there now because the way he can just transition from defense to offense when Daniel's like, put him on defense. I loved it. He was like, put him on defense, and he was like, he smiled and he bowed and he just like kept going to the point where Robbie like had to like go, oh crap, you know what I mean, and just like.
They got to the point where both of them were literally out of breath. They were like,
yeah, they were tired. I loved that. They were tired. And they were just like...
It was so even.
Yeah, they are, yeah. And I love how Hawk in a way kind of... Or not... I keep saying Hawk. It's Eli now. I love how Eli in a way kind of... Yeah, it's both now. But he kind of like... Because at first he was like, this is my chance to get back at Robbie. You know what I mean? And Daniel's like, no, be focused. And I feel like instead of getting Robbie back for what he did, he instead... kind of redeemed Miguel's injury by, taking out the person that caused it in the first place. It was very much like a Rocky IV fight,
I like that line.
You know what I think as well, just to go with that, I think that after, it's kind of a little parallel that I've noticed. I feel like the main reason Robbie shaved off Hawk's mohawk was because of Kenny, but Hawk wasn't actually really Kenny's bully. The same way Robbie was the one responsible for kicking Miguel over the balcony, not Dimitri, but Hawk broke Dimitri's arm and said, we're getting back at the Miyagi-Dos. So it's kind of like Hawk's now experienced what it's like to have something bad happen to him and not actually have it be because of something that he did. Like that's actually happened, and then in that final fight, he was actually able to think to himself, okay, well this is actually the guy. Like this is the guy. that really did
Yeah.
this to Miguel. So I think that's an excellent point, Alex.
Yeah.
Like
Thank you.
that's what he was fighting for. I like that.
And I was happy for him. I mean, even when I was watching with my family, I was like, I need Robbie to win. But then when they said Robbie Keane versus Eli Moskowitz, I was like, oh shit! Like they're
I
actually
know.
doing it.
happened, like when he said that he was going to win this whole effing thing, I was like, I kind of.
Oh, and Quiver plays.
think-
Oh man.
I know. And
Oh,
he jumps.
yeah.
He jumps on
He
the
jumps, I was
mat.
like, oh,
Same
this
way
dude is
from
like-
season
As
one.
soon as that line was said, I was like, I think they need to make him win now. Like,
Yeah, no, I was like, it's all
you
over
can't
for
give him
everyone
the
else.
F-bomb and
Yeah.
not have him win. I was
I
like,
know. Yeah.
you
Yeah.
got to give him it, and they.
Because
Yeah,
when
that would
he
be a missed opportunity if they don't
yeah
do
when
that.
he
Like seriously.
yeah when he fought Miguel, I was like, because whoever would have won that one would have faced Robbie, and I was like, they're just gonna have, as much as I love these two, they're just gonna have another goddamn rematch or whatever. Like, okay, but then when you see Miguel go out and he doesn't come back, and they said freaking Robbie Keane versus Eli Moskowitz, I was like, oh my god,
Finally,
they're-
we have this
whoa.
really.
They're like
Yes!
actually doing it. I know.
It pays off
Be-
season 3 so much more because of the
Yes.
bitterness that those two have. I was like,
Oh,
yes,
oh, yeah.
No.
this is
Like these
'Cause
these
they
two
have
dudes
more of a
hate each
rivalry.
other. Yes,
Oh, they
yeah,
don't
they
like
have
each
more of a
other.
rivalry. Oh yeah,
They
they
do.
these two dudes hate each other. Like Miguel
They
and
have so much
Robbie,
fun.
they barely know each other. Yeah, like these two
Exactly.
dudes.
I'm
Hate each
throwing it
other.
all the way back 7 months ago when I did this video, when I did that one. The
Yeah, I
rematch
remember
I
that.
want
Yes,
most
the rematch
to
I want the most. Yeah.
that one right there.
Yeah.
And they did it,
Yeah.
and I was like, oh, fucking, I
I know.
told it, I said it. I was like, yes.
Only
Yeah.
thing I would have liked is if Eli just kind of looked over at Cobra Kai and Kreese and was like, ha. And
Yeah,
then,
just
you
like,
know,
"Rah!"
Kreese actually
yeah.
had a reaction to Eli
Yeah.
winning. I would have loved that if they just included like Kreese's reaction. But
Yeah.
I did
But
say
you're
that
right,
he-
I wanted
he-
Miguel
he-
to help him
he-
more.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
But I was surprised. Yeah, I was surprised that I just noticed that Miguel didn't really help Hawk. I was like, really? That's your best friend? Like,
And the fact that I know that he wanted to leave during the tournament so that no one would notice that he's gone. But at the same time, I'm
Yeah.
like, would the Miguel of the past 3 seasons really miss out on seeing Eli and Sam in their fights?
no,
Yeah.
he would have
I
stayed.
think
That-
moment
it
would have-
felt
would have hit
weird.
Even more if Miguel was there
It was
to
just-
celebrate with him.
Way too
Yeah.
concerned about his problems and things in mind,
Yeah.
so he couldn't get
Yeah.
anything else. He couldn't let anything else in.
Yeah.
Just one more thing to mention on Miguel and Eli's relationship as well. One thing that did kind of save it for me in season 4, because I felt like this in the second half of the season, the writers kind of destroyed it. In the last episode, one thing that redeemed it a little bit for me was when Johnny was talking to Miguel before their fight, and he was saying, you know, he's the enemy now, he's chosen his side. And I think Miguel was kind of
Whose side are you
having a flashback to season
Yeah.
3 when he said after everything Sensei Lawrence did for you, you'd betray him. He's actually like, oh, well, no wonder Hawk
No
actually
wonder why
kind of
Hawk
did
got
that
off.
because, you know, maybe Sensei Lawrence doesn't actually really care about him. And so, you know, he looks at him and he just gives him that best look of like, what the hell are you talking about? And he says,
Yeah.
you know, whose side are you on?
Mm-hmm.
And I just love the fact that he just went onto that mat knowing, I don't care who wins this match, he's my friend. If one of us gets to the final to face Robbie, that's good
I
enough
gotta
for me.
say, I mean, as much as heartbreaking as it was to see his back spasm out, and as sad as it was to be put back in that situation, a part of me actually wishes that Eli beat him fair and square, because
Yeah.
Me too. Me
it
too.
does feel like
Same.
there is always that thing that takes it away, that he only gets to the final because Miguel was out.
Exactly.
Where,
Yeah.
but then if you look at the way they were fighting as well, they were even. Like, it was like the same moves at the same time. I was like,
Oh yeah.
fucking hell.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was like kick for kick, block for block. You know, I loved it. Yeah, that was great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, Eli this season was just he's up there now. You can't count him out anymore. Eli is like he's
I mean, hell, 'cause
right
I
there.
don't know what that dude was doing in season 2, man. That dude was getting tossed around like a rag
Oh
doll.
man.
He was moving mad out there. Honestly, that dude needed a beat down that season. I mean, to me, he pulled
Yeah.
like a baby when Dobby, like all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
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 But then season 3 onwards, I was like, well, hello, Hawk.
I know.
Yeah.
My attention.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know. Like
Exactly.
in season 2, I thought maybe Hawk's a lost cause now. I was
Yeah.
sort of
Yeah,
giving
yeah.
my hope upon him. And then in season
same like
3,
that.
it was like, okay, so All right, I'm really excited to see what this guy is gonna do
Yeah.
because he still has a lot of potentials.
For
That's one of
sure.
the things that has been strengthened in season 3. Like any scenes with like Robbie and Hawk confronting each other, you can then watch that and be like, in a season from now, you two are gonna duke it out. Like I do
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah. The only thing is, in season 2, when they have that not Eli, it was Hawk. It was solely Hawk back then. Hawk and Miguel, when they were doing that, when they had their fight in Cody Creek, I was thinking that these two really need to have a rematch. And I was actually kind of hoping when they did have theirs at the tournament in season 4, I was kind of hoping that even if it was because Miguel had his injury, had broken his back previously, that maybe he was a little bit like Eli just had the edge a bit. I would have thought that maybe Eli could have beaten him in that scenario without Miguel's back having to spasm. I do agree with that, like what you guys said. I think that would have been like a nice little sort of parallel back to season 2, but this time Eli wins and he's doing it the right way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And he needed that win for sure because he's already fought Robbie twice and he's, you know what I mean, out of the 3 fights they've had, Robbie's won twice, so it would have been repetitive again for him to Robbie to win again, and I just love that. And they're they're not saying like Eli, he's the best fighter in the entire show right now. He's better than everyone. It's like no, always the number one will, like you say, Jacob, all the time. Number one will always be tossing and turning between those two. But
Robbie,
but Eli, he's right up there. Like don't count him out. He's the difference maker. You know what I mean?
They're interchangeable now.
You're playing chess.
Yeah.
He is the knight. You move the knight when you're about to turn the whole tide of the game. That's something that Miguel and Robbie can't do. They're the finishing.
They can't.
Hawk is the one that you use to he's that kind of character. And I think he owned that this season.
Oh yeah, and his fight against Kyler was just amazing. Kyler didn't land a single hit on him.
Sit your ass down.
Sit down, Kyler.
Absolutely destroying Kyler. Yeah.
Sit down, Kyler. You jerk.
Bodies him next season.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. As soon
Yeah,
as
he
Travis
couldn't touch him with
started
a
playing, I was
finger.
like, yeah, Kyler, you're gonna get knocked out, boy.
I love that. Eli, he was great this season. He was great.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see him next season too. But yeah, he was great.
Oh,
I love how he's a champion. I love that. I love that.
me too. Only thing I didn't really care about too much, I feel like they just brought Moon back just to be a love interest again, and I wasn't really that happy with that. I found like their little moment a little bit cheesy just before the tournament. I liked what she'd said to him, but I didn't really care for them getting back together. I think that it would have kind of been nicer if they were like just friends. I don't think that everything has to end in romance, and I don't really see how compatible they really are. That's my opinion. I also think because Moon and Piper were the only LGBT couple of the show, to kind of break them up, I don't think is really good for representation either. Just throwing it out there.
Yeah, I mean, in regards to that whole thing, like, I mean, Piper and Moon, yeah, that was right. It was just like, okay, this is here. But I mean, there's something about like, I mean, a kiss from a girl that you absolutely love, like that can make you run through a flipping wall. Like, I think Eli really needed that. He absolutely needed that. But I think
he would have fought everyone. Yeah.
The execution, I think, probably could have been built up better. Where
I mean, I suppose
if they were going to get them back together, then I think what they could have done this season was maybe show more signs of them reconnecting, other than just a couple of scenes.
I suppose, not having, like, after he lost the Mohawk, I suppose he felt like he's not going to be able to get a girlfriend now because, of his lip, or, he's just so insecure and stuff. So I suppose, like, I can completely understand from that point of view. I just kind of wish that it wasn't, like, the main thing that kind of set him up to win, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I just don't know what else could have set him up for the win, because he was really, like, he lost all his confidence. So if it doesn't happen at the tournament, then I don't know how he wins it. Like, what are the ways that can happen? What can happen at the tournament?
Yeah.
They gave him the boost that he needed.
Yeah, his win felt earned, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, his win felt so earned.
Yeah.
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 But I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I just, I don't know. I just found it a bit.
I would have liked to
cheesy
seen.
with
I
it.
mean,
like to.
don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
There's cheesy moments in this show like that. It's a little bit cheesy, but it's a good kind of cheesy. But it's not It's not comparative to cheesy lines like oh, dare I say it?
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, no.
I shan't say it, but we all know the line. You think I broke your heart? You broke mine too. What?
Oh, did you
Okay,
have
I was
to?
hoping what you were saying. I was hoping that was what you were saying.
Did you
Oh,
have
that
to?
I was like,
When she said that in episode 8, I remember just being so into the prom fight, and then she said that. I was like, oh man. I was like, you gotta be kidding me with this.
It's like the
Yeah.
fuck. God,
Yeah.
get that out.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, I mean, in the grand scheme of the show, I guess Moon and Eli wasn't as cheesy as some of those scenes. But I don't know. I just felt like the setup was just everything around those character relationships just felt really rushed for me. So maybe that's why I didn't like it as much.
I would have liked I would have liked the Johnny and Miguel are the ones that reinvigorated that aggressiveness in Hawk. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, me
his
too.
his fight before Kyler. His fight before Kyler mid fight.
I think that might have actually been a better way because I mean, as much as the moment between him and Moon is beautiful, I think it would serve so much more symbolically with everything that he was going through this season, like internally, of Johnny saying, "Hey, I may not be a sensei anymore, but don't forget what I taught you." And kick his ass.
Exactly.
I would have loved that. Yeah.
I really wanted just a scene where Johnny just came up to Hawk and said,
See that.
The
that
Hawk
could have happened if they hadn't split up halfway through the season.
Well, exactly. And like, I just wanted him to say, the Hawk is in here. It's not up here. It's not the hair. It's inside of you.
You flip the
Bring
script
that
once,
side
I'll
out.
do it again.
Kick his ass. That would have worked much better for me.
Or just a simple mid fight, he looks at Johnny, Johnny gives him a nod, and then that's it.
Yeah, they didn't even have that.
No, not even that. Or a simple Eli checks in on Miguel. Miguel's putting his shirt back on, and he sees the scar on his back, and then he realizes, oh, I'm going up against Robbie next. I'm gonna get revenge on him. And then
from champion to last hope.
Yeah.
That would have been cool.
Yeah, and to have both of his best friends there to be like, Eli, you won, good for you. But Miguel was already gone, and it's understandable. But oh man, that was the trio, and. It just feels like it's just Dimitri and Eli when it should be Dimitri, Eli, and Miguel because they're the ones that we started off with. But either way, his win felt earned, and he had a great season. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think what we did see of him was good. I just wanted more development.
Yeah, I agree.
Especially him and
Probably
Miyagi.
that's also
man.
kind of metaphoric that he wasn't really there this season, because that's why he lost his self-confidence. He tried his best. He wanted to get back. And, just no one was caring about him at all. Everyone was so focused on the tournament and their own stuff. And just... I was so angry at Daniel, when he said that line to Hawk.
Yeah.
I was maybe because he was in that mindset because of Johnny, fight with Johnny, so I understand. But what I don't understand is that why he didn't reach out to Hawk after that.
Right? It just seems like after he lost his Hawk, he's like, you're no use to me anymore. He's no different from Kreese tournament, where he's like, you're no different. You're, I only care about my number one.
Okay, you flipped the script and now you've scripted back. All right, okay. There you go.
And I thought Johnny's whole thing was, I create badass fighters. I don't look for them like Kreese. I don't look for the ones that are already there. I create them myself.
That's what he was doing. He was hunting for ready-made products. It was and thankfully Miguel says, "Hey, I wasn't that when you found me. Why are we looking for ready-made fighters?"
Exactly.
I'm thinking, have you just turned into Kreese or something? Who are you?
Yes.
It didn't feel. I don't know.
Johnny and Daniel this season felt
like character regression.
On face value, they felt like themselves.
So
but their decisions
during the whole time,
they just felt un-Danny and un-Daniel and un-Johnny. If that makes sense.
It felt like they were fighting just to do it. It pissed me off so much, and I'm not even in the freaking show, but I was just like, "Can you
Darius,
guys
that's a great
stop?"
point. That is a great point. That's another thing I was saying is that
I know, that.
with everything, it's like Ah.
Oh, that pissed me off. Darius, that
If
really
you're
pissed me off.
if you're asking me to be honest, as much as I love what they did with Kenny and Anthony this season, I think
Too much.
they could have backseated it a little bit and saved more of that for the bulk of next season,
Yes.
and focus purely on this.
100%.
As much as Kenny serves Robbie and as much as Anthony serves like the LaRusso household, I just do feel like there is another way they could have gone about it to have more screen time for these characters. Because one thing I said before the season dropped was this season would be very much like season 2 in the aspect that the characters were only at X amount of locations. That means more time with them, more reason to understand them. But it still didn't feel like that. And then they're adding more and more and more. But I thought with Johnny and Daniel staying at the same place, even if they add another 5 students, they're in the same place. And then they split, and then you're over here, then you're over there, then you're over here again, then you're over there, then you're with the middle schoolers, then you're over here. And it's like,
Yeah.
whoa.
The pacing
up,
felt
yeah.
very off. I think the more they tried to introduce new characters, the more it was kind of like switch and changing just so quickly. And I'm thinking, wow, oh, so we're back to this storyline again. Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
I think everyone's
And-
kind of unanimous. Like in all the reactions
Yeah.
I've seen of people that watch this, have watched the show, they all say that, well, we're at the Old Valley already. God damn. Like it's like
That
you know,
happened
it's
just
that
so out of the blue.
sudden switch.
Yeah.
I think there's a couple of episodes. If they allowed the runtime to be longer, they could have merged some of the episodes together.
Yeah,
Yes.
I felt like this season really needed to be longer. Like, I don't know,
Yeah, it did.
just way too fast paced.
At least the
and
episodes needed to be longer a little bit because that first
Yeah.
episode, I flipping love that one.
I
that
love
was
the
Me
first
too.
episode. Oh man, I have
Me
so many notes
too.
for that one.
it's a very
Yeah.
good
That-
at the beginning.
That felt like it was like season 3, episode 11. That actually felt like it was continuing
It was
the
probably one of
past
the
3
best
seasons of the
episodes since
show.
the beginning of the show. Like it
Yeah.
was so
Yeah.
fucking good. I was like, we've got to keep this
Yeah.
momentum up. Yeah. Oh, and then you've got
And
all the moments
usually-
like Robbie in the dojo, Hawk finding his place, Johnny and Daniel coming
Yeah.
together, the sparring deck. You've got Cobra Kai and Robbie's speech. You've got Silver coming back into the fold.
Yes.
I'm like, oh.
I think, usually the premieres are the kind of the ones that sort of set up the season. So they're a bit more slow moving. They're not as interesting. That one was fire, was just complete fire. It was so good. And it just got me so intrigued by what would happen next. But unfortunately, the middle just dragged
I
it
think
down.
they did more with the whole
Yeah.
Robbie and Sam
That was
dynamic. In that first episode, like when she has that conversation
Yeah.
with him, I was
That
like,
was
yeah,
great.
he's definitely redeeming at the end of the season. That confirms that. But I wanted more of that, like hostility there. But these are two like Miyagi-Do's like two best. Like we can do more with that.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly. Yes. And she knows Robbie better than almost anyone. You know what I mean? She knows what a good guy he is. She knows
Yeah, exactly.
he's a true Miyagi-Do at heart. And I would have loved, more just Eli training with Daniel. That way he gets that perspective of Robbie and be like, wait a minute, he wasn't a total asshole, and then get that perspective of, oh, he didn't mean to almost kill Miguel. That way he trains with him, learns more about
Exactly.
Robbie, why Daniel took him in, and that way when he bows to Robbie in the finale, it feels more
Oh,
it feels
God.
like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, god damn it, get us over there, But
Yeah, I just had the feeling that,
Cool as it is, but I wanted more.
yeah. But somehow this season, Daniel wasn't focusing on his students at all. Like,
He wasn't.
I don't-
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like
It's
the
mine
rivalry of
was
Johnny and
unreal.
Daniel was still front and center. It's like you've got
I know,
the
and I
next
thought-
generation of fighters in front of you. Like, can you both get your head out your asses and get on your grind, please? Like,
Right.
come on.
Like I
It's
honestly
like, oh,
thought that
man.
even though there would be some bickering like there were in the first couple of
Not this
episodes,
much.
I thought like season 3 solidified that they were supposed to be working together, and by working together, learning to try and embrace both styles, not say, oh well, you should join Miyagi-Do
Yeah.
or
'Cause, I mean, I
you
knew
should
they were
join
going to still be
Inglefang.
arguing anyway because the philosophies are so different
course.
and they just naturally
Of course.
bicker. But the
Yeah.
nods that Johnny gives to Daniel in the season 3 finale, which this is why I think season 3 is the best fucking season, is,
Yep.
nods at him once for saving his life, and he nods at him a second time as the go-ahead, take him out.
Finish
Like,
him. Yeah.
And then there's even a third one where he looks at him, it's like, we won't lose. Looks at him, I'm like, oh!
I know.
And then
That
you
gave
get,
me
like-
chills.
yeah, and
Yeah.
where did that go in season 4?
Yeah, exactly. Where did that go?
Especially rewatching the first Karate Kid, I rewatched it and I was rewatching it and I was like, oh, the fact that these two dudes are gonna work together next season, oh man, like I was like, oh my god. But then, like just seeing them, like, instead of working together, we're gonna have a rematch of a tournament we had when we were 17. It's like, it was just like, this is the
I
reasons
would have
why.
really preferred it if you had Kreese and Silver focused with Robbie, Tori, and Kyler, and then you had Johnny and Daniel, same thing. You have them both focused, so that way they're fully committed, they're fully focused, and then when it's all Valley time, it's an all-out war. Like, it's literally proper, and it was. But I felt like that the build-up could have been. There just wasn't a sense of urgency. I felt like there was more training in season 2. And they weren't training for anything.
That's so true.
And they were just training for general sake. I mean, the season's still good. Like, when I say that it's the weakest season for me, it doesn't. Oh, you think it's bad, Jacob? It's like no, I don't.
It's not even average. It's a good historic season, but
3 seasons are great. So there was always going to be one that was a bit. But I just do feel like there's so many moments they could have just gone much further in than they did.
Yeah, for sure. And the fact that they even have an episode in season 2 called Lull, literally referring to the lull between battles where both sides, go off and train. They literally already had that in season 2. The fact that we didn't get any really sort of that, we didn't get much of that at all in season 4. I was just thinking, like, well, what are they building to? In season 2, like you said, they weren't even fighting.
Yeah, they were just training for the sake of it. Just training because. It's just
and
like
the fact that just the fact that Johnny and Daniel were treating their kids as pawns when they were the ones getting hurt by Cobra Kai. I'm thinking, do they even care about like their mental state? Do they care about them at all? It just didn't feel like they weren't even saying, oh well, I see myself in you, blah blah. There was really none of that.
No,
it felt like they weren't mentoring the students.
No, they weren't.
It felt like the build-up to the school fight was more earned than the build-up to the tournament this season.
That's so true.
I know a lot of people rag on season 2 for the love drama and stuff, but I gotta say, like, I think that season flows much better than this one.
It has the edge, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And that school, whoo! But there's even just like
and that was spontaneous.
Like moments with and that wasn't even like built up for the whole season.
They just did it.
Exactly.
Yeah, they just did
and
it.
It worked.
Oh, it is on. And then shit breaks loose.
Oh god.
But it's just I just feel like this season has so much of that where it doesn't like it gets about here on the spectrum, and then it could go here, and then it just goes. It's just like
it's a whole roller coaster.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Yeah. I just feel like there could have been more with that, especially with like the kid, like the kid students, and their mental state. Because Miguel, his heart wasn't in it after everything that's happened to him this season. The dude was broken by the time he got to the All Valley. Hawk had his identity crisis. Robbie started having doubts and considering, man, I'm a real piece of shit right now. And then Sam is like, okay, this other style, this is kind of cool, but I've got my dad that's doing this, and I can't upset him, but then I can't do this. It's just
and the Tory thing.
And then Tori herself, like I'd say this season surprised me in terms of developments. I thought I was going to come out of this season and say, man, my son Robbie had probably one of the best, and he's still a good arc, but I think in terms of best arcs this season, if I had to say 2 adults and 2 kids, I'm going to say Tori and Eli, and then Amanda and Silver. Like them 4.
Yeah.
And Creep.
Yep.
Yeah.
In a way.
Yep.
The development for those 4 was just fucking insane. But the others...
It's funny, up until episode 8, I actually thought that out of the 4 senseis, Silver was the best one. He was actually doing what a sensei should do.
Yeah.
The other 3 weren't.
Yep.
Yeah.
As my video on Monday coming will explain, is that he is the most nuanced sensei out of the lot, especially for the first half of the season. And I firmly believe we could have won this whole tournament with that mindset. But
that whole thing that happened was crazy.
Yeah. Who's the next character we're talking about?
I would have wanted to see that.
Hang on, where's my phone?
We
covered Eli.
Yeah.
We can talk a little bit about who we got.
We should talk about Tori.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll go to Tori
because she was great. Yeah.
She was amazing.
Tori
this season.
Great. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, I wasn't really invested in her before because I was like, because she's a kid, she can be redeemed, so that's fine if they give her a good reason to do that. And that's what they did. But on the other hand, I could accept that if they don't, and she just stands as a example of like how it turns out if you don't have a good mentor and just deal with a bad hand of cards, and that's what you get. That's story. And that's a sort of free example. But I was so pleased to see that what happened to her.
I'm pleased to announce that Tory in my books is no longer a Saturday morning cartoon.
Yes.
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 Yes. Oh, yeah.
It ends tonight. This will never be over. So you hear me?
It's like for a fight.
That impression scared me. Oh my god.
What are you talking about? Like it's like her and Sam switched places for me this season. Like it's like
Sam was a jerk this season.
Sam
she
was
sucked.
winding me up this entire season. But the reason I say that is because Sam got all the one-liners. You think I'm not saying it again, but she got all those lines right. Like Tori got in the previous season with "This ends tonight. This will never be over." It's like you started this fight. What are you talking about? What?
Right?
Yeah.
You make no sense. And then this season, finally. I mean, I think they glossed over a little bit of the fact that she tried to no mercy. I still think they glossed over a little bit of that, but
she would have killed her. Yeah,
but much more development for her than was before, and thank God for that. But
she's a character you could root for now.
They didn't give us so many extra details, but they give us depth in what she's like and what she's thinking and how she feels, and that was great.
I loved her connection with Robbie too, like that. They could both understand each other. They're soulmates a little bit, and I just Tori this season, just like before, I just was always like, "What are you doing? Like, what is your problem?" But she elevated to me in such a way where it was understandable, and the fact that Amanda, of all people, knew what Tori was going through was great. Oh yeah, Amanda can see like the light.
I love the lines of dialogue where you get the backstory on Amanda. I'm like, you know what? You ended up with Daniel, but I think you would have been one of Johnny's kind of women back in the day.
Amanda's a firecracker.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, that backstory, I was like, no wonder why she wants to help Tori. She can see herself in Tori quite a lot.
But it also, I kind of gives, Daniel and Amanda's whole marriage a bit more balance as well.
Yeah.
That Amanda's not just the lovely housewife. There is another layer to her character.
She's kind of like, not a female version of Johnny, but she's got more of that sort of fire. And then Daniel's kind of more of like the one that's like, the self-righteous.
I mean, like rewatching the bit where she pulls up to the dojo and clobbers Kreese one right in the face. Now we know what we know. It's like, I mean, Kreese, I wouldn't piss her off.
That makes sense.
I mean, Tori looked afraid of her. Like when Tori's like, and what if I didn't get that message? And Amanda crosses her arms and stands and squares up to her. I was like, oh, I think Amanda...
that's intimidating.
The fact that Tori said that, though, I was like, okay, you're talking to an adult. Sit down.
Behave.
Right. We're in a sushi restaurant. Like, calm down.
Like, do you want to keep your job? Like, I actually don't think it was Tori's, Amanda's fault that Tori got fired. Tori did that to herself. Let her anger get the better of her.
Didn't have self-control at all.
Tori, she elevated. She's a sympathetic Mike Barnes now for sure. You know what I mean? A hot-headed person, but you can understand them. You're sympathetic as to why they are the way they are. And her aunt was just there for the disability money. I was like, oh my gosh! No wonder Tori's like she's not crazy anymore, but no wonder she's just hot-tempered. You know what I mean? Because she feels like life has taken everything away from her.
She's got all these kind of people surrounding her and guiding her. Like, hey, when's you're sorry about your dead mum. When's money coming in? It's like, fuck you.
Wow. Yeah. And only one person really understands her. You know what I mean? And that's Robbie understands her. I just love that. I love that their relationship. I was more invested in their relationship than I was Miguel and Sam.
Yeah, me too.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree.
You have to admit that, yeah.
Personally,
I didn't want them to get together.
Yeah. It is.
Because
it's weird. Because when you're watching season one, you're just like, oh, man, go on, Miguel. Yeah, that's cute. Nice. Good job. But then you're like, this season...
I didn't get it. I was just like, what? Like, what are we doing? Like, I didn't
Yeah,
get it.
if I'm being honest, I felt like some of the relationships. I mean, personally, I don't actually think that Robbie and Tory had that much chemistry. I know other people disagree. Personally, I'm not really sure how I feel about them actually being together. I think having that understanding and that connection on an even deeper level is the part that I'm more interested in. I don't really know if I see them, if I really like them together, to be honest.
Yeah.
But with the some of
like
the
them as
other
close friends.
relationships, yeah.
But
But
it's just,
with-
hormones. It kicks off.
Yeah.
I have
But
no other
with-
explanation for that. What
Yeah.
happened there.
But with some of the other relationships in the show, they felt bland to me. Like Miguel and Sam, and Johnny and Carmen even as well. I was like, oh, they're annoying me.
Really?
They annoyed me.
Oh.
I was just like, okay, just pull yourselves together. Just tell Miguel, just get on with it. Blah blah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was just like, oh. Yeah.
I see what you
Yeah, they
mean.
just
Like,
make a
it
big
felt
thing
like there was
about
more
it
time
when
dwelling
they-
on the like relationship aspect rather than the actual focus of the season, which was the All Valley.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think what would have served Robbie and Tori's relationship better for me is the scenes that they have in season 3 where they're both just standing there and they're just staring into each other's eyes.
Oh,
Moments
I
like
love
that,
Yeah.
I think, really needed this season just to really
Yeah.
kind of cement it for me a little bit better, because it felt like there was a sudden shift where you get to episode 1 and then all of a sudden they're like, yeah, who says we even want you? It's like, hold on a minute, Tori Nichols. Hold on, Miss Nichols. Hold on. You wanted him here the whole of last
Right?
season.
I was thinking about that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know.
What was that? I was like, wait a minute, what?
He's like, oh
Yeah.
yeah, he's a man, dog, and it's like, look at
Yeah.
all this chump. It's like, does anyone
Yeah.
know what they want in this show at the moment?
That is true. That's so
Kyla
true. Because that was like
literally
a
said-
week ago.
I know.
Yeah.
Kyla literally said, "Oh, he's a natural Cobra man." You know, like what the hell?
Yeah, and then all of a sudden,
Yeah,
like, look at this
yeah.
Trump.
Because he wasn't there at the house fight. And
That was
they're all
weird.
pissed off.
Yeah, that's probably why, Brigida. That's probably why.
I love when Robbie puts
Yeah, that
it,
was
he
weird.
basically
He's
says,
like,
"What
and
the
then he's
hell
like,
we
oh, look
need
at this
to
Trump. Yeah.
As soon as he said that, I was like, all right, Kyla, shut up. You can get your ass whipped. Shut up. But
I still want him to have a proper beating. I know that sounds awful, but I'm like, no, the fight in the tournament
I
is
want
satisfactory,
Sean to
but he
roll up.
needs a beating.
He has been avoiding a serious beatdown for 4 seasons. I want Sean to roll up to that dojo to see his brother Kenny, and I want him to grab Kyler and throw his bitch ass through a door. Like, honestly,
That'd be
I
nice.
I need him to get a serious ass whooping, because
Yeah.
as much as I love him being a jerk, he's been lucky. He's been very, very lucky to avoid serious beatdowns the whole show. But
Yep.
Yeah.
it was weird. It was just like, get a load of this chump. It's like, yeah, who says we even want you? It's like, wait, what?
You told me to stay. Yeah.
You're talking
you
to the
didn't,
guy who
like,
kicked someone over a railing. I wouldn't piss
2
him
days
off.
ago, didn't you
Yeah.
just say that, what? And then surely with Hawk switching sides, they would want Robbie even more so, but they were
Exactly.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah,
that didn't
Kyla
make
was literally
sense.
like, oh, well, the reason why we lost the house fight was because Hawk switched sides. I'm like, okay, so if that means that you're not enough of a good fighter to beat them, then you obviously need Robbie.
yeah.
Seriously.
Like, at the end of the day, who took that Cobra from the zoo? It wasn't any of
I
them.
mean,
Exactly.
I was
Robbie.
literally I was sat there in disbelief when Robbie basically laid the smackdown on the entire dojo. All right,
Oh,
Tori
I
got
love
hit.
that scene.
but
I love
Tori
that
let her-
scene.
That was so
Robbie
good.
let his guard down because he likes
Yeah.
Tori, so he let his guard down a little bit, and then she just whacked him in the face. And Robbie was like, "A deal's a deal. I'm gonna go." I was like, "If you let Robbie leave, he's just taken out your whole dojo by himself. If you actually let him go, I swear to." I was like, "Right, finally, someone with a brain." Jesus.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, man.
Like, it's not that, like, if he'd have took out the whole dojo, that's one thing. They didn't even land a hit. Not one.
He didn't. Not one. Not one.
That-
He was making
I'm happy
quick work of
to
them, man.
get shine, but you lot suck.
Yeah.
You lot are terrible.
Yeah.
No,
Ah.
stay. But
Yeah.
her development though this season was flipping amazing, and I think next season one of the things that's going to be great is, especially for like Robbie and Miguel or Tory and Sam, is it's not going to matter like which side of the fence you're on. I think they're going to bring them both together anyway. And I think now Tory's seen Silver basically pay that ref off. As much as I would have liked Tory to earn that win, and in a way she did, it feels like she's been basically handed it. And I think that's going to serve so much emotional weight going forward into next season for her. Yeah. And it's tough because, you know, she doesn't have much else going for her other than that. But I think, like when Daniel said to Miguel, you know, I didn't go to college, I blew it all on trips and whatever else. I think Daniel was the kind of character that could talk to Tory and say, hey, you can do X, Y, and Z. You're not defined by this trophy. You can do more with yourself. And this doesn't have to be the end of your story.
Exactly. For sure.
Yeah, she needs that. Because after what you find out.
Because she's someone that I think really takes pride in what she earns. She likes to earn things. She likes to work hard and do them herself. Yeah. And to know that that wasn't solely 100% her win.
It she's her, especially after she really earned it like clearly and she really changed her ways.
Yeah. I would prefer that she changes her ways, but she stays in Cobra Kai. You know what I mean? Because I don't want everyone to join Eagle Fang and like I want Tory to be the how do I put this?
I think if Kreese gets Cobra Kai back, then she'll go. But I think it's with Terry now at the helm. I
hope not everybody teams up now.
Yeah, like I want Tory to stay in there. I want her to be the nuance in Cobra Kai. You know, like
I
don't know.
But as much as I would. Do that Spider-Man gif. And now I'm going to provide some context. Just before I say my point, because I forgot to mention this earlier, Brown, can you hold up your pad, please?
Yeah.
That's her notes.
That's all you need.
That's all you need.
What we need for this stream.
No.
That's all you need.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
A whole notebook full of notes, and you're just like.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I missed the discussion about Eli and Hawk, but yeah.
Have the floor.
Yeah,
take it. Yeah, go ahead.
We've been bouncing back and forth between characters anyway. Go for it.
Yeah.
Okay, but first, I agree with you, Juliana. You know that. So everything Juliana said. Yes, I think you said everything that I should have said.
We're on the same page.
I expected so much about to see Hawks or Eli's development this season, and I honestly became a little bit disappointed by watching the season, especially in the middle of the season when I realized that there's not enough time anymore to show me everything that I wanted to see. And especially, I was disappointed about the mid-season final this season as well.
Didn't you mention to me last week that you thought that the scene where Hawk gets his mohawk shaven off, didn't you mention that you wanted that to be a bit darker?
Yeah, absolutely. It was, it was off screen, and it was just like, oh, okay, we wanted to do that as well. Oh, let's do it, and then it was over. And I think I didn't need to see this Daniel Johnny fight, to be honest. It was too long for me in this episode. I want to see Hawk, and I want to see him suffering.
I mean,
I agree.
I don't need
more invested in that.
They should have saved that for the end of the show as like the final moment, and they never answer who wins, like the Rocky 3 thing.
Yeah, that would be great. Yes,
so much on that. The scene where Eli's getting his fork shaved, I was like, you could really make that darker. You could really make it like a horror movie. You know, it's a horrible experience.
It should have been like when he broke Dimitri's arm. So that would have been fit so much better.
And I think because of the no fighting till the tournament rules, it really limited what the kids could do to each other. Like that, the whole of episode 4,
I
whole
think they brought
party
that in
thing.
too early. They brought that in.
Yeah, they did. I feel
I
like
really wanted to see them fight.
Hawk got hurt. That's when
I
they should
feel
have.
like exactly after something bad happens, they put in
After
that rule
mid-season.
because to me it felt like the whole party, kids party stuff between Sam and Tori, the whole baseball field stuff, all of that in episode 4 was just. It was like I was thinking, oh, am I watching the same show as like, you know, the laser tag fight from last season? Is this the same show?
It was like a kids show. I felt a little bit like, okay, maybe I'm too old for this shit. I don't know. It was
I mean,
I feel so insecure right now.
Sorry. No. I'm sorry.
20 pages of notes just gone. Out the window. I'm done. I had nothing to live for anymore.
I meant just...
This ends tonight.
This will never be over, Alex. You hear me?
This ends tonight.
Watch your back. No, I'm so sorry. I just mean this kind of scenes. Just these little moments.
They felt very petty.
I felt a little. The whole season felt a little bit static to me because of this rule that they were not allowed to do anything to each other. That it missed opportunities.
They brought it in way too early. They brought it in way too early.
Yeah, they did. I would have preferred it after episode 4. Yeah, after episode 4.
Into episode 5 into episode 6, because then you have what happens to Hawk. You have it like a really horrifying moment. Maybe Kenny gets hurt in the fight over there, so that gives Robbie the motivation.
Yes.
For him.
Yeah, stuff like that.
So much more they could have done. Like Robbie gets the motivation for Kenny. Hawk gets his mohawk shaved. Like you could have had a really all-out fight at the back of the movie thing with like all 3 of the dojos. But
I would have loved that.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be so good, man.
And as well, like I feel like the fact that Hawk was a traitor to the Cobra Kais is overlooked by the whole Robbie Kenny Hawk thing. Like the other Cobras were there to get Hawk back for betraying them in the house fight. I feel like that was it was touched on a little bit, but
yeah,
you know, I felt like I thought that they were really gonna like F him up.
Right. I would have loved to seen his mom's reaction. That would have been dark. Him walking in, taking off suit, and his mom sees it, or like something where you see the kids leave the tattoo shop, and Hawk is just there, and he like, we don't see his we don't see his full head yet, but we see like him grab his purple hair and maybe like clenches it in his hands or something like that.
Oh my gosh.
And then that's when maybe yes. Oh, there we go, man. And then like Robbie takes one last look at Hawk, and he like smiles, but then that smile kind of
because you
disappears.
don't see Hawk. You maybe just see the
Alex.
hand.
Yeah,
holding,
right there.
Holding the tip of the hair like that. And a shot of Robbie cut to black.
Oh. Yeah, like you don't see Hawk, but you know it's Hawk. You don't see Hawk, but you know it's Hawk from his tattoo, and we see it from his back. And he's just
exactly
like
what I would have done.
Yeah, and then Robbie leaves. He gives a smirk. Yeah, but
so that. And I really did like the reaction of the senseis. It was the whole season. It was just like, okay, we have 2 interesting students, Robbie and Sam, and Miguel a little bit. It was like, I think the senseis didn't make a good job on Hawk. I was so excited to see a Daniel Hawk situation, a conversation, Miyagi-Do conversation, and also Johnny made him this Hawk guy, and I missed the conversation about it. To say to reflect the whole situation, I think it was they didn't care about this student, and I felt disappointed about it. And also after he came back with a shaved head, and it was just like, oh, okay. It was like they didn't care. They just cared about themselves and their rival.
Yeah, I mean, we love Johnny and Daniel's like rivalry
And that
and
was
bickering.
how it was.
3 seasons of it. Like,
I wasn't interested into. I wasn't interested to see that anymore, to be honest. So,
No,
but
no, you're right. That's why I said this season needs to bury that, because I mean, as much as Johnny and Daniel will always be bickering, can we bury the Lawrence and the Russo thing now? Because like, it's gone on like long enough now. Like, I mean, let's bury it. And because of them not burying it beforehand, this whole season, it felt like again that urgency wasn't there. And Alex, I'm sorry, that right there is a mid-season. You have Hawk holding the purple hair in his hands, Robbie smiling. That makes Robbie's arc even better. Hawk's arc even better.
Makes Robbie's arc darker. It makes Hawk's arc darker. It makes the whole urgency of the tournament.
And then no fight until the tournament. After that, and after an all-out war like that.
Yeah, that would have been so great.
Oh, I love that. Oof.
And Daniel and Johnny would realize that these kids need them both.
Yeah.
After that,
bickering.
And all of the kids, not just Sam.
Yeah, not just specifically Miguel and Sam, but all of them. You know, everyone.
Everyone.
Not to mention the buddy. I mean, shout out to Bert getting a point in the All Valley, but you know, it's. But it's just like, I mean,
a lot of opportunities. I don't want to say just negative things. Of course, I had fun with the season, but after the season, I was a little bit like, okay, I really don't know how to feel about
going
it.
Forward.
It was like a little bit. I had a Cobra Kai hangover. In a way, I don't know.
Yeah, that's the thing. It was filled with very good moments, but it felt like they were just teased. You know, they were like dangled in front of us, and we didn't get enough of it.
I think every single episode this season, and even character arcs and everything, went 70% of the way. When they could have gone 100%, or even just 80%. Like they were at 70%, and they just needed to just go just a little bit further, and they didn't. And it's. I mean, I don't know. I think season 3, either that season set the bar so high, or that season just was how it should have happened and played out. But
I actually thought that the point in the story at the start of season 4 would be the most interesting out of all 4 seasons. But it turns out season 3, the aftermath of the school fight, was actually more
interesting.
And I'm worried now.
The whole Karate Kid mythology is built around the All Valley.
Exactly, and now I'm kind of concerned that in season 5, am I echoing?
Yeah,
a little bit. We got an echo.
I'm concerned that in season 5 now, Anthony and Kenny, that whole thing's going to come even more to the forefront, and our characters that we've known since day one are going to get sidelined even more, and I really hope that doesn't
I would have personally saved that story arc for later on, or for a spin-off or something, but
yeah, that's what I think.
They've done it like right now, and I think it's as much as Anthony and Kenny are cool, I feel like it's a double edge, because now it's taken away from Eli a little bit. There's more it could have done for Robbie, and there's less attention that's been given to like Miguel or other characters that we need to really get behind this season.
Yeah, I feel like for this many characters, the screen time is quite short. So if we are going to deal with more characters in depth, then we would need longer episodes or more episodes.
Yes, I agree. I had the same feeling. It were just too many characters now, and so they lost the focus on the characters we already love and we wanted to see.
That was a concern of mine going into this season, that they have so many fighters. How are they going to balance it? And then they're adding more. I'm like, Jesus, like, want any more in there? And then there's going to be even more next season, because we've basically got all of, like, let's just say it plays out like this. You've got Tori on her path to redemption. You've got Robbie who's come home. So you need some more fighters for that side of the fence. And no one that's on this side is going to go over there. So it's going to be even more new characters. It's going to be like,
Yeah, the fact though that they tried so hard to make me care about this Anthony character that I've barely cared about for the past 3 seasons. Like, it's funny, going into season 4, when we first got the first few images released of season 4, I was really excited about the conversation that Anthony and Daniel were going to have, but it just felt like they were actually throwing it too much in my face, like trying extra hard to make me care about this kid when really I didn't, or he should have just been brought in more slowly. It just felt like way too soon. It just happened way too soon.
Yeah, because I mean the seeds have been there throughout the whole like last few seasons, but the transition of it is he's gone from literally like one scene last season to now full on episodes. It's like that's not how you do it. You do it one scene, few more scenes the next season, and then you elevate them up to a couple episodes here and there. But then they just kind of jump straight in there with it. I mean, the show has always kind of had that sort of thing where the episodes are a bit rushed or whatever. But I think the way it's the reason it's worked before is because even though there may be elements that are rushed, there wasn't as many characters, so you could spend more time with people. But with the amount of characters now, you get less time with them because it's stretched like so thin. Like it's like this is like season 1, like us 5, right? And then all of a sudden, season 2, we upgrade to 10 because I mean they added Chris and Mitch in season 2, and it may just be 2 side characters, and Tory, but that's another 3 characters, and Chris as well. That's another 4 characters that you've got to give story to. And then in season 3,
and Stingray.
On Stingray. And then in season 3, I think why it benefited was even though you had Chosen, Ali, and Kumiko coming back, it was still a focus on the characters from the start. But then season 4, it was like, here's another 5 people. And then it's just like, whoa, portion it out. Got to spend a bit of time with everyone.
At first, I was very excited to see Kenny, and I really liked the idea that Anthony LaRusso was a bully, and I was like, oh my gosh, that's so cool. I didn't expected that, but after a while, I was like, okay, why do they show me these characters all the time? Where's Hawk?
Yeah, exactly.
Where's Robbie?
I want from the show, and you just pull up the thing, you're like,
yeah, I was like, okay.
It's like, can we have Hawk, please?
Yeah, that's how I felt in the second episode of the season. I loved how they introduced Kenny and the bullying.
Yeah.
And then later on, I was thinking, okay.
The tone that they had at the end of episode 2, they should have kept that going. That was good. But it just kind of simmered down. Like it went up, and then it went down, and then it went up again. And then you think I broke your heart, you broke my heart, and then it went back down, and then right up here again. It's just like... the tone is just all over the gap. But,
and let's swim in the pool.
I knew it as soon as that prom episode was a thing. I was like, there's gonna be some kind of, excuse my French, there's gonna be some kind of bullshit happening there. I was like, oh god, there's gonna be something. And lo and behold, they couldn't resist. And they didn't fight. They were just like lovey-dovey, staring and staring. And I was like, okay, maybe we're in the clear. And then Stingray's like, I have a party. I said, oh.
But
I don't even know if I can bring myself to talk about that.
And then they're looking at each other like this. And then Robbie and Sam are looking at each other like this. And then it's just like, oh, no. And then you get to the All Valley. That's not how you do it. It's something that really irritates me. That's not how you do it at all. That's like episode 7 or something. Episode 8, if you've got the final 2 episodes of the All Valley, you need to make sure that the characters in that episode before the All Valley are right. This is what we're going for. This is why we need to win, and this is what we're going to be achieving. But there was just like a missing episode in there. It was just like bang sudden. I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
We're here now. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, even when I was watching it like the second time with my family, my mum was next to me and she went, "What? Is that it? The tournament's happening now?"
Yeah, it was just so sudden. It was just like
something. Yeah, I had the feeling that we missed out on something.
I think the kids should have just had a night of fun. No bickering, no stupidness, no.
Where were the friendship moments?
Yeah, there should have just been moments. And there was a moment. Again, Robbie and Miguel were about to have a conversation. They were looking at each other like they wanted
to talk.
Deliberately. I was about to ask about that one because when they look at each other, I was like, are they about to fight or talk?
Yeah.
But
Miguel looked like sympathetic, and Robbie.
Yeah,
like
Miguel he has this look of sympathy because Robbie looks at him and he's just like he goes from this to to like that, just like a straighter face.
Yeah, they want to
Yeah,
talk. They
like
want
you
to see
regret that
it.
he's
Yeah,
been so pretty,
you
like
kinda
doing
see- you-
things before, like with the dance, and it's like, oh, really? Do I have to
Yeah.
do this? Why I'm
'Cause
doing this? Like,
You kind of see Tanner like kind of like move forward just a little bit, but then that's when Stingray
Yeah.
comes in. And I'm just
Stingray.
like, God damn it!
The guy that we really needed back.
I love that.
I have seen.
I mean, I love Stingray, but I think they should have either brought him back like earlier on when tensions wasn't as like. I think this is my problem with the season is there's not a clear like, and this is the filmmaker in me is it's not clear the tone of
Yeah.
each part. The first couple of episodes should have been right. We're here. This is new. Let's work together. That's when you get the comedy out of the way. That's when you do the fun, the jokes, and like, oh, ha, ha,
Yeah.
your style's different. Ah, wax on, wax off. Clean my car. And then a few episodes later, you transition to more of the dark stuff. You build it up to the climax halfway through, and then after it, into episode 6 and 7, that's when you have more of the. What was that? That's when you have more of the tone start to shift and the focus, and then the All Valley. But then it was kind of like,
Yeah. Like
The
I would have
fact that
preferred
they-
Stingray to come in earlier, like around like the
should have been
movie
way
drive-in.
earlier. Not,
Like
not
the
before
movie
the
drive-in,
All Valley.
he should have come in at like the drive-in or the movie.
Yeah.
That would have been the
They'd
best.
be like, oh, that would have been amazing. He's like, oh, you guys are here too? You know what I mean? Like something like that. But
Mm.
I
The
don't know.
fact
When
that
he
they-
showed up, I was like, what? Like what? I thought you were
Yeah,
like serving
I know.
time. Like what the hell?
But the fact that they spent the majority of episode 7 on Anthony, I just
Yeah,
thought, like,
yeah.
right before the prom, right before the tournament, I thought, really?
Yeah, I would have liked more
I
Hawk
don't
and Daniel for sure. That could have been a whole Eli and Daniel episode, you know, of just training.
Yeah.
I think Stingray just
But-
doesn't match the tonal shift of what I wanted from this show, if that makes sense. Like he just,
Because he can't.
I love
he can't
Stingray
join
as
the
a
tournament.
character.
He's like 30.
but it's just, I feel like they should have probably saved him for like next season or something, because they like,
Yeah.
you know, with everything that happens this season, they need some comedy next season because it'll be dark as hell. Like you've had 2 dark seasons back to back, like you need some comedy in there. But I feel like it just it disrupts the tone of everything this season, and that's been
Yeah.
my issue with it. Is this season didn't go all in as it should have.
Yeah, what's
Yeah.
interesting is in season 2, like, I mean, of course, I've never really liked Stingray that much, but he's written as a pathetic character. That's how he is. I mean, in season 2, I feel like I could tolerate him a lot more than I could in season 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I get that
'cause
he
of
was-
that tone from season 3 as well. Like I really
Yeah.
wanted them to keep going with that,
Me too.
but it just
Me too.
Yeah.
because this is the thing. There's comedy has always existed in this show, but I think season 3 balances it better. Season 4, it just felt like I was watching Thor Ragnarok. Like just every 2 seconds there's a joke. Like there's not enough time to really let things set in. Like there's so many great moments, like with Miguel and Johnny's conversation. I think in episode 7 was it? I think when they have that talk about Johnny
Yes.
not knowing what to do.
Yes.
There's
Yeah.
moments where, you know, Eli and Dimitri. I wanted more of that kind of stuff. Like I really wanted it to be a character kind of
Yes.
focused season, and it
Yeah.
was. But I just felt like it's been hyped up more than what it is because it's recent, you know, and because it's
Yeah.
the most recent season, it's now put as the best. And
Yeah.
I think I know it sounds like I'm ragging on the show, but I really do enjoy this season. I just feel like there's so
Yeah.
many
Me too.
opportunities that
Yeah,
they
and
could
the
have
thing
done
is,
more with.
and the thing is, like, you know, I know we've spent a lot of time, you know, looking at the negatives, but the thing is, if we weren't as invested as what we are, like if season 4 wasn't good at all, we wouldn't really even have something to talk about. So of course it's
Yeah.
good, but we're just talking about how there were those good moments that were teased, and we just really wanted more of those. And I think, you know how, Jacob, you just said that you felt like you were watching Thor Ragnarok? I felt a lot like that in episode 6, Kicks Get Chicks, when Miguel and Johnny were on the hunt for some female students, and they had that whole baby oil scene and all of that. I actually cringed. Like, I know this is like Johnny's character, but the way they did it in seasons 1 to 3 to me just felt a lot more natural. In
Yeah.
season 4, it just felt like there were so many of those moments. It was like they were almost forcing the issue.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like
Yeah,
I
just
love
doing the
I
whole
love season
whole
4,
episode.
but yeah.
Yeah.
I like season.
Yeah,
I love
that's
season
much
4.
right.
I still like it, but
Yeah, me
for
too.
me,
Absolutely.
it is very much the Age of Ultron of the Avengers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's the kind of like
Good
this is
comparison.
good. This
Yeah,
is
good
good,
comparison.
but it ain't. It's not. This is good, but it's a good follow up.
Yeah,
but it's
this
not the
season
best.
does a lot of like seed planting for future seasons.
Yeah, it
And-
Which
sets
I
up
thought that
episode-
season 3 was
it's-
going to do that for season 4, though.
Yeah,
That's what
yeah.
I
season
thought.
And I
4
thought
sets
season
up season
5 would do that
5.
for
Yeah,
6.
Yeah.
But I don't mind that, but I feel like it's come at the expense of the All Valley.
yeah,
Like the All Valley is still epic, but if you know what I mean, like that build up, that intensity. So when you get to the All Valley, it's like, okay, like let's go. But it's not that. It's like, wait, All Valley? What? We're here already? What? Okay, let's go.
yeah.
You know, it's like it's weird. It's a weird transition, but still works. I just wish they could have followed through with it a little bit more.
Yeah.
But I'm a little bit worried that, like Juliana said, we thought about season 3 that they plant the seeds for season 4, and now we are thinking they plant the seeds for season 5. Now I'm a little bit worried about season 5, to be honest. Like you mentioned, it would be great. Tory and Daniel were talking. I thought the exactly same thing about Daniel and Hawk before I watched season 4. So I hope maybe if my expectations this time are a little bit lower, then maybe it could be a greater season 5 for me.
Mm.
But I love that show. I love that show so much. So I want to
Yeah.
make that show the greatest
Yeah.
of all time. So please.
Yeah, and I
Still
mean,
an
look,
amazing
season
show,
three is not perfect as well. I mean, the first time I watched it, I
Oh, yeah.
actually thought there were a few pacing issues with that too. There are a few scenes that I actually
Mhm.
thought were even unnecessary, but as a whole, it just had a tone that I really enjoyed.
Yeah.
So
And I'll say this to back myself up: like my favorite character was absent in at least 2 episodes that season, but
yeah,
I still
Robbie,
prefer the flow of that season because because it flows better. But it's just I don't know. I think it's my critique of it is it's more of the filmmaker in me where it's just not creatively what I would have done. Like I really
Yeah.
like when stories. It's like Revenge of the Sith. You take a movie like that, and then I mean, actually that's not a good example. There's lines in there that are a bit cringe. But the tone of the movie is pretty much consistent. But then you put Stingray like I don't know, right in the middle of it somewhere. But there was a good point that was brought up earlier on, where Stingray being brought in was important for Silver to beat someone up. So that's a good point. They turn into the Joker over there. But you know, I think it just comes down to, hey, you know, they've only got X amount of episodes to get X amount of stuff in, and you know, they did the best that they could with the balancing of it. But I felt like some things were more expendable than others. But
yeah.
you know,
I mean,
it's
and
just personal opinion.
they do really well because the timing of each episode is, you know, significantly shorter. They do fit a lot in. You know, the writers are really good at being concise a lot of the time, so I have to give that to them as well.
Yes,
Yeah.
to talk a little bit more positive, I really liked the Tory arc. That was
Me
something
too.
I really waited for. That she become her moment to shine, and I really liked her this season. I liked the relationship between Tory and Amanda, and I felt so sorry for her that she found out in the end that it was not the right winner. It's just another kick in her face.
Yeah, that's very heartbreaking to see.
Mm.
Because
And
she
she-
really earned it.
I really like to see Peytonless smile and everything. I think it was the first time we actually saw
Yeah,
Tory
that's so
and
true.
proud, and we saw her vulnerable side and her just it was so wonderful to see her in this mood, and then it was just like, oh, why? that was heartbreaking. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Much more nuance.
Yes.
Mm.
Just an
Really
excuse for me to say that phrase.
Only thing I would have liked is with the Tory and Amanda arc is, you know, when Tory and Amanda are sitting in the kitchen and Sam comes in, she's like, well, what the hell are you doing here? You know, that reaction is perfectly justified.
Yeah, that's
and I
justified.
think
Like, you got someone that tried to take your
Yeah.
face off sitting in your yard.
exactly. And to be honest with you, I think that I would have really liked an actual conversation between Amanda and Sam about
And Tori,
why
Oh,
Amanda is
that would be good.
helping
Yeah.
Tori, because
Just to
Sam,
give some
she's like,
perspective.
oh yeah, she told us some sub story, but she doesn't actually really understand Tori the way Amanda is now coming to understand her. And I feel like they really needed a good mother-daughter conversation about that, and we didn't get that. So I'm like, well, no wonder Sam's an angry pants.
Yeah.
Angry
It's,
Yeah,
I mean,
totally.
honestly, like,
That's her
the
point.
Russo household, like, I mean, I don't know what they're doing over there, but Anthony is just, I don't know what he's doing.
Yeah.
And then Sam's just, feeling disillusioned. Man, the LaRusso household just ain't it right now. I'm team
No.
Lawrence all the way. Team
Yeah.
Johnny
I'm
all the way.
neither.
Same.
I'm neither.
You're neither.
No, neither. Not right now. Sorry. I'm Team
So-
Miguel, Team Eli, Team Robbie, Team Tori,
If
Team
you
Sam,
had to choose out of
Team
the adults.
Dimitri.
Out of the
I
adults.
can't.
You had to choose.
No.
If you had to.
No.
Amanda.
No?
Amanda.
That's a fair answer. That's a fair answer. I'll accept
Amanda.
that's a fair one. That's a fair one.
None of
That's
the
a good
senseis. I'm sorry. No.
No, the Sensei failed this season.
choice. Ha 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 ha
Like
ha 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 ha. Secretly initiate. Yeah, I did. That's what I did. I initiated all the beef.
like I said before in the chat,
I see you there, Jimmy.
the Sensei, they were so bad. I'm sorry.
The only one that was good was Silver. Kreese was a dick. Johnny was just. Johnny was. I don't know. Johnny annoyed me the least. Daniel was just stuck in his way.
Right?
but
Johnny
That
was
was
just
so
himself,
annoying.
being
Oh, it's so
stubborn.
self-righteous, man.
I think
Yeah.
Johnny's like
Oh.
approach to his students is what rubbed me up the wrong way a little bit. It's the dismissal of Hawk. That's what gets to me. It's like, I mean, that's your student. That's your student.
Exactly.
Yes, and they
But
were
yeah.
just. I talked about it with Stuart in the chat. They remind me of just Pokemon trainers in the tournament. It's like,
Oh
just
my gosh.
fight. You don't That's are your students. You're responsible for them. And we'll yeah, you can fight, right? Yeah, okay. So please fight. Hello.
Johnny's
They
better
are
for parenting.
underage. And
Yeah, it was really
Yeah.
annoying seeing Daniel like so stuck in his ways. That was so annoying. Like when
I think they could have done that. They could have done that better because there's a reason for it. It's the PTSD element of everything that Silver put him through, and I think they could have done more to sort of really show why he is in that kind of way. And it's only when we get to the All Valley at the end that Jesus Christ, what a question! It's only when we get to the All Valley at the end where Daniel says, "I was, so afraid of disrespecting Mr. Miyagi's legacy." It's like, okay, now we see why he was
the
kind
context.
yeah. It would have just been nice to have had that threaded a bit more throughout the season. But I think that's probably just my only issue with the season as a whole is just, and I think we can put this probably under like missed opportunities and whatnot and the overall season thoughts is the trying to cram it all in. I think maybe an extra episode or two, I think probably would have benefited them.
100%. Because
Or
there's
at
too
least
much
gone
focus on like
to-
Kenny and Anthony. It was like they're
Or maybe
cool,
episodes
but, like,
longer.
Yeah, just at least 40 minutes. That's actually what I thought
Yeah.
they would
'Cause
have.
you can get a lot of story detail in about 5 minutes.
Oh yeah.
A hell of a lot.
Yeah, and they are doing very good in doing that.
Mm-hmm.
So they just needed a more
Absolutely.
time. Yeah, but I really love the season, and the writing is so on point. It's just it
Oh, yeah.
didn't go that way.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I think what we did see of the older teens, mostly except for Sam's cringy stuff, everything else I really enjoyed from what we did get of it. My main issue was just that there wasn't enough of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but
No,
what we
absolutely.
did see was really good.
Oh yeah. Like it's we live in a world nowadays where things are either a 10 out of 10 or it's shit. And it's like, you can't just say, no, I liked it. You know, I liked it. So you didn't like it. So you didn't love it. It's like, well, hang on. What? I liked it. I liked it. Calm down. So you didn't love it. Oh, calm down. Like,
Yeah, it's like that.
That's what everything's got to be now. You either
Yeah.
really love it or it's like, oh, no, it's just shit. It's fucking shit. It's like, well, no, you can just like a season. You know, that's how I feel with season 4. I just like it, you know? But if you were to ask me, would I rewatch, and this could tie into ranking the seasons, which season I'd probably want to watch the most, I'd say 3 or 1. Even 2. Like, I mean, I think 2 is heavily slept on. There are so many great the conversation between Tommy and Johnny, I mean, come on.
Man.
But I think season 1 for me, out of all of them, is probably probably my favorite in a way, because it's so simple. Like, it doesn't suffer from sequelitis, where because it's the next season they have to like step it up by doing something else. It's a great reintroduction to the world. It's bringing us back to a place that we've been before, but we don't know these characters. And then, you know, they have the All Valley in there, but it's not like a huge component. It's more of just there, just for history's sake. And then season 2 is like really getting to know who these characters are, and it's probably the most character development season out of the 4, and planting of the seeds. And then season 3 is following through with everything that happened in the school fight, and then taking the characters in a different direction for themselves and shaking things up. And then season 4 is about characters finding their identity and coming out the other side and deciding who they want to be. So there's still
I did like that.
Yeah, there's still a beautiful.
I really liked that theme this season.
But season 4 didn't felt on point as much as the first 3. I think the writing in the first 3 seasons were always I don't know how to say that, but it was always so it fitted so perfectly, you know. And I didn't felt that with season 4, to be honest. It was a little bit more. The writing felt a little bit more confused to me. I don't know if you understand what I want to say.
Yeah.
I think season 5 will probably be better.
I think actually
so
that
too.
point
Yeah.
in the story will be better. There's not going to be any no fighting until the tournament rules, you know? The dojos
Yeah,
can
I
go
think
at
that
each
was a
other
really
again.
big cripple. That was a really big cripple this season, and
Yeah,
it
that
limited
was
them from
annoying.
doing a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's just, as I said earlier, I think they brought that in way too early. I think you should have had it happen after Hawk loses his hair and after an all-out war, and then you bring that rule in, because then you're focused on the All Valley. Then we can build up the urgency for that. Like, that's just what I would have personally done. But if like in terms of like the seasons overall, I'd say probably 3, 1, and this is tough because that school fight is 2, 4, because it's that school fight. That school fight, it was hype. Like, I mean, it was hype. And then the moment between Tommy and Johnny, I mean, fuck, what a scene. But that's mostly my ranking. But it could go up or down depending on whatever. But what's your guys' rankings of the seasons?
Exactly the same.
Yeah, mine is definitely
Hawk.
3, 1, maybe a little bit of a gap, and then 2 and 4, I think.
Oh, there's a little bit of a gap.
Yeah, it's just that season 3 and season 1 I just love so much for 2 really different reasons. Season 3 I love because they really show the effects of the fallout of what happened at the end of season 2. And season 1, it was just so exciting to see how they would bring these characters back after 30 years. And because when I first started watching the show, I was there for Daniel and Johnny. I didn't know of the younger kids yet. I didn't start getting invested in their stories until later on. So season 1 will just always be, really special. And season 3, I think, was just a really good point in the show because it dealt with PTSD, getting back up when you're knocked down, seeing through Cobra Kai in the case of Hawk, all of those things. And there were still flaws. There were still some issues I had with it. But that point in the story, I think, for me, I just loved. And then, season 2 I liked. it was frustrating at times because there were so many misunderstandings between the characters, but it had a slightly better, well, a much better flow than season 4, I think. In saying that, though, in season 4, there were some character arcs that I preferred, like Eli's and Tori's. So, yeah. So, just overall, though, just because of the feel that I got from it and just the stakes, I would probably give season 2 the edge over season 4. Yeah, but the last few fights in the tournament in season 4 were so epic, though.
Oh yeah,
Absolutely.
Like I think if you take those fights out of the season, there's still a lot in there, but I think you lose a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. So mine is definitely 3, 1, 2, 4.
How about you, Alex?
I would have to say for me, I know it's going to be a little controversial. I think for me it's 3, 1, 4, 2, and I'll explain why. Season 3 is my favorite because it was just, I just loved that, you know, the idea that, you know, everyone, the school fight had consequences for everyone. You know what I mean? Robbie going to juvie, Miguel trying to learn. Yeah, Miguel trying to learn how to walk, and then you see Sam and Hawk take the front stage of their dojos. You know what I mean?
I love that.
The leaders of their own, and then you see, you know, Daniel go to Okinawa, and then meet Chosen, and then that whole thing, and then Johnny and, you know, trying to reform, you know, everything with Miguel, and then you see Robbie's downfall into Cobra Kai. It was just so like, it was just so. It was just overall just well done. You know what I mean? It just, season 3 felt very much like the, I don't know, just the Dark Knight to the whole trilogy. You know, it just felt very just a very good, you know, ending. And then season 1 used to be my least favorite, but then when I rewatched it like last month, I was like, man, this is just, what I loved the most about season 1 was not only the return of Johnny and Daniel, but also the idea of the bullied nerd goes to Cobra Kai while the delinquent skater goes to Miyagi-Do. I just loved that. I thought that was
such an interesting dynamic.
Even if Robbie wasn't Johnny's son, it was just so great seeing that the the bad boy, you know, the bad kid goes to Miyagi-Do, and the good kid goes to Cobra Kai. I thought that was interesting. And then for me, season 4 is my third favorite because I have my problems with it, but I do like the fact that people like Hawk and Tori, or Eli and Tori really got to take a shine, and then just seeing, you know, Miguel question what he was fighting for, and then Robbie just descending deeper into darkness, but then realizing, you know, what he's doing, and then just Silver's introduction was just amazing. You know what I mean?
Silver was a highlight for sure.
Yeah, he just fit that role on again like a glove, and the fact that he came out of retirement, the actor, just for this, I just love that. And season 2, I do like season 2. It's my least favorite, but I do like it. But for me, it was more of just, you know, I loved the thing with Tommy, and I loved the thing with, you know, how the whole summer, the rivalries between Miyagi-Do and Cobra Kai was building up, and the school fight, but season 2, the love drama just got a little bit too much for me.
Yeah, it's a bit heavy in season 2.
Yeah, or I was just like, oh man, like what are we doing? But the school fight, I mean, the school fight, I just love. I love that, you know, that school fight, and how, you know, some people are, you know, choose to do the opposite, with Miguel showing mercy and Robbie deciding not to show mercy, and just I just love that. I just love how it built up to such a good place, and then season 2 just brought all the characters back down. They have to start all over. So that's my ranking. 3, 1, 4, 2.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point. I loved the build-up between the two dojos in season 2, even though it was frustrating. You know, I could understand why it was happening. And one of my favorite episodes is that lull episode where you both see distinctly how different the two styles are.
Yeah.
And then I love how in the end, in the school fight, Miguel and Robbie had that reversal again. That was just really good.
Like everyone else, they were great in the school fight, but seeing, you know, these two people that barely even know each other, just duking it out. It was just like, God damn it! Like,
and taunting each other too.
And taunting each other.
Conversation with no drama, no one else around, no daddy issues, no women, just these two in a single room by themselves. The problem would be solved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, you can't cheat your way out of this one. Like that
I
move,
love it.
learn it from your dad. And it's like, she
Yeah.
doesn't love you, she loves me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
if we did have even just a slight conversation in season 4,
yeah.
that would
And
have actually elevated.
Again.
Yeah, and that school fight just gave you a taste of that, inner Cobra and Robbie. I was like, oh shit, like this guy's like,
Oh, hell yeah.
he's an
The
aggressive.
look on his face when he
Miyagi-Do.
booted Miguel, I was like, Jesus, naughty, you
Oh,
bad
yeah.
boy. Naughty, naughty.
Yeah.
I
Oh.
loved it. I
You
just
guys
loved
just-
I was
build-up.
rooting for him the
Up
whole
and-
season. As soon as he did that, I said, man, fuck you, Robbie. How
Yeah.
dare you put
It
Miguel
was
over?
an accident though.
Yeah.
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 like
Miguel
naughty.
woke up the Cobra in him,
Thank
so
God. Oh, that opening in season 3. Oh! Fucking- that opening was so good. That opening in season 3
Love
was
it.
so good when he wakes up. God.
I
Perfect.
loved it. Oh
yeah,
yeah.
the last few minutes of that first episode were
Oh
excellent.
man, that was
That
awesome.
was just
That dream sequence, Miguel is the best fighter
Yeah.
in the show.
Oh, that's
that dream
that's
sequence.
fine. Like that,
Yeah,
that
that guy,
dude's
I was
kicking
like-
everyone's ass.
I was like, oh shit, like
And this might be a
Oh,
hot
this-
take,
man.
but I actually think that's Miguel's best haircut.
Oh, him in season 3, or in
Yeah,
the dream
I think
sequence.
that's his best hair.
Me
I
too.
think that's his best.
Yeah, I liked his hair in season
And I know
4.
everyone's like,
Cool,
oh, the
but,
longer hair. It's like, I think he looks more badass with that season 3 cut. Like that season 3 cut was sick.
Me too.
I
I
think
felt like he
season-
embraced his Timothy Chalamet a little bit too much. Where I was like, okay, like let's just bring it back a little bit,
I think
Maybe
season
when it's
3
that season, you just shaves it off. Give him a
Right?
buzz cut.
Maybe they went after the wrong guy to cut the hair. Let me tell you. Yeah.
I think that season 3, like, the haircut just suits Miguel a lot more, whereas I feel like the longer hair suits Sholo a lot more.
Yeah.
Mm.
And I like Robbie's haircut too.
What do you
When he got shorter hair, I was like, finally, good.
Yeah.
Because if you
Yeah,
watch
get
the
rid of
school fight,
the Lord Fuckwa,
yeah, like in the school fight, every time they're fighting, you see Robbie like put it like throw his hair back and throw a punch. I'm like, oh my
No,
god.
especially in the She Doesn't Love You, She Loves Me bit. Look, it's literally like, I'm not going to take
It's down here, and then he like throws it up, and then I was like, oh my gosh, like
It just waves around like a big curtain, just
yeah,
like a long like that.
yeah. Because Miguel throws
funny.
a punch, and you see
Doing
Robbie
that.
like throw his hair back, and I was like, what?
I was like, just pull that off, just shave it off.
And then he
Put
did.
it
I
in
was like,
a
"Thank you."
bun or something. Just stop having it wave
the
around.
bun would be a bit-
Yeah.
Like in
Yeah.
season 1 at the tournament,
Yeah,
he had
the
it in
tournament.
fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now that was Tommy Oliver vibes right there. I was like,
Oh,
yeah.
I was just about to say it. Oh, you bastard. Oh, man.
Oh wow, a horse stings,
Yeah.
doesn't it?
Yeah. And
How
every
did
time
Miguel-
he wore green in this season, every time he wore green in season 4, I was like, oh, this guy's like,
I
this
mean,
is
they
Tommy
said the
Oliver
North
right
fight
here,
was
man.
inspired by Power Rangers. I mean, you got Tommy and Kimberly
100%.
right there. I mean,
But-
I'm like,
When he walks in with that
Yeah.
green jacket, I was like, ooh! And then when
I was
he,
like, oh,
yeah, and then he
The
sees
Green
Robbie to
Ranger,
talk
man.
to him. When he sees Johnny and he has like the green shirt with like the symbols on it, I was like, oh, shit.
I need to find out where
can't-
they got that shirt from because it has like the symbols and stuff.
Yeah,
on it.
I
was like,
want
"Man,
it,
that shirt
yeah.
looks sick.
I
love
actually
it.
loved the fact that he was wearing green a lot because it also
Me too.
symbolized that he really had allegiance to no one but himself.
Exactly.
that.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's his
Yes.
color.
Like
That's
Miyagi-Do was
the
blue,
thing.
And that
Cobra
was
Kai
so
was
perfect.
red, and Eagle Fang was red, but Robbie was green. He was in the middle.
Mm.
I love it. And then a
Yeah,
hawk
he's like
with
the only
purple
one really
too.
wearing green.
Yeah, and Hawk with purple.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I love that. Damn it, God, love the
And
show.
Bobby was Slytherin for sure.
Yes.
Oh,
he
and,
was 100% so.
Someone said to me in one of my videos that to not read too much into what they're wearing. I said, I mean, it's actually a thing with films and TV. Like what they're wearing reflects what the characters are feeling because they.
Oh, yeah.
That's why they have a whole costume department.
the
but
costume
then also
designer did say something
The
about that
creators
too.
have said a million
Yeah.
times that the characters, especially if you look at the season 3 finale, all the characters are either light or dark, like they're blue
That's
or
very
red,
true.
blue or red, gray or pink,
Yeah.
like they're like opposite kind of colors.
Yeah,
if
I
that
have a
makes
thing
sense.
to say about that. In season 1, when Robbie and Miguel meet at the beach, Robbie's wearing blue, and Miguel's wearing red. And then in
Yeah.
the when they meet up, when Miguel hands them the medal, Robbie's wearing blue, Miguel's wearing red. In the school fight, Miguel's wearing red, Robbie's wearing blue. When they meet up in
Yes.
episode 8 to talk at the Miyagi Dojo, Robbie's wearing blue, but he has a little bit of black, and then Miguel's wearing yellow to symbolize that he's not Cobra Kai anymore. He's more Eagle Fang. I was like, fucking yeah.
Ooh, and they were both wearing denim,
yeah,
weren't they?
it's a-
Season
Yes,
4.
I'm telling you,
Yeah.
pay
And then-
attention.
yeah.
Pay attention to the colors,
That's
man.
true.
They
Yeah.
do a great job.
Yeah.
And then Hawk in the beginning, in season 4 he's wearing red, but then he goes back a little bit and he goes to a more cooler hue of purple.
Like they use
Yeah,
colors.
and then it converts to like grayscale and then full on white. Like it's just. Oh,
And
you
then-
see the little things about this
Yeah,
show.
and then when he sees Johnny,
good.
he's not wearing green anymore. He's wearing red, but he has a yellow over it to symbolize that he doesn't know what to do if he's still in Cobra Kai or not.
Yeah, he's tossing
that
and
inner
turning.
conflict.
And
Yeah, man.
I mean,
they know
he
how
did
to
say
do
he
it.
would make his ultimate choice, so I think it's a given. He's come home.
Yeah, is he still in Cobra Kai or what? I didn't.
That will be interesting. I mean, the Robbie is a spy theories might hold weight now. If you know, because the Hawk was a spy once.
Yeah.
That might hold weight if Robbie. Yeah.
Because I was like, wait a minute.
I actually think that if Robbie goes with Johnny to Mexico, I feel like he's going to reach out to
that.
Hawk and try and, get Hawk to try and help Kenny out of
I mean,
Cobra
hey,
Kai.
he did say I had no idea what a father-son trip looked like, so I had to use my imagination. He's like, okay,
Oh,
how
I
about
love
a
that.
father-son trip to get your other brother? Let's go.
Oh, I love that. Yes, I love that. I was like, oh man, like their whole Robbie and Miguel this season too. Like when they were talking and like it felt like they were building. It felt like they kind of faked this out. They were building up to a rematch between them, but in the finale they did a switch where it was Hawk versus Robbie. But like this season just built up that these two are either going to rematch again or they're going to team up. And I think they're going more to the whole team up route. Like when these dudes team up, man, god damn it.
Yeah.
Oh, life is good.
Like if Robbie joins Eagle Fang, like no disrespect to everyone, but if he does, you don't really need anyone else. You just need Robbie and Miguel.
You don't need anyone else.
You just need them two in that dojo, and that's it.
I mean, Robbie by himself took on Miguel and Hawk alone before. It's
with one hand. Yeah.
With one hand. So
yeah.
it's
you just when they were talking to each other, I was like, oh my god, when he said that the whole you remember what happened the last time we fought? I was like, you're really.
I was like, that's sharp.
That wasn't necessary. Yeah.
That put a bad taste in my mouth. But I was like, Robbie really out here like trying to rub it into his brother's face, man. Like, come on, dude. You guys are gonna be
that's as I was saying to the Kings the other day. Fast forward to the end of this show when you have like a full-on Dominic Toretto barbecue going on, and you've got all of them sat round the table, the stepbrothers, Miguel and Robbie. You've got the stepsisters, Tori and Sam. You got Kreese cutting the turkey, and then you have someone giving a big speech of. So, how did you two meet? Well, I kicked him over a railing after we had love drama. She tried taking her face off. Like, you should get Louis to basically just narrate the whole thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like when the prom, when they were taking pictures for the prom, and you have Miguel's family and Sam's family, I was like, "There's only one person missing, man. There's only one person missing. That's Robbie. God damn it, stupid." But
I know.
But yeah, I don't know. And then when he said to Miguel of the, he's like, "You think my dad cares about you? He's only trying to make up for me." I was like, Robbie really out here trying to disrespect his future stepbrother, man.
And
like,
I mean,
dude.
But to be honest with you, he was kind of true. Like,
it was
then
true.
Seconds later, when Johnny's drunk, he's kind of like babbling on about the truth about how he wants to be a better father to Robbie.
That broke me, man.
Oh,
the look
my
on
God.
Miguel's face,
Very
man, I
bad
was like,
timing
man.
for that
Me
to
too.
say.
But
Best scene in that episode.
And then they show respect. Well, they don't show respect, but when Miguel's fighting that one opponent and Robbie looks at him and he kind of nods a little bit. I was like,
I noticed that.
I want to talk again. It's like, stop teasing it, right?
it.
Just have them talk. You know what they're gonna do when Johnny and Miguel go to Mexico, right? What they're gonna do is they're gonna have instances, moments where Miguel and Robbie are gonna talk, and something interrupts them, and something gets in the way, and then by eventually episode 5, finally. They'll have a conversation. Just them two. Get Johnny out of there for a minute or two.
I wonder if they'll be put into a situation where they kind of have to fight in Mexico and actually team up, or they even talk, and then later on they're like sitting on the steps or something, and then they talk about it.
Yeah,
I think Johnny and Robbie are both going to be looking for Miguel. I think Johnny might get separated for one reason or another. And
Robbie finds
maybe they
him
split
first.
up, and Robbie's going to be the one that finds him first. And that's where you get the fucking team up.
Like,
and then after they
Yeah.
beat the crap out of them, there's the bodies lying on the floor, and they're just sat there drinking like a, I don't know, Mexican beer. And they're like, so, yeah.
Except Robbie doesn't drink, but you know.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Doesn't need to drink to pretend to be cool.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like, picture this, like season 5, episode 1, like Johnny goes to see Daniel, right? And he tells him that he's gonna go look for Robbie or Johnny. He's like, Daniel's like, well, aren't you gonna need help for that? He's like, oh, I got help. Robbie walks in, and they're like, oh shit. And then Robbie can, then apologize for what he did, and then they could go, tell Johnny goes to tell Carmen that, hey, I'm gonna go look for Miguel. Robbie walks in, and then Robbie walks up to Carmen. He's like, we'll find your son. Like, God damn it, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, because Robbie's in the headspace now. He's gonna want to make it right. It's the way that it's broken him. I think he's gonna want to make up for everything.
Yeah.
So
I want to see Robbie and
redemption
Carmen
now.
talk. I want to see Robbie and Carmen talk. They've never talked before.
Yes.
I wonder if Carmen would be like, "Oh, you almost killed my son," or would she like feel for Robbie a little bit? Could she be the Amanda to Miguel and Robbie?
I think she might be more sympathetic.
I think she, like, when she saw Shannon, she wasn't like what your son did or anything else.
Yeah.
She was like, she was
like,
very
"Oh."
kind to her as well. So I don't think she holds any grudge against Robbie. So it's
Just,
I always thought that Carmen always kind of looked at the school fight as, the more of the Sensei's fault than the students. I don't
100%
actually
their
think
fault.
she entirely blames Robbie for it
yeah.
because he's just a kid.
Yeah.
Mm.
Like
Yeah.
it was there. Like Robbie was trying to break up the school fight, and Robbie has a point when he tells Johnny, I tried to stop it. Miguel attacked me. I was like, oh shit, he's kind of like, he's not
Yeah.
He's
wrong.
right.
I mean,
Yeah,
Yeah.
they
exactly.
tried to stop it, but Miguel came in as usual between these two, last moment, and then just.
And it's not like, I know like Miguel saw it as something else through his different perspective, but it's not like he just pulled him away. Like he pulled him away, and then as soon as he pulls him away, he goes whack, like trying to bloody clobber him. Like it's of course anyone's gonna like retaliate and start fighting back when you.
I would
do stuff
too. I'd be
that.
like, what the hell?
yeah, of
Yeah.
course.
What the
Yeah,
hell?
It's
exactly.
a very normal, a very human reaction.
It's just, I just felt like they were setting up that these two will be on the same page with their father. Oh
Yeah.
God, I
They
can't.
have something in common now.
Please.
Like,
Like,
yeah, Robbie
if
can
they
have
ever
it.
team up, like in season, it could be in season
R.I.P.
6.
to whoever Silver brings in. If you've got them two on the same team, I mean,
Yeah.
it's probably why they've milked it for this long. It's like, I mean,
You kind of need people like Sean on the other side, otherwise there's
That's what I was
literally
gonna
no
say,
hope for
yeah.
Cobra Kai, seriously.
Yeah, like could you imagine a Sean versus Miguel and Robbie? That's a fight I'd want to see. That's 100%
True.
a fight I'd
but
I
want.
kinda
would
wanna
be
see
all-
Sean
that would be all
versus Hawk.
contingent on what happens with Kenny.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I
Yeah.
actually hope that while Johnny, Robbie, and Miguel are in Mexico, if that's what they do, I really hope that maybe Hawk kind of tries to help Kenny. Maybe
That'd
Robbie
be
reaches out
great.
to Hawk or
Yeah.
something,
That'd be
because
great.
like I really see Kenny as like a young version of Hawk.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
'Cause, I mean,
Yeah.
Robbie will say, look, I'm going to be away now, so I don't want him to go wayward. Can you keep an eye on him for me? And then as Robbie's away, maybe Silver gets in his head more. Because it could go two ways. Sean could join Cobra Kai, but at the same time, I think he'll see through what Silver's doing and say, what the hell have you done to my brother?
Yeah. Like I would love Sean to join Cobra Kai, but like it would be kind of
He-
weird. Like this dude's a criminal. Like why is he?
he was such
jumping-
a thug in
a
season
dojo.
3, though.
Yeah,
I
it'd be
don't
weird to
know.
see him join a dojo. It'd be like, wait.
True,
you're
but
a-
I think that's
yeah.
mostly due to circumstance. I mean, the line where
That's
Kenny
true.
says that he was basically defending me, and he got he had to take the fall for the whole situation. It could go two ways. I mean, I could because I don't know.
Yeah.
Then you've got Kyler over there as well,
Mhm.
so you do need some more. But I think aside from Sean, there will be like new characters that. And when I say these new characters, I don't want them having any grey redeeming qualities whatsoever. I want them to be
Yes.
1980s black and white evil
Bad.
characters. Like we need some evil characters over there for our good guys to fight. So yeah, but I think there'll be a massive recruitment of like 10 plus students or whatever.
100%. Yeah.
Oh, well, if there's
More
more
characters.
dojos as well.
I think
They
there's
did do
Stingray.
the multiple dojos thing. They teased that at the end.
I want Stingray to have one.
Yeah, that'd be
Make
funny.
his sacrifice worth it.
If they're going to do
Fun.
something, just do that. Seriously. Give him something.
That'd be fucking jokes. He's like, all right, class, Sensei Emeritus is talking.
Oh God.
That would be jokes. And then Terry's coming in to like check up on him, and he's like, why did I give him a dojo? And he walks
Yeah.
in, and he does the Grandpa Simpson thing. He walks in, he's like, walks out. And then he
Oh,
goes to
God.
check on Mike.
I didn't understand a lot of Stingray's motivation. I was like, what does he want? Like, he can't join the dojo. It's under 18. This dude's like 38. Like, what is he expecting to get from all of this?
It's so pathetic.
It is. When he walks in, he's like, I'm here to kick some ass.
And there's only a couple
sir.
of them that recognize it because like Cobra Kai's been reformatted with different people.
Oh,
so it's only like
God.
the two OG
Yeah.
students
Oh, no.
and Priest. Silver
Yeah.
and Kyler are like,
Who the hell is this? Yeah.
who is this?
And when he looks at that
guy?
one kid, he's like, "How's your mom? You could have had a cool stepbrother or a stepdad." I was like, "Oh my god."
I'm like,
Oh, God.
Jesus.
Jesus, man. Go back to
How
go
I
back
met
to
your
where
mom.
you were. Yeah. It was just so. This guy, man. He's like, I'm back. I've served my time for the dojo. I was like, what are you talking about? What are you saying? Get a job. What are you doing?
How did you get in that house?
Like, why? I don't get it. I didn't get Stingray. I was like, what are you doing here? And like, how did he show up in the prom? Like, that was weird. I was like, how did you get in here? I was like,
Yeah,
what?
how did he get in?
What?
I have
Did
no
he just
idea.
know the guy and he said, I'm here to help at the bar? Like, did he
I'm
just,
here
like-
to kick some ass, sir. Like, okay. Like, okay, all right.
Exactly.
Jesus. I don't know. I just
I'm here
Stingray was
to
something else.
supervise the teenagers, sir, to make
Sir.
sure that they're drinking responsibly and safely, and not here to rejoin dojos.
Yeah.
Yes, because I was such a great security guard during the school fight.
100%. Yeah.
To be fair, he dealt with the situation quite well. Just
He
beat
did,
up a
but
load of
like,
kids.
I just don't get Stingray. Like, what is he doing with his
And
life?
then he
Like,
high fives Hawk.
Oh god.
Gosh, that was funny.
I don't know. Stingray is the definition of a man in a midlife crisis. You know, he has nothing better
An
to do than to
extreme
join
one.
a dojo. Like, oh, I might as well. Like, after getting out of prison, I better rejoin my dojo. You know, some people get
And
jobs.
the thing is, there are classes out there for like adults and stuff in these things,
Yeah.
but he wants to join a kids class.
It's like,
Like
what?
Stingray, just go to Google.
Just go
Yeah, but
to a class.
I mean, it
don't
worked for
think
Johnny.
Like, enroll for a job at Taco Bell before you rejoin your dojo or something. Like,
Get some. But like, how does he live in that house? This is the thing. Like, has his family just left it to him? Was there ever an explanation for that?
his sister. He's living with his sister.
That's right. That's
Yeah.
right. I'm
But at the
just
same
thinking,
time, like, if I was the sister, I'd be like, Raymond, what are you doing?
Get a
Like,
Yeah, I'd
job.
be like checking up on you, like, so how's your interviews going? Interviews? Yeah, for a job.
Yeah.
Oh, I've had a few things this month. I'll get more next month.
I don't get it.
Yeah,
I
I've
don't-
I
had
would
a
have
few
loved to
things.
seen
I've
Stingray.
been beat up by my sensei's friend, and I lied to the police, and I've rejoined Cobra
Well, that's
Kai.
another thing we like to the cops. Naughty.
But I don't
Oh,
think
that's right.
he's,
Yeah.
I don't think that he's in a midlife crisis. I think he's more kind of a person that never grown up. I more have the feeling that he never. I don't know. I think there is something with him that he wasn't able to connect with people in his age. Maybe he lost the connection to people in his age in his teenage years. Maybe he was
Maybe
bullied.
he was deprived of that experience.
Maybe he
Yeah.
was robbed of a good childhood. Who knows?
Yeah, I have more
Maybe.
like the feeling that he's not able to connect with people in his age because he's a little bit yeah, I don't know the word, but a little bit
Insecure.
insecure, and he's a little bit weird, maybe, you know what I mean? I don't have the right word, I think.
Mm,
I think
yeah.
that made him, yeah, it was impossible for him to connect. And I think he felt good with, or better with, younger people. Of course, it's weird in a way, but I think I think that it's very tragic about him that his need for fitting in
Acceptance.
this dojo so
Probably a
strong.
tragic backstory in there.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yes. I mean, he's what I think. What must a person feel that every person that lies to the police just to can go back into his
Yeah.
dojo? He must. This is everything he ever had in his life, I think.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those things, though, that they're not really going to go that deep with. I think he's just going to be the
No.
character that's there for when they need him.
He's the
Yeah.
comic relief
Yes, there's
character.
yeah.
Yeah, and he's the one there that can be used, you know, to serve like a purpose between two other characters. He's that pawn that was between Silver and Kreese.
I would have liked if his explanation for why he wants to join so bad is that maybe that when he was a kid, he was at the tournament where Johnny and Daniel fought. You know, maybe that could be
I would like
good
that.
explanation. Yeah, he was there.
Maybe he always
since
wanted
then.
to take part, but never got round to taking part.
Exactly.
Or never felt like he could.
Mhm.
Maybe he just
Is he
Because I
that
feel like
old?
the characters that have the most comedic elements to them are the ones that are often the most tragic underneath.
Yeah.
Maybe he was actually only a little kid at that time when Johnny and Daniel were.
Yeah, he was probably like
Teens,
6 or
yeah.
so.
Yeah.
Probably like 5 or 6, and was like, "Oh wow."
And maybe there's a
Yeah.
reason why he calls himself Stingray. Maybe it's not just that. Maybe it could be something like like in Guardians of the Galaxy, how his mum calls him My Little Star Lord.
Yeah, it could
He
have
could be
something
something like
to do
that.
with his childhood. Yeah.
Because he wears he comes in with like a leather jacket or whatever in season 2. And it's like maybe that was his dad was a part of a motorcycle gang or something, and his dad's
Maybe
name
his nickname was Stingray.
Exactly, and he takes on his dad's name or something like that. That'd be cool.
Or maybe he never felt like he was able to do that, and then he saw Hawk and he saw Cobra Kai, and he was like, "Oh well, now I feel like I can."
It's now my turn. My time to shine.
It basically affirms to him that it's acceptable for him to accept that he has those crazy tendencies and to embrace them.
Yeah.
I always had that he's a kind of a victim of anything. I don't know. Maybe maybe I think too much about it, but I have the feeling like he is there's something.
At the same time, he could be just a character that's literally just there to balance the humor out a little bit.
Well, yeah, that's what
Yeah,
I
I
reckon. I don't
guess.
think that he's that deep of a character. I think he's just there to serve another character's purpose or for a bit of comedic relief.
He's there to serve like the writers for when things are like really dark. Okay, here's Stingray just to lift the spirits a little bit.
For when they need like another extreme character just to pop in.
Yeah.
And, because they're all kind of extremes in the show, and he's just, another one of them.
Yeah, I agree, but I think he is a kind of a stereotype that is existing in the real world. You know what? So I think he's standing for something, and this season, like, he was beaten up close to death, wasn't that funny anymore. I think.
It was really sad seeing him being broken at the end, where he felt like he had no choice, and he
That's
wanted
true.
it so bad. I was like, oh man, like
I was
seeing
like,
how he.
give him a hug.
Yeah, he
like
was
seeing-
crying as well when he did lie to the cops.
Yeah, like seeing when he first appeared in season 2, he's like, "Hey, my name's Raymond. Like, I love."
That whole
Metallica
scene
too."
was like right out the Joker. Like it was like when Sil was like beating him up. I was like, Jesus.
I was like, dude,
This is
what the
horrible.
fuck?
What's
Well,
interesting though is I actually felt sorry for both Silver and Stingray in that
Thank you,
scene.
Priest.
In that scene, they were both
That
they were
was all
both
Kreese's
desperate.
fault.
That
I'm
was all
sorry.
Kreese's fault.
Yeah, in that scene, they were both desperate for something.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Kreese
That's the tragedy.
basically, inadvertently pushed Silver into that state and worse. It's Kreese's fault. As much as I feel bad for Kreese, it was a real dick this season.
I wasn't
Honestly,
expecting them to differ so much so soon.
Yeah, I was expecting it a bit later on.
Me too.
I wasn't either. I thought that maybe their betrayal, the cracks between their friendship would start to show maybe towards the end of season 4, but then going into season 5.
Me too.
Yeah, exactly. But at the same time, when they made the decision to bring Silver back as more of a nuanced, balanced character, I thought, okay, you know what, this might make sense. Because, but I think that it actually made sense for it to happen this soon, because I don't think Kreese could stand having someone else's lessons in Cobra Kai work, or have someone else's way of doing things.
I think Kreese's
work
thing with
better
Terry is he thinks
than his
that Terry
own.
is still his like second junior in
Because
Vietnam.
exactly,
Because
and
of that mindset, but Silver
Exactly.
isn't that. And I
And
think this was my concern with Karate Kid 3, is that in that movie, Silver's basically taken the driving seat, and Kreese takes a back seat. So I think this is him realizing, oh, right, I've misjudged this awfully.
yeah, exactly. And I think that, instead of treating Silver as a friend, he's guilt tripping him and he's gaslighting him, and he's brought him back you know, to get back at Johnny. You know, it's only in response to Johnny and Daniel teaming up. It wasn't. It was an afterthought. It wasn't thought of beforehand.
Because then he feels like he's been used. He's just like, okay, you just
told
brought
Mom
me.
to
It's
come.
not that we're friends or whatever. You brought me back to get back at Johnny. I mean, what does that say about our friendship?
Exactly. And at the end, when Silver said,
to fix the window. Can you close the door? Ugh.
at the end when Silver said, you know, how many times do I have to owe you before our debt is square? I actually do agree with him, because even though Kreese did save his life, you know, Kreese is
Can't
still
hold that
living on
over
that
him.
battlefield, and he's never going to leave. He's never going to move
No.
past that. You
And
know,
Terry moved on.
exactly. He grew from it.
Yeah.
And Kreese was still stuck in his ways. He's bitter, and he thinks that the world is always out to get him, and that's what he's really passing on to Tori, because he sees himself in her. And instead of, you know, kind of carrying on more of, you know, Betsy's sort of values and sort of outlook on life, he's kind of just got all of this bitterness inside of him. Yeah, exactly. It's all of that. And so I think, you know, I actually, in that last scene where Silver was kind of like doing that little Joker sort of move where he had like the glass of champagne and he was like doing that little, like little bow thing, I was actually like, good on you, because Kreese just really, you know, he treated him like he was
that Kreese had been
beneath him.
doing the whole show. I think Kreese was due some karma. You know?
And the really sad thing is, you know, after Kreese at the end of episode 7 and in episode 8, he was saying, you know, I told you not to question me, you know, I thought you knew better, blah, blah. And he really put him back in his place. Silver was like, oh, well, I've left this whole new life that I've created behind for this. So you know what? Now I'm going to do whatever it takes to win, even if that means fighting dirty and paying off the ref. You know, he felt like he didn't feel like he needed to do that before, but now that he doesn't, he's not able to do things his way. He's like, okay, well, I'm going to do whatever it takes.
And he was literally threatened by Kreese.
Exactly. But then when Silver does do what Kreese wanted and tries to get back at their enemies, Kreese is just like, oh, well, I thought you knew better not to question me just because it's Johnny. It's like Kreese makes up his own rules when it comes to his weakness.
The rules basically apply to, it's what, there's a lot of season 2 parallels in here where, you know, Johnny and Kreese struggled with that power dynamic, and then Silver and Kreese struggled. But it's like that thing where even though they won the tournament, Miguel and Hawk, they were punished at the front of the class for injuring Robbie. And then they're like, why take pity on Robbie Keane? Like, you had no problem with us hurting anyone else. But then the minute it's Robbie, oh, okay, now we've got to change the rules. Like that's basically that all over again. And I mean, Kreese was asking for it. I mean, it's a shame because he started to come around in the tournament and he started to realize, you know, I've been a real jerk the past 30 years.
He only did that though because of the people that he cares about in his inner circle. He wouldn't have done that for anyone else. Like when he said to Tori, let her do what she wants, I don't think he would have let anybody else except for maybe Robbie do what she did.
I think Tori's the only exception. It had to be Tori.
I like how Kreese this season he always drew the line in his dojo when it came to Robbie and Tori. You know, when Silver was giving Tori a hard time at the tournament, he was like, leave her alone, let her do what she wants. And how Kreese, you know, as manipulative as he was, he saw Robbie as his champion. I mean, he says it in the first one. He's like, it's not about the trophy, it's about you being a champion. And then he tells Johnny, he's like, you know, the only reason I had Robbie is because I wanted you. He flat out admits it. And he's like,
he does.
if you're not willing to take on Cobra Kai, maybe Robbie will do it for the both of us. You know what I mean? And it's like, you know,
this further reaffirms that it was all in the intention of getting Johnny.
Exactly.
Yeah,
it's just,
exactly.
He just wants what he couldn't have with Betsy. You know what I mean? And you know, it's sad.
Yeah,
but
and I think that's why he's, you know, he as well passes on those lessons of, you know, you've got to take your enemy down. You've got to eliminate them before they have the chance to strike back and hurt you. You know, the world's just out to get you. The world's an ugly place is because, you know, he can't stand the thought of, I think, kind people or, you know, goodness succeeding because he was so cheated out of having that with Betsy.
Yeah.
Like, look what happened to her. She was a good person, you know?
Yep.
So
I'm
it
glad
is
they
really
didn't do
tragic.
anything with that and ruin that. I'm kind of glad that they left that as like she died. That's that. She isn't just secretly alive out there somewhere. But
Yeah.
I think going into next season, this is a good transition point as well. Like for our hopes for season 5, we can start with it with Kreese, and where I feel like he's going to go next season is the level of guilt. Like that look on his face when he's in the car. I think it finally catches up to him what he's been doing. And, time away in the slammer is probably going to give him a sense of reflection of, man, I've been a real jerk to not just Johnny and the kids, but to my own best friend, my war buddy. And now
Yeah.
I've put him in a situation where he's turned on me. And I don't think I'm going to be able to fix this brotherhood. I think this, it's in a bad place.
He's got to take that responsibility because
sure.
it really was all his fault.
Yeah.
I need to see him like doing a wall run.
But Kreese is interesting because when he talked to Silver too, and Silver's like, we can't get revenge. He's like, what do you mean you can't get revenge? You weren't there when I saw Johnny Lawrence, my champion, walk in with a black eye. You know what I mean? It was like he was angry that someone hurt Johnny. You know what I mean? The only reason his quote unquote rivalry started with Miyagi is because Miyagi quote unquote hurt Johnny. And when he saw that, that's when he pushed Johnny to his limits, because he was like, there's a great deleted scene from season 3. Why did they delete it? Where he's talking to Robbie and he says like, he's like, why do you think your old man lost?
Protect your
like,
heart.
Oh. Yeah, he's like, because of the crane kick. He was like, no, like not a single kick in history could have taken down Johnny Lawrence in his prime. And he believed in Johnny. He still does believe in Johnny.
Mm-hmm.
And he says it was because he fell in love, and love was a weakness.
Yeah.
I guess love doesn't conquer all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, yeah. That's the thing as well. Like, I loved that scene because I found the script for it somewhere online, so I read it before I saw it, and I didn't realize that they actually filmed that scene. And so when I saw it, I was like, oh,
I love that
cool.
scene. I was like, oh, why did they take it out? Damn it.
So I think the only reason they took it out was for the pacing of the episode. I think because you get to that moment where Johnny's like, what happened? And then you don't know where Robbie is because he hasn't been brought up yet. He wasn't at the house fight. He was nowhere. And then he storms to the dojo. You're like, oh, that's where Robbie's going to be. Like, I think it was for that moment.
It worked.
And then you see Robbie and Nagi. You're like, oh, sugar, father versus son. But then but that scene in and of itself.
Yeah.
I mean, the Kreese kick where he's like, heist! It's just like...
I think they should have refilmed that and then put it in season 4. I think they should have refilmed it and then put it in season 4.
Would have worked.
I would have loved that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think well, the real test of whether Kreese actually changes his ways or not will actually not be with how he treats the people in his inner circle, like Tory, Robbie, and Johnny. I think the real test will actually be how he treats people outside of that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because he'll only treat people well if he cares about them. But the real test is whether he's actually going to change and be a kinder person to everybody else.
Yeah. Like he kind of, season 4 was kind of Kreese's wake up call. When he saw Silver talking to Tori, he's like, what are you doing? And then Kreese has that flashback of what he did to Johnny, you know what I mean? It woke him up, and he was like, let her do what I love that moment. He's like, let her do what she wants. I was like, oh, like maybe Kreese is realizing.
This is why I can't see him working with Johnny and Daniel instantaneously. I think it's something they'll build up to.
Yeah.
I think they'll do it, but not yet. I think they'll build up to it. I think first things first, like before Kreese even goes to them, I think Kreese is going to have a bit of a ruckus inside. But once he gets out, I think Kreese is going to basically get Kyler, Robbie, and Tori, and there's going to be a Cobra Kai civil war. Like I think that's going to be the first part, and then he'll realize, okay, that I can't do it. There's too many of you. Like I'm going to get swamped, and then begrudgingly, shamefully walk through Miyagi-Do's doors and say, "Hey, I need help."
I've stuffed up real bad.
Yeah. And it's not like he'll be buddy with them and and high-fiving each other and smacking each other with towels, but it'll be more of a business transaction. It'll be like, okay, we have a common enemy, we can work this out and whatever. But I think if there is any deaths to happen in the show, I think it's Silver and Kreese. I think then if you take one of them two out, you have to have them go out together, or you have to have the other one take them out. That's the only way.
You should have the both of them go out and then a flashback to them, grabbing the hands of the, like Cobra Kai never dies, and then, they make their exit,
But I don't know if Kreese will fully redeem. I don't know if I necessarily
I don't
really
want
want
him
him.
to.
He'll get
I don't want him to.
No,
Yeah.
he won't fully redeem. He'll get the Hollywood redemption, where his redemption is
The
more
Darth Vader kind of redemption. where he
Yeah,
dies.
it's done with an act of selflessness.
Sacrifice. Yeah.
But it's not like a Hawk redemption where he saves someone and then goes on a season-long winning arc, or Robbie where he spends the majority of the whole show basically making up for the shit he's done. Bad
Like
boy.
he's never gonna fully take responsibility for everything that he's done. He won't.
No.
Too damaged.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he'll redeem in a sense of working with them to beat the opposition, but it won't be like other redemptions.
But
The fact that he stuffed up so badly with Silver, though, it just makes this whole situation so much more tragic.
Yeah.
Yeah. He basically inevitably created the thing that he wanted to avoid.
Yeah. Like, but what does that mean though for Silver? You know what I mean? When he says, what was it? What he said? I'll bring back people from Cobra Kai to help. I know Mike Barnes, but at the same time, will him and Mike Barnes get on, or will Mike Barnes?
Yeah.
I think before season 4, I would have said no, because after Karate Kid 3, they would have fell out hard.
I was the
But
same.
when you are reintroduced to Silver at the beginning of season 4, he's changed. So I think I wouldn't be surprised if they still had a falling out, but maybe Silver reached out to him as part of his therapy and recovering to say, hey, and then they bury the hatchet and that's that. It can work now, but I think even then, like if we take it all into account, so not including the kids, you've got Johnny, Daniel, Chosen, and Kreese potentially up against Silver and Mike. Like I think they still need some more over there, if you know what I mean. As much as I love Silver and Mike, maybe another Sensei or two just to balance the Sensei scales out a little bit. But
or you take Kreese out of the equation and just have him go on his own sort of journey for a bit.
Could do that.
Yeah.
But I think I think once they come back from Mexico, though, I think Johnny will have a target on his back. I think as soon as he comes back.
What did Silver mean by that when he said, "I'll take care of Lawrence too"? Like
nothing good.
Yeah,
nothing good.
But I was like, what is he like? Does he mean like he's gonna make his life a living hell? Because he didn't say LaRusso. He said Lawrence. I'll take care of Lawrence too.
What's interesting is I actually think that he genuinely thought that what he did to Daniel during Karate Kid 3 was actually insane. I think that he actually has more of a motivation to go after Johnny than Daniel because he is Kreese's weakness.
Personal.
And Kreese screwed him over. It's a lot more personal. I actually don't think he really cares about Daniel much anymore.
Daniel
that they
out
would
of
have
pettiness
explored
and out
that,
of spite, but I think it's because he had like a brotherhood bond with Kreese, and he's now it's like that Miguel Robbie thing, but this time with the adults, but worse.
Yeah.
And Silver's like, you didn't care about me, you just cared about him. Okay, all right, I'm gonna make you watch as I take him from you.
And the thing is, it's exactly like that because in Karate Kid 3, Silver did what he did to Daniel as a favor to Kreese. Now he's gonna go after Johnny to get at Kreese. So
and this is why it's the perfect time to bring Robbie and Miguel together because look, I think Johnny from this point on, I think he's gonna need both of them because I think the level of villain that is now introduced in the show, like he was already a villain in season 4, just by story writing, whatever. But where he's at now mentally, I'd say he's even worse than Karate Kid 3. Like there is no limit to what he will do. I was going to talk
about that. Yeah,
I think he's going to do a lot of stuff, and I think as soon as they get back from Mexico, there's going to be Operation Cleanup because I think Silver's just going to basically run riot through everything. But then once Johnny comes back, I could see him getting hurt.
I could honestly see it of like once Johnny gets back.
Maybe that's how you have a fight between Mike and Johnny.
Maybe, that'd be great. Like, what if like
a lot
Johnny
of people have wanted to see that actually. Like for years and years, I've seen people say who would win in a fight.
The OG bad boys.
Maybe. Like, could you imagine if Johnny comes back from Mexico with Miguel and Robbie united, and then Terry says, "Now that you're back, it's open season on you and them," and he points to both Miguel and Robbie.
Dude.
That would set him off because he already doesn't like Kreese or Silver. Once he found out that Silver tried to coerce Robbie, he walked in there with a freaking crowbar. You know what I mean? He was. beat the shit out of Silver.
Oh, he pulled up with the leather jacket and the crowbar. He was ready to throw down.
Oh yeah.
He didn't care. But I think that could be a problem for him. Is Silver will use that against him.
But with Mike Barnes too, like I don't know if that would really shake up Daniel as much. I mean, with Silver coming back,
no, I think it would unnerve Daniel because I mean, when Amanda says, "Have you got any more?" He's like, "Well, not yet."
Well.
I think if Mike comes, I think if Mike comes, you know what Daniel's going to do? He's going to go, "Oh, well, at least I've got the set now."
Yeah,
I think that's all it'll be.
With Mike Barnes, it'll just be oh god, just another.
Like, here we go again.
Because I thought that in season 4, Daniel's maybe PTSD might come to the forefront a bit more. Or maybe he has some flashbacks regarding Silver, but it seems to me like that they're kind of like done with that now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like with
it'd be
Barnes
funny if
coming back, it'll just be
Jessica comes back and like this is like after Mike's come back. Like if Jessica comes back and Amanda says, "Seriously, Daniel, another Cobra Kai?"
Are you kidding me? Another?
No,
one?
she's a friend. Oh, well, like another Ali, and he'd be like, "Oh." You're like, is there anybody else, Daniel? Anybody else?
Anybody else?
Relationship, friend, or otherwise? And he'll go, "Well, there was a guy in Jersey." At that point, she'd be like, "I'm close to divorcing your ass."
I would love that. Just something.
No, I think when Mike's brought in, it'll be interesting to see how that relationship changes.
Yeah. I would love to see where he's at in his life. Is he still an asshole or is he like a family?
They'll definitely give him some grace, Sensei.
I always would have thought, like before season 4, I thought that it would have been cool if he was like an anger management therapist or something.
Or something like that, yeah.
Yeah, like he just kind of left that old life behind, kind of like Silver, but I suppose they've done that with Silver now. I don't know. So.
Like maybe he's a therapist or maybe he's like a prison guard, and he reunites with Kreese in prison. And he's like, "What the fuck are you doing here?"
Oh god,
maybe he's in prison.
Can you imagine if he's actually in prison? And him and Kreese are in the same prison, and then Silver comes to like basically bail him out or something, and then Kreese has to watch
as Silver bails
him out, and then Silver just does the wink at him.
The Harry Osborn, the Harry Osborn wink, where he just disappears.
Yes, that would stink.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Kreese in jail, just like how I was with Robbie and Juvie. You know what I mean? I can't wait for that. Could you imagine?
I need a jail fight with Kreese.
What's interesting though? What's interesting is when we were going into season 4, I thought the idea of the fact that everyone was together in the same place, all in the valley, really cool. Because in season 3, everyone was kind of like on different journeys. Okinawa, all these different places. But I actually think that makes the dynamic a bit more interesting. Now that I've seen season 4, I just feel like the place that they're at in season 5 is going to be really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Right, especially with Chosen coming in. Like, is he gonna take over Miyagi-Do, or what is he gonna do?
Be a better sensei, please.
I mean,
he's
be a sensei to Hawk.
Be a sensei to Hawk and Robbie, man. Jeez.
Until the revelation comes in that Tori got her trophy by Silver cheating. Like until that's revealed, like that will be Tori's redemption moment, saying, "Hey, he paid the ref off," and then Johnny and Daniel will be like, "Oh, we can teach again." But until then. I had this idea, and depending on execution, this is the most important aspect. But if, let's say, for instance, Chosen leads Miyagi-Do, Kreese leads Eagle Fang.
That's a good one.
Like you have the two senior senseis leading those two. But it relies heavily on execution for Kreese's part. Though. That's the only thing. It would have to be earned.
Unless if they would accept them too,
unless what happens is anyone that was in Eagle Fang just goes to join Miyagi-Do.
Yeah, that's another one.
Yeah. Oh, and then Tori's
Robbie and Miguel are out of town anyway, so.
And then Tori's with Kreese.
Oh, that might actually happen more so. Is I think if you got Robbie and Miguel out of town, you've got the two leads out of town. They're away. So you've got Hawk that's now front and center.
It'll be another season 3
on their path to redemption of at least burying the hatchet. Yeah. I think that would make sense, and Chosen could be the perfect guy for that.
Yeah, season 5 will probably be another season 3. Where people are separate, but they're doing where they finally come together at the end. Especially for Daniel.
Oh, man, it's gonna end with a sensei fight.
Oh please!
Yeah, that's one thing that I kind of missed in season 4. I mean, I know we had the Daniel Johnny thing, but you know, I kind of wanted one between like a Sensei and Miyagi-Do and a Sensei and
Chosen and
Cobra
Silver
Kai.
will be a fun fight, no doubt.
Oh man,
about it.
Chosen and Silver, yeah.
That'd
Chosen
be
and
so
Silver
sick.
and Mike and
But
Daniel.
I think
That'd be
there's
a hell
one
of a
fight that they're saving, and that's Daniel and Silver. I think they're saving that.
They're saving that.
That'd be a good one.
Yes.
Because we've
Oh,
never
I hope
seen
you
them
pressure
fight.
points. Bloody. Oh.
Yeah, see, that's when you should use the pressure
Yeah.
points, Daniel.
That's when you should use them, Daniel.
Ah.
Not
Showing
shots.
off on Johnny.
Yeah, that was weird. That was weird. It's
just
like
a little bit of a
you're
flex.
using
That's what
that to get a
was, it was
point.
flex.
Yeah.
It's funny, I've seen so many people say, oh yeah, and him using the pressure points on Johnny was so sick. And I'm like,
He just used
Okay.
it to get a point. Yeah.
And it's a bit ironic, Daniel saying, "Oh, you guys, yeah, Cobra Kai, Eagle Fang, cheap moves." It's like,
and then he uses that. Yeah, great logic.
it would have been funny if
Yeah.
Dimitri just made it like a comment after it, and then Daniel looks. I'll go back to saying nothing.
Yeah, that would have been.
You know what
Yeah,
really
yeah.
bothered me the most in this season is that the whole time Johnny and Daniel are bickering about, you know, our both of our styles, they'll never blend, they'll never work, it'll never work. Here you have Robbie, who's successfully blended both styles into his own. I mean, that dojo fight was not only amazing, but it was also like straight up going, Robbie has done what Daniel and Johnny can't do. He
He
successfully
then-
blended
both styles.
both styles.
then-
seamlessly together.
And then Sam did it, and then Hawk did it,
Yes.
and even Miguel did it.
Yes. And
So
the whole
hopefully-
time, it's just like the kids are above their senseis, man. They
They
really are. You know, I was just like, why are you
Yeah,
guys
yeah,
saying
so-
it'll never work?
Yeah,
You-
so stubborn.
yeah, and it's like,
Thanks, Army Man Life. I appreciate you, brother.
you know,
Everyone, you know
one
that
of your
you're on the
guys'
gap.
champion is over there doing that. It's just like, God.
Yeah, one
So, I
thing
mean, they
that
can
did
learn a
bother
thing or two from the kids.
Yeah, I know. One thing that did bother me though was the conversation between Johnny and Robbie, where Robbie goes up to his door in episode 4 and he's like been cooking dinner for Miguel. That conversation kind of rubbed me the wrong way because Robbie actually, he's not full Cobra Kai. So he actually says to Johnny, Hawk and some of your students have been bullying Kenny. Tell them to stop or, you know, I'm going to do something about it. Johnny, after that,
Yes.
never actually asks
How you
Hawk
doing?
or
point.
the kids,
That's a
have
very
you
good
been
point.
bullying
Especially
this
when,
kid?
especially
he
when
had
Johnny
asked
said,
that-
"You just poked the bear. What do you think's going to happen?" Why didn't he say earlier, "Hey, you know, watch your back, ladies and gentlemen. Stop picking on that kid. My son's going to bloody
Yeah.
do something." If
Or
That's a
like
good
What's
point.
going on
actually
actually?
found out the facts or actually tried to communicate with Robbie that that's not what was happening. It was almost as if, and then when he just shrugs
And that's because
Robbie
he was
often
so
says-
like in his own. He was so in his own head.
Yeah.
and he was
You
just
know, the
like
same
he
way with
couldn't
Daniel.
stand-
Like, you know, in all honesty, I mean, as much as I love Daniel and Johnny, they deserve to lose this season. They
They
really
did.
They
deserve.
did that. They
Yeah.
were
But,
annoying.
They failed the
But-
kids. Like the kids themselves took basically almost saved the day. Not the
Yeah.
adults,
Like
Pretty
every
much.
time
Yeah.
they wanted to.
but the kids really came through.
But the fact that he after that conversation as well, he it's like Johnny can't stand the fact that Robbie's right, that Johnny
Yeah.
did put all his faith in Kreese. Robbie's not doing
Yeah.
that. It's the truth. And then Johnny just goes, "Oh well, if there's nothing else, I have dinner
Well,
to make."
Johnny
And
may
it's
be
like,
right that Robbie's
so
saying
you're not going to address the problem with your son first and foremost,
No.
and you're not going to go and ask your other students what's been happening with this other kid to try and sort
Yeah.
out any misunderstandings.
Especially
it's
when
really
you
like
know
he doesn't care about them at all.
what's
Yeah.
going on over at Cobra Kai and what could happen if you keep.
Like, I mean, did Johnny even consider the cost of Hawk changing sides at all? It's like
I'm
he
gonna be
has
like when it
no
gets to the All
care.
Valley, I will say though as much as Eagle Fang is a cool name, that dojo is the weakest.
Oh, it is.
Yes.
It only
Like, I
has
love,
Miguel. It only has Miguel standing
Devin's
for them.
potential is
I
good,
lost Hawk.
and Miguel at Prime is good, but when you lose Hawk, you lose a lot. Like,
Yep,
I mean,
they sure do.
It was so.
Cobra Kai had how many fighters in the final match? They had Robbie, Tory, Kyler, Kenny, Piper. Then Miyagi-Do had Sam, Dimitri, and Hawk, and Eagle Fang just had Devin and Miguel. See, that's Hawk's arc right there.
And yeah, and then Johnny basically, you know, only really wanted to start looking for female students after, you know, it was announced that there would be separate divisions. He didn't care about them beforehand. He only cared about Miguel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
all the senseis just cared about themselves this season, and they failed on this.
Yeah.
And
Even Kreese and Silver, same thing.
Yeah, that's
Well, I'd say Silver less so, but
Silver
Kreese
less so because he actually didn't really play favorites. He actually was like, okay, well, Kenny.
No, this is what I mean. I think Silver could have genuinely won this whole thing just based on the first few episodes alone, because he was like, no point throwing a punch, if it's not going to win a point. Like take all that and store it. Like he was focused. It's Kreese, Johnny, and Daniel that basically started doing all the tomfoolery, and then just derailing this whole thing.
Yeah, that was another thing that bothered me too. Is that like I don't care what Johnny or Robbie said to Johnny, like you're his father. You know what I mean? Like I don't care what he says to you. You should have never let him go. Like you should have been like, we'll
someone made a
this out
good point.
together
When he hugs Robbie at the end of the season, beautiful fucking scene. Someone said that's the first time he's ever held him.
Probably. He wasn't there at the hospital. He never held him there.
That's true.
No, he would never held him in his arm or anything.
Yeah.
The fact but again, it also reinforces that the kids have grown past the adults because Robbie was the one that followed Johnny.
Yeah, he didn't go to like
Johnny didn't go to Robbie.
I gotta say though, as much as the scene is like heartbreaking, like when he said, "I followed you here," it's like Johnny drove here. Like, are you driving now, or like did you sit in the back seat, or unless he was just like hanging around the store somewhere? But it's
Did he follow him on his skateboard or something? Yeah.
He's just skating down the motorway.
Yes, after the car, after the Dodge Caravan.
Yeah.
Yeah, or he's like holding onto the back like Marty McFly. He's just like,
oh yeah.
And then he disappears for a few minutes, waits for Johnny to go in, and then he
fixes his hair and then walks in.
Yeah. But don't you find it just?
That was annoying. It was just so annoying with Robbie. You know what I mean? Just like this is your son. I don't care what he says to you.
Yeah.
You should have never closed the door in his face. Like.
But the problem with Johnny is that he can't stand when his pride gets damaged.
That's true.
Exactly.
That's true.
It's all about his pride.
Like when Robbie brings up, Miguel attacked me, he like completely dodges the answer. He's like, doesn't matter what happened. It's just like, really?
I wasn't there.
Yeah, I wasn't there. I don't know what happened. Like, okay.
No be there.
Yeah.
Okay. No, he's good at that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was just it was annoying. And then Daniel really pissed me off too because he barely reached out to Robbie. He barely reached out to him. That really annoyed me. I was like,
I was so hoping that. I mean, one of my favorite scenes is when he's talking to him in the shop. Like, I wanted at least one more like that, where it's like this. Like, this was your student, Daniel. Like,
yes.
As much as we all Samantha the Russo is his legacy.
She's his daughter. Yeah, Robbie's his main
Dimitri
protege.
says it this season. Dimitri's like, he who shall not be named rhymes with Dobby. Like, even now, they're still missing Robbie's presence in that dojo. Because Robbie was the one that got Daniel back into karate, really, in the first place. And he started living through Robbie, teaching him the way Miyagi taught him. And I just wanted more of that. But again, that applies to like Robbie, Hawk, all the kids, because Johnny and Daniel were so focused on themselves that they didn't stop to think, hang on, we've got these, not only are they kids, but they're all individuals as well with their own thought process and their own feeling. We're building up to something that's huge. The pressure that Miguel's feeling, the identity crisis that Hawk's suffering, Robbie being uncertain of everything and trying to not lose himself to either way and just be in the middle when you can't really be a third party.
Yeah, try to be in control.
And then Sam trying to accept the fact that the person who tried taking her face off is now getting friendly with her family, and then Tori trying to get something for herself in life. Like, they're all going through these things, and all the adults besides Silver, they're not seeing it. Like, they're just completely oblivious to it. Like, Silver's tragedy is the most tragic thing.
It is.
His job as the sensei. That's their job. This is what the sensei is doing. They failed on the whole line this season. I'm sorry, but I was so...
They did. And I was really disappointed because I thought it was weird how in season 3, Miguel says to him, what happened was you helped a bunch of people and then walked away like a pussy. Then Johnny has a realization that he's a sensei and this is what he was meant to be. So he tries to get Hawk and everybody back. And then he's got them back in season 4. and then he doesn't care about them.
Yeah.
So it's like, do you really want to be a sensei, or are you just in it for yourself?
This season was a straight up definition of there's no such thing as a bad student, only bad teacher.
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
True.
You know,
Yeah.
I
The one
mean,
thing I do
That's so
love that
true.
the season does is is it allows there's a good like underlying message of the no matter who your teacher is, you can decide your path. And I think
Yeah.
that's the path like where although Tori had Amanda, she still had the qualities within her to make the right choices. And when Robbie goes back home, that's a choice that he makes. Like it's and then when
Exactly.
Eli fights in the tournament as Eli, that's a choice he makes. Like it's
Yes.
there is that
Exactly.
good theme there.
But that's
And
what
I think that's
mentors
mostly why
should
they
do,
made the
though.
adults kind of bicker and be stupid.
Yeah.
But that is what mentors should do, though. Offer their perspectives, help them in ways that they know how to help them, but accept that they will grow into their own. They will grow into their own, and accept that they're there to help them, but they're not there to try and live through them or recreate them how they were when they were younger. They're there to help them become their own person or people
Yeah.
And grow beyond.
Like
and grow beyond.
Like out of all the kids, like the one person that like should bring them together, both Johnny and Daniel, more than Miguel or Sam, is Robbie. I mean, Robbie is not
Yeah.
only
I
Johnny's
mean, Sam
son.
even
I
said it
think
herself.
actually
Like, if
at
you
the
could
end
just
of
come
the-
back.
Yeah, if you
bring
just
us
come
together.
back, it'll bring us together.
She was
But he's
spot
like,
on.
Yeah, she
yeah,
was
and
spot on.
And I don't blame him for leaving. I really don't. I would have been like, no, my dad and
I'm not gonna lie, as much as Sam is the goat and all that, Robbie's
Yeah.
line of looks like I get to be the first person.
First,
to ever
oh
tell
my
you
god, you're
Yeah.
not gonna get
you're
what you
not getting
want.
what you want. I was like,
Just the
But that was because of
that's
Tori.
cold.
Like,
yeah.
That's
That
that's the
was
thing, though.
good.
That was because of Tori.
because he was
Yeah.
listening to Sam when she told him that I don't know what was the line exactly, but Robbie was listening to Sam, and when she went like, "Please," that's exactly what Tori said to Robbie, and that's when he went, "Oh," like
And then
just turned off.
and then Robbie's choosing. Nobody's forcing Robbie to be in Cobra Kai. He chooses to
No,
stay.
who chooses?
Yes, and he's like,
Yeah.
I'm just using them to get what I want. Nobody's manipulating me, and it's true. Nobody really manipulated him. He made his own choices this season. And Daniel, if he was such a great sensei and such a great Mr. Miyagi, he wouldn't have let Robbie go back into the dojo after they talked. He would have 100% walked back in there and probably would have grabbed Robbie by the arm and be like, "You're coming with me." You know what I mean? It was just. I don't
Unless
know.
maybe
It was just so out of place for me. I don't know.
Unless he kind of let Robbie go, so maybe in the hopes that Robbie would see through Cobra Kai and
I
see
think,
how bad it really is.
I think he wanted Robbie to find out for himself in that moment. I think
Yeah.
Yeah.
his whole the two interactions that he has that stick out for me this season is the one in the corner shop when he says to him, what's going to happen is you're going to end up with some innocent kid's blood all over you, Kenny. And
Kenny.
then the second one is never put passion in front of principle, because even if you win, you lose. So I think he basically, and he doesn't do the I'm going to save you, Robbie. He's like,
Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
here's what's going to happen to you next, and I just hope that you can make the right choice. And
Yeah, that I
If-
have to admit was good.
Yeah,
if they
absolutely. I think
tried
that-
reaching out earlier, then Kenny might be saved. But
Yeah.
at
Yeah.
the same time, if Robbie wins the tournament and doesn't do what he does to Kenny and doesn't feel that guilt, Robbie might not come home.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
yeah.
That is true. But like,
I think Daniel and Robbie had a good amount, but I do think Johnny should have at least tried just a little bit more.
Try a little bit
I mean,
more,
like,
yeah.
You should
Johnny
have
always
seen,
needs
right,
to try
okay.
more.
yeah.
Miguel is bonding with Daniel. Miguel's still my boy. That's still my son, but he's learning from Daniel. Cool. Maybe I can now put some
Cool.
focus on Robbie.
Yes.
And he doesn't do that. He just slams the
doesn't.
door in his face. I'm like, what are you doing, man?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That annoys me. I'm
Perfect
thinking like,
opportunity.
Yeah,
Robbie literally comes
you had
Yeah.
a
to your
chance
door. Like,
to talk.
come on.
And
if
he's
Robbie
only
had
ever done
waited
that
a few
twice.
minutes, Robbie and Miguel could have had a conversation.
Probably.
it's funny because he always says that, I'm teaching you, Miguel, because like I don't want to screw up with you the way I did with Robbie. I care about you. But I'm thinking he says that he's trying to make up for what he did to Robbie. But I'm like, the only way you're going to make up for it is if you actually try and help Robbie.
That's one
No
thing.
one
Johnny's
else.
Johnny's
Robbie's
had
a
multiple
pretty good doing it.
chances to help Robbie. He's had multiple chances, but he never like
Never grabbed it.
he
just
never
words.
he never jumps at him. Yeah, like
It's no
I
actions.
don't know.
No.
Actions speak louder than words. And when he didn't visit him in juvie,
Yeah.
that said it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Johnny, like in a way, Robbie was kind of serving Miyagi's legacy by teaching Miyagi-Do to others. You know what I mean? But like
Bad intentions, though.
with bad intentions. But like Johnny, Daniel, he didn't. One thing I like about Daniel is when he shows up to talk to Robbie, and Robbie's like, "Let me guess, like you need a new male champion. Blah. Yeah, you need a new male champion because I was your best." Daniel doesn't shake it off. Like he doesn't like say, "Oh, come on, right?" Like he acknowledges it. Like, yes, you were my best. You were my student. You're the one that like Miyagi started with Robbie. Robbie was the only student for a little bit, and he doesn't deny it, but like
and even the exchange that he gives him after he basically talks to him, and then Silver, before Silver goes on his monologue, Robbie looks back he's taking that in.
Yep.
He's taking that in, and he's not used to it. He's used to like them saying, "Oh, we'll be there for you," blah 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 blah. Come back home, yeah. But
I
he's
like
actually
that.
there, thinking about it.
Yeah, definitely.
And I think then seeing it happen in front of him in the All Valley, that's what made him come home.
That's
when Daniel doesn't force the issue, it actually works a lot better.
100%.
Yeah.
Yep, 100%.
And I think Daniel didn't reach out to Robbie before because he didn't have anything else to say except like you should come back home. You are not like this. You should come back and just do the right thing and such. And that's why he just wanted to change the pattern, and that worked. If Silver wouldn't have shown up, then Robbie was listening.
It's considered unethical to poach students. I was like, get out of here. They were having a good conversation.
Yeah, he's not interested, but actually he was.
Yeah. And then in
the
thing
first
is,
episode, Daniel and Johnny were doing that the whole season.
That is very true. They were fighting over Miguel. I was like, there's other students here, I mean, they should have been fighting over someone like Hawk, you know what I mean, or Sam, like.
Yeah.
I don't. That just didn't. And then, what really bothered me too. Go ahead, Jacob.
No, you go ahead.
Okay, thank you. The thing that really bothered me, it's a cool moment, but like, I remember I was like, what? Like, I think it's episode 3 where, Miguel catches the fish and then Daniel gives him the headband. That rubbed me the wrong way because I was like,
that was a bit too soon for me.
That was like, okay, so there's 2 people that should have gotten that headband way before Miguel did. Sam and Robbie. Like, that just rubbed me the wrong way. I was like, this dude catches a fish and then he's all of a sudden given a headband.
Yeah,
I was like,
that was a bit, like, as cool as it looked, like visually, having the new Karate Kid with the headband. I was like, you haven't even given it to your own daughter?
You know what it could have been? Maybe it was a subconscious thing where Daniel sees himself in Miguel the way Kreese does with Tory. This guy from Reseda never knew his dad, is on the poorer side, lower social class, nice-natured kid. Maybe he just sees a lot of himself in him.
I just feel like it was like very sudden. It was just like, okay, he's caught a fish. It's like,
I was like, wait a minute. Like, are we just like forgetting that Robbie?
Like all the Miyagi students coming in and we're like, hey, Dad, what about me? It's like
exactly. It was weird. I was like, is Daniel forgetting that Robbie mastered the three-legged kick? The two-legged. Damn, I almost said it. Oh God, I almost said it. Oh God.
I wasn't gonna bring it up.
I almost said it. I didn't even do it on purpose. That was a total accident. God damn it. Let's just forget about it. Let's move on. Oh my God. It's not even. Oh God. Oh man. And okay. God. All right. That just threw me off. Okay. I forgot what I was saying. I forgot what I was saying. Damn it. I forgot what I was saying. Damn it.
That was perfect.
Damn it.
That was
just...
So pretty much, you were saying that like Miguel got it like too suddenly, and that Robbie mastered it. I almost did it as a two-legged
it's
kick.
hard. Yes,
and,
the two-legged kick. Yeah.
He wasn't given it or anything, and then Sam hasn't even given it. As great as it looks on Miguel, it's like, couldn't have saved that for like later on, like next season or something. You have to do it now.
Exactly.
Or maybe give it to all of his
You won't give us
students,
the best around in the tournament, but you'll do that.
I didn't get the whole Carrie Underwood thing. My mom was like, "What are she?" I'll never forget it. Carrie Underwood comes on.
Truth. It's like, taking
my mom. My mom. She just she yelled at the TV. She was like, "What are we doing?" She's like, "Cobra Kai lost me," and I was like, "Mom, it'll get better."
The exact same thing.
Yeah, she was like, Cobra Kai lost me. I was like, I know, like we'll get through this. Don't worry about it.
Like,
My
it's a
mum,
good
when we
Yeah,
got
song,
to
it
the
took me
she's a
out of
great
place
singer.
too.
She's
when
got
we
a
got
great
to the
voice.
prom episode, like my mum was literally like, "What was that?"
Yes.
Yeah, like
Oh,
And then
no,
she
when I
was
was
like,
watching it with
it's
the
a
boys,
tournament.
this is literally what happened with us. When they were like, Carrie Underwood, like literally all of like us British folk were like, who? Who is this? And I said, get her out of here. I don't need this right now. Joe
Yeah.
Esposito or nothing. Get her out of here.
They should have
And-
done another like rendition of the best around, or should
I
have
mean,
got that
I know
rock
people have
band
said
from
that they're
season
saving
3.
it, but I'm like, yeah, maybe you might be saving it, but it's like you've given Miguel the headband. Like
Yeah.
you're clearly not saving that. So if you're not saving that, why are you saving the best around? Like, I mean, unless you plan on doing it in a future tournament or in a Karate Kid movie or something, it's just like what?
It was
There's a
weird.
moment of truth. And it's just
"Oh,"
like
and
I
it
don't
took
know,
away the
guys.
urgency and the
took me out
darkness
the
of the
moment.
whole thing. Yeah, it took me out of the
Yeah.
moment.
yeah, I
Ah.
mean,
Yeah.
this whole singing thing took me out of
Beautiful
the
song,
moment
but
as
deep.
well, because we don't need that. Like it's just in the back,
Yeah.
and that's perfect. But I have to disagree, you guys, with the "You Are the Best Around" song. I love the song choice actually,
Oh, you like
and
it?
I was also expecting the "You Are the Best Around," and that's so iconic. And I really wanted to hear that this tournament, but after that, after all the things that happened during the tournament, and
Yeah.
like thinking it through, that this is for the soul of the volley,
Yeah.
and like almost every character had their own moment of truth.
Moment of truth.
If you
Yeah,
think
yeah.
about it, like
It's true.
Robbie,
It's a good lyric. Yeah.
Symbolically, it's good.
Well,
yeah,
that's the
so it's
thing,
very symbolic.
yeah.
It's like this tournament was more about the moment of truth for everyone, because
Mhm.
like Eli
that's
realized
true.
that he doesn't need his mohawk to be cool, to be badass, and that's all. Like Tory,
The song is very reflective of what's going on.
yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I didn't.
Danny and Johnny as well, like realized that
Yeah.
they shouldn't.
That's
They should
true,
just
yeah.
let the kids
Yeah.
like
Robbie
find their
realized
own
that
way,
Decided
their own
themselves.
I mean,
style.
I just personally like. I
And
mean,
even Chris
with
had
all the
their own
rocky
moments.
music that we had this season, like just get Eye of the Tiger in there.
It's
Something,
just,
you know,
yeah.
it's
Or
not
like
really,
Rocky, or like a song from Rocky, or like
Well,
the band
I mean,
that was in
hell,
season 3.
With
Get
that
that.
song,
like-
I was expecting like Stan Bush to be rocking up, going, "You got the touch." Dun, 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 dun. Like, I was half expecting that. I was like,
But the thing is, though, I actually do agree with Brigitte. I actually think that the moment of truth, the
symbolism
song
is strong.
itself was
The
really
song
good.
itself
I
is
just
good,
don't like
yeah.
how they had
I
Carrie
wouldn't have
Underwood
minded if they started
live,
with it, but I think
Yeah.
they should have cut it off a bit earlier.
or at least just have her do the cover version, but not there performing it. Like
Yeah.
it's just,
Me
just
too.
her voice.
Yeah. I
I'm
would've liked
actually
that.
kind
Felt
of glad
like a
that they are
Netflix
saving You're the
music
Best
video.
Around.
Me too.
Pardon?
It felt like a Netflix music video, like
Exactly.
MTV style.
It did.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And
Like so, I
symbolically,
actually.
It was like a
Like,
fan
it's good
service.
something different.
Yeah.
But I had no issue with the song. It was actually just how they did it
How they used
Same.
it.
that bothered me.
Like I like the lyrics behind it, like what it means. It's like, oh yeah, it's like a lot of
So
a lot
that
of
will
realization
always be
here.
funny. Like everyone's like, "Oh my god, it's Carrie Underwood!" I'm like, "Who?"
That scene was
Who
like
is
the
this?
definite. I was so confused.
Sorry to Carrie Underwood fans in
Yeah.
the chat and everything, and anyone watching on rewatch or otherwise.
Yeah.
I didn't know who she was until the show. Like I had no clue.
Me
I was
neither.
like,
I had to Google her.
I was like, "Who's?"
Shame on me.
I thought I was
only
watching
knew-
a different show. I was like, what? Like,
Yeah, I only knew her from the movie Soul Surfer. I don't know if you guys have seen it. The one about Bethany Hamilton, who got her arm
is that
bit
the
off by a
surfer
shark.
that lost a limb or something like that?
Yeah. Anyway, she was in the movie version of that.
You
but that's
also got to think that this episode where this song played, about 10 minutes prior, we were having prom situations, so it was
I know.
literally.
it was
was
like
almost like-
overload.
I was expecting like Robbie to go, pretty sure that was me kicking your ass, and then like doing like he's all that kind of type behavior.
Please don't bring that up in the stream, please.
I gotta watch it tomorrow.
Oh my god, I gotta watch it tomorrow. Oh my god.
Kill me.
Oh,
I mean, I like the song and everything, but it was just like it was so.
I didn't like
The
the way
voice
they
is
did it.
beautiful.
I love it, but like it just didn't work. Like I was like that scene was just the definition of I need a beer, and I'm not even old enough to drink. Like
I mean,
it was
I think-
just weird.
I think for me, the reason I just have a disappointment with some of the things this season overall, as I was saying earlier, is just I wanted it to be more like intense. I wanted it to have that like Rocky IV feel, and it had that at moments.
Oh yeah.
It just didn't go all in for it, but you know, it's still good. It's just I just I mean.
Like Silver,
honestly.
Silver didn't even teach them the Quicksilver method.
Oh,
what the hell?
Yeah,
How do you not have Robbie? How do you have
Oh,
Robbie?
that-
But I
was
do
like,
think
what?
that fits more with the old Silver, though.
Yeah.
So I feel
But
like
where
maybe
he's
he
at
could have
now.
done it. Like, yeah, exactly. Where he's at now, it actually
Yeah.
makes more sense. But unfortunately now, I don't see him teaching that to Robbie, which is a shame.
I really wanted that. I was like, oh, dude, like that way in the
Robbie would have
tournament,
been
he could just-
perfect for that. Like if Robbie faced like Miguel or Hawk or something and did that on them.
Yes,
like,
Robbie should have learned the Quicksilver method, and then if they ever fought at the park or whatever, he was doing the man can't stand, he can't fight, and was just going for Miguel's back. You know what I mean? Something like that, and then it leads to no fighting to the tournament.
I mean,
but,
the only
like,
character
it's
I
just
can see it
another
probably
one.
getting used on now is maybe Kenny. Like he uses it on Anthony
Yeah.
or something, but it's
So
I don't
iconic, though.
I just don't
Yeah.
have the same excitement, for Kenny using it, other than the son of Johnny Lawrence
Yes,
using
man.
it.
Yeah. Like I like Kenny, he's great, but I was just like, I felt like there was a little too much focus on.
I mean,
him.
Let's Be Water did a fantastic image of like Robbie in the gi with like blood on his. I think it was. On
Yes,
Robbie.
I saw that.
Oh, I didn't see that. Oh, you gotta
Oh.
send that to me. I haven't seen it.
Excellent. Another thing that bothered me about the tournament in episode 9 was the montage while the moment of truth was playing. It was like there were just, for me personally, like I loved seeing all the skills, but it was like there was just too much happening all at once. It was going from student to student to skill to skill. I thought it would have actually been better if they had a couple of select categories and they had a select group of students doing each skill, and so you could see who was really competing with who and who won that round, and like some snarky remarks between them. It would have made a bit more tournament-y.
It was just, I don't know. I think season 1's tournament is a little bit better for me. I mean,
season 4's tournament has the more epic moments, but I prefer season 1's tournament.
Season
feel
1's
of it.
tournament was like,
It just
whoa,
gets straight to
yeah.
the point. Like it doesn't waste any time. It's there, you're there, crane kick, bang, and then like people are taking each other out, fighting. Robbie's doing defense, and then Hawk's like stripping and whatever, and then Aisha's getting punched. And it just flows better for me.
I wanted to
as much
see Xander.
Me too.
Oh,
I was
God.
waiting for Xander to show up, and then like
I was hoping he would get on stage, do a speech, and Terry would just be like, "Oh God,"
kick him in the face or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I do like
Hello
that.
again, Brown.
I do
Hey,
like
Brown.
that.
Come back.
Oh, hi, Brown. I do like that Cobra Kai. I do like Cobra Kai using
Hello.
Miyagi, like when I do like how they noticed that Cobra Kai was using like Miyagi.
Oh, that was the great
was good.
reveal.
And
was
my
good.
favorite one was the
That
drum
was good.
technique one, because it confirmed that Robbie knows the drum technique. I was
It
like,
confirmed
ooh.
it. So when he
Yeah.
picked up the
Yeah.
drum in season 2,
He taught him. He taught
yeah.
it. I was like, oh, they both know it now. Yeah. Oh,
But
God.
even
Another
just-
thing I was
Yeah.
right about. I'll expect my check in the mail.
But just
Yeah.
the flashbacks as well to like Robbie training at the
Oh, that
LaRusso
third
Auto.
flashback.
Like,
That one hit
oh
hard.
my
That one
God.
hit hard, yeah.
Had
Like-
chills.
Oh, yeah.
And he's like, why are you doing this? And
Absolutely
he's like, the goal is to win. I was like, oh, shit. Like, this guy's in it.
Mm.
He's not crazy, but he's like, whoa, he's something else.
Yeah,
that's
very dedicated.
And he was yelling, the way he was like yelling and stuff in the skills tournament, I was like, oh man, this guy's like high off
Dude.
steroids or something. He's
Like,
crazy.
he looked like he was about to bloody mess everyone up.
I know. He was a straight up Mike Barnes.
Like, up until
just
the Kenny
hybrid.
stuff, he looked like he was about to just ram through everybody. And then up until Daniel's like little speech as well.
It kind of woke him up. Yeah.
Yeah, but up to that point, he looked like he was ready to go to town on every single person that stepped in front of him.
And like every tournament there's been, Robbie and Johnny have always been on opposite sides, And I'm just like, oh, I want a tournament where the both
I
of
love
them
the
are together.
perspective shift. Of, like in season 1, you see like Robbie looking at Johnny winning, and this time Robbie, like he's technically won, and he looks at Johnny who's now lost. Like it's the perspective shift. And even though like, and I noticed this is that Cobra Kai may have got the win, but Tori didn't feel any urgency to go and lift that trophy. She just immediately asked Sam if she was all right.
That
Robbie-
was good.
developed-
Robbie
that was
was
character
really
development.
And
celebrated
Sam was
Tori.
genuinely confused
Yeah.
that time.
But
Like,
Robbie
she
won.
Yeah,
finally-
she was so confused.
yeah.
But Robbie wasn't
Yeah.
like really up for it like Kyler and Kenny and all the others were. He was like, oh, okay, we got the win. You know, it's like even though Robbie and Tory like spearheaded the win, they didn't really care, if you know what I mean.
It's the
More
same
than-
as in season 1 when Cobra Kai won and Johnny didn't really care because they didn't win the right way, and everybody else around him, like Hawk and Miguel,
Like,
everyone was
even
so
though-
excited, but he was just like, eh. And he was
Like,
just
even
looking
though
at Robbie.
Johnny and Miguel won, like Miguel pushed Sam further away and Johnny pushed his son further away.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's that parallel. But I have to say, going back and watching season 3 and then watching season 4 actually kind of helped me appreciate Sam a little bit more, because just going back and rewatching her PTSD arc actually made what she did in season 4 a lot more sense, in my opinion.
I don't mind her at all. I think she's badass, and it's like it changes you. Like if something happens,
Completely
like,
understandable why she was doing what she was doing.
And I think at the end when she lost to Tori, you know, I think I did feel sorry for her because she was so flustered. Like she'd just been like, hang on, I earned that point before Tori stepped out of bounds, you know.
That'll break her going forward.
Then Tori only got a warning for the punch to her eye instead of losing a point, you know. It was unfair. And so I did feel, you know, like sad for her, and throughout the season as well.
I think the parents, like the adults, failed. Daniel should have instructed her to take the high ground, as Shamoon says, like the high ground of the situation, and not be petty and do all that rubbish. Because then Sam could have come out with the win, but because Johnny and Daniel were doing whatever the hell they were doing, Sam's focus was like, okay, I'm gonna be Tory this time. I'm gonna come for you. You know,
but isn't it interesting how Daniel actually said a couple of episodes earlier, I'm glad you're going to be the bigger person, Sam, when the whole season Daniel hasn't even been being the bigger person.
He could learn
so how does he have the right to say that to her?
Yeah, that really.
So you know,
I will say this though: as much as Sam was annoying me at moments in this season, when she flicks the bottle cap, I was like, "Woo!"
I loved that.
I was like, "Wow,
that was so good."
Yeah, I really enjoyed her and Johnny's bond. I really did. I like that. I like how Johnny called her out on her. I like how Johnny called her out, like on her bullshit, and then she jumped. You know what I mean? He was proud of her.
Herself.
Yeah.
But the fact that Johnny didn't even like acknowledge, oh well, if Daniel's training Miguel, well then I'll just train Sam even more. He didn't even think that. It was just all about Miguel.
It was all about Miguel. It was weird. I don't know, but I do like how she looked at Johnny, you know, and he, you know,
like she looks at Daniel, and he's like, and then Johnny's like, like, because he knows it's not just like, yeah, go ahead, use the move. It's like, yes, screw him. You use that move. You use what I taught you. And the look on Piper's face when she lays the smackdown on her.
Oh, I love that. But the thing with Sam as well is that even though she was a little bit petty, even though she did say, you know, I'm coming for you, bitch, and all that sort of stuff, she didn't actually do anything to Tori. No. Like, I know that she should have probably said nothing. Yeah. But, you know, I feel like it was understandable. And she didn't go to the lengths that Tori did. I mean, she was still very petty. And it was annoying and frustrating to watch. And it was a bit cringy at times. But
she only really did the prom fight. That was it. She didn't really instigate anything.
The whole kids' party thing. That was it.
Yeah,
that was weird, too. Yeah.
That was just weird. But yeah, the prom fight.
That was awful. Yeah. That was cringe. I was like, oh, God. I didn't like it in season 2. I don't like it now. Stop it, Sam. Behave. Yeah. God.
It's understandable, but at the same time.
Understandable, but it's like, oh, God.
Yeah.
She had just two
cringy lines. If he goes that side, it's never going to end.
They gave Miguel and Sam. This is why Miguel and Sam's relationship this season feels like unsatisfying for everyone, is because they gave them all the cringe lines. Like with Miguel, good day, hello, milady. I'm Miguel. I'm gonna be your. I was like, oh no, what are you doing? Damn it, Miguel. Oh no.
That was weird. I was like, you could have said anything to Robbie, but you say, you know, you think you broke mine too. I was like, what are you doing?
I'm like, what are you talking about? How did he break your heart? What?
And then when she sees Tori, like instead, Tori, she should have just walked away from Tori, but instead she goes, "I'm coming for you, bitch." It was like, oh, just go to history class. Like, come on. Like,
what's interesting though is I think that Sam might actually have more of an understanding of how Robbie felt when Miguel kept picking Johnny over him, because now Amanda's trying to help Tori. You know, there's that parallel there, which I find interesting.
Yeah,
it was weird. I don't know. I do like the prom fight, but I was like, you couldn't have let this go You know, you
One
just
thing
had
I
to
will
go
say
for
with
it.
the prom fight is the only positive I can take from it is I like how it flips the roles. So
Yeah,
instead of Tori being the aggressor, Sam is, and
Sam is.
Tori's
Yeah.
on defense.
Mhm.
And instead of Miguel attacking Robbie,
Robbie's attacking Miguel. Yeah.
Robbie being the one who's trying to split it up, Miguel's the one who tries to split it up, and then Robbie comes into him. Like it gives them that perspective
You're
shift.
right. Yeah.
But I love the
Yeah.
reactions to the end of it. Like even though it's a tense moment, it doesn't boil over. Like Tori and Robbie just take it in stride, and then they just
Yeah.
have fun. But Miguel and Sam take it the opposite way, and it's
Mhm.
like a big, a big problem and a big situation. And
Yeah, but in a way though, that means that Robbie and Tori did what they came there to do successfly, because they did
got in
go
their
to the
head.
prom to piss off Miguel
Yeah.
and Sam
Yeah,
and
that's
get in their
correct.
head, and then they ended up enjoying themselves kind of like later. So
Yeah.
they did succeed in provoking them.
I do enjoy the only I do enjoy the prom fight, but I really love the part how I love how it plants that seed of doubt in Miguel's mind. You know what I mean about Robbie or Johnny? Because when Robbie has him, by the throat, and he's like, my dad, he's only making up for you for for what
screwing
happened
up with me.
Yeah, it was like, oh wow, like,
He's right.
yeah,
He's right.
and it was a
As much as
role
Johnny
reversal
loves
too.
Miguel, and as much as Miguel loves Johnny, like it's a second chance to undo his mistake with Robbie.
Yeah, it was something. Well, thank you, Lisa. But yeah, I liked it. It was good. I really do.
Wait,
I enjoyed it.
Hold on a minute. Have I missed
Is it
something
your
in the
birthday
chat? Is
today?
it someone's birthday?
Is it?
It's in 2 days. It's not today, but it's in 2 days.
Excuse me.
Oh,
Hold the phone. What are
Alex!
you doing? What the hell are you doing, Alex?
Right.
I
didn't want to.
Excuse me.
Cobra Kai was more important,
hang on.
man. I didn't want to do anything.
Oh my
And
goodness.
a birthday message to my brother across the sea. Raise a toast to the man over there. Tell you what, I'm gonna put him full screen for a second.
What's up?
Happy birthday, sir.
Thank you,
In
man.
advance.
Thank you.
Happy
I
birthday.
appreciate
Yeah.
it. My mom,
Happy
she put
birthday.
it. My mom put it in the chat. I was like, "Oh no, mom, please don't." And then Lisa responded.
Oh no, good.
Birthday!
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks,
Love it.
everybody. Thank you.
Damn straight. Happy birthday to you, man.
No.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Oh,
Thanks,
man,
guys.
how did I
Yeah.
almost miss that? You see,
I
that-
know. I didn't want to. I didn't want to
see,
say
this is
anything.
this is what happens, ladies and gentlemen, when we avoid cringe. Like, I'm coming for you, bitch. Like, this is what happens when we avoid
Yeah.
cringe. Right? We get more important. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh god,
That
god!
line-
It's just
she
the
was-
way the camera. It's the way the camera moves, and it's just like, ugh, yeah,
I
don't
was like,
shoot
what?
it that
Yeah,
way.
you really found that cringy, didn't you?
Yeah.
The first
It's the
time I
way the
watched it, I
camera like,
did.
moves. It's like this. It's like, I'm coming for you, bitch. It's just like, oh no, just
Yeah.
the way the
It was a
camera.
bit-
It's the way the camera moves. It's just
weird.
ugh.
It was a bit
If you
awkward
if
the
you
way it
see
ended.
Tori's
I don't know,
face
to
in the
me it's
back, she's
weird.
just like, what? You should in that scene, Tori's
Like, I
face,
mean,
she's just
when
like, what the-
when you hear it the first time from Tori, she's like, "I'm coming for you, bitch!" Like it's threatening. Like it's like,
Yeah.
oh shit just got real. She's coming to kick your ass.
Yeah.
Well, try to anyway. And then
Yeah.
when Sam does it, it's just like oh no, don't do that.
I wish that
Like-
she did it in a
Oh,
different
God.
way. I really wanted it to come across as more badass.
She
I
should have
wanted
done it
it-
like how Penny said "le pusso"
Yeah.
to Anthony. Don't say
Ooh.
like "I'm coming for you, bitch." Just say
Yeah.
"coming for you, bitch." Oh, now that would have
Yeah.
hit.
Or
Now
even
that
just said
should've-
no
would've been like,
mercy.
yeah.
She
know,
should have said
something.
it. She should have said it how Robbie said it to Miguel, where he was like, "You remember what happened
Yeah.
last time we
It's
fought?"
just, I don't know.
That one
it's
was
just
great.
the way it was said. It's just like,
Yeah.
oh, no, no. What have you had 10 beers? It's like, no, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Well, she might have. Like, she was doing that flicky thing that Johnny.
She's been spending
Does.
too much time with Johnny.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was weird. It just reminded me of something I would have done when I was 12.
Hello, my lady. My name's
not
Miguel.
17.
Oh,
Milady.
man. Oh.
It was weird.
Wait, did Robbie have any this season?
No. Surprisingly, no.
That's
think so.
surprising. Oh my
Surprising.
god. If
Like
anyone in
season
the
two,
comment section knows, let me know.
season 2, Robbie was just a cringe fest, man. The shit he said, I was like, what is he doing? I was like, you're
I
the
mean-
man, but shut up.
He says.
He was weird.
He
I
says to
didn't find
Johnny. I know some people found it cringy when Robbie said, I'm better than you to Johnny, but I actually didn't really find that cringy.
I love that.
Oh no, I like that one. That was
I liked that.
Yeah, I was like, oh wow, it just proved that
it
he's
shows the arrogance of Robbie's character.
Yeah,
but then it foreshadows everything that's going to happen.
Oh yeah.
Well, it makes sense that he wants to be better than Johnny. I mean,
well, yeah. I mean, hell, as much as we love Johnny, I mean, Jesus.
Yeah, I think Robbie's most cringiest line was in season 2, where he's like, I like the heat, and he kisses her. I was like, God damn it! Like, can we not?
Don't remind. Oh God.
Oh God.
That wasn't as cringy as the whole roller rink stuff.
I mean,
oh God, the roller rink, that was something else
I mean,
too.
with that, that's more of like a scene. Like there wasn't like many lines.
Yeah, it's not really like a line. That's true.
The line delivery of like, I like it hot. I was like, oh, like no. I need to do a Chosen live on the cringiest moments in Cobra Kai. I need.
There's
to
a
sit
lot
there
of
with
them.
pen and paper
There's a
and
lot
just
of
write
them.
them down.
I thought Miguel's video, the "Listen to Your Heart" video that he put together for Sam, I thought that was way more cringy.
That was another cringy one.
I was like, Miguel, your heart's in the right place. Don't ever show that to anyone ever again. Get rid of it.
That's sweet.
Then
Mary
did share something in the story the other day saying that, she has, like, there's a headcanon that Sam came across that on his laptop and saw that. I was like, maybe that's what started the prom argument.
I gotta give it to Tanner though. He's grown as an actor. He's a really good one in season 4.
Yeah.
Like my favorite scene of him was like how he's like angry and he's like, "You think my dad cares about you?" And he has him by the throat. I was like, "Oh shit!" This guy's
the
like
anger in his voice. I was like,
Yeah, but season 2, Robbie, I was like, "Oh."
Yeah, he really got shine.
I think
as soon as he cut his hair, his cringe went away. I was like, "Okay."
I can't remember who said it.
He's like, she doesn't love you, she loves me. I was like, whoa, stop. Wait a minute. Yeah.
I can't remember who said it. It might have been Sean Chandler or someone. I was watching some interview, review, something, that someone said that Robbie works better as a bad guy with goodness in his heart rather than a good guy who's a bit of a bad boy. So that's why in season 2 he didn't work as well as maybe he did in season 4.
Yeah.
And I think that's actually a good point.
I've always liked that about him, like even when he was a good guy, but I think for the majority of people, I think they prefer it when he's like the bad guy with good intentions.
Yeah, I think
they
like
when,
maybe it works better.
Yeah.
But I really liked how he was this season. Like, I know many people wanted him to be like go more full on Cobra Kai, but I think it was great because it paid off the mere basics. Yeah.
Like that scene where he breaks to Daniel or Johnny was great. That was a good one.
Yeah, I mean, well, even before season 4, I thought that it was going to continue on a darker path, but I actually didn't think that Robbie would be like, if Hawk was going to have a serious beatdown, I actually didn't think that Robbie was going to be part of that.
I didn't think he was going to be involved.
Yeah,
I don't think so either.
I thought it would be like another house fight situation where he's just focusing on the tournament and himself.
Yeah. I'm focused on the tournament. This is beneath me. What do you do?
That was purely just because of Kenny, I reckon.
Yeah.
I think he only went after Hawk for Kenny.
Responsible for Kenny, and that's fine.
I mean, we've got TCK in the chat here. I think I'll remind TCK of like another moment that we love about season 2, Robbie, where he's like, you come back for another beating, and he's got like his hair like waving back and forth.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
And then he spins. It's like
that was another.
I'm like, oh, just either tie it up or snip it off.
I'm telling you, watch the school fight, man. Right before he throws a punch, he like does that, and then he punches. I was like, come on with this crap.
Stop. Yeah. It's like everything, like every fight is like a L'Oreal advert. Like it's like an advert for new shampoo and conditioner. It's just like just tie it up. Tie it up. He should have said to Miguel, listen, hang on, before I kick you over the railing. Hang on.
Yes. Oh my God. Could you imagine? Right before they start fighting. Wait. Okay, you know what I mean? Like, oh God.
Shamoon makes a good point.
It is on. Wait, shh. Yeah, now let's go.
Actually, Shamoon makes a good point. Hawk did do some nasty stuff to Robbie in previous seasons, like injuring his shoulder. But I feel like Kenny was kind of like the excuse that Robbie gave himself to do that. If that makes sense.
With Hawk doing his shoulder in, I think that's something Robbie will take care of himself on the mat. He'll deal with it that way because that's where that happened. But with Kenny, it was a call to, I was like, okay, you're attacking my boy. Now I'm coming after you. Like that's what that is.
Yeah, I
That's
think
why I
the whole
love the-
Kenny
I
thing
love the
just gave
driving.
him like that excuse, like that motivation to
I
really
love when he
actually
sees
go
Hawk
after him.
doing a bunch of tomfoolery at Kenny. He's like, that piece of shit.
I was just about to mention that. I
yeah.
love how he
yes.
comes to Kenny's aid. Yeah, I love how he like comes to Kenny's aid and Kenny immediately goes behind him. I was like, yeah. I love
I
that.
noticed
He was, like, sticking up for him.
an editing error today, or a filming error. You know when they're getting the students to fight each other, Silver and Kreese, and he's like, "You're thinking about this the wrong way. Everyone has a weakness." You actually see Piper sat next to where Robbie was, but then in like the next shot, you see her on the other side, and then
Other
Tori's now here. Like, I was like, "Wait, am I seeing what?" That's just
Really?
a filming thing that, yeah. But I was just like,
Yeah, he always get those.
yeah, I was just like,
Oh, I have to.
Damn.
I have to look at that one.
Yeah, it's really like bizarre because like Robbie gets up and then Kenny gets up, and then you see like Piper sat here, and then in the very next shot, Piper's over there and Tori's here. It's just like film, filming shit.
I didn't notice that.
I'll expect to watch
Yeah.
Mojo at some point. Oh, 10 filming mistakes you missed while watching Cobra Kai. But yeah, honestly, I love when he's like, that piece of shit, and he just walks straight up there, and then Kenny just like sort of stands behind him. It's just like I love the bond that them two have.
I love Kenny's face the whole time. They're like throwing insults back and forth. Kenny's just like he doesn't know what to do. Like he's just there, and then he doesn't leave until Robbie says, Robbie's like, let's go. Like Robbie goes, let's go, and then Kenny's like, oh, okay. Like he's just such like a Peter Parker, you know. He just follows like Robbie out of
Peter
there.
and Miles, I love it. Oh, that's what that is.
Yeah.
Well,
it was
until
great.
episode 7.
Yeah, until
Then he's a beast.
Yeah, Kenny becomes like a crazy. Whoa, like him in the locker room. I was like, God, this guy's like.
I was like, this is Sean.
I know. Now the
One
real
thing is in
pain
Sean.
begins. Yeah.
This is what I mean. I don't think
he
Sean's
had
gonna
that
like
coming.
this.
Like,
I really don't think he will.
Yeah. Like Robbie made
Anthony really
he
deserved
would have
that.
had a chance to win. He would have won the tournament, but then he saw what he was doing to Kenny. He was like, "Oh shit!" And then he like lost the opportunity. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's.
But yeah.
I think that'll be Robbie's arc when he comes back home from Mexico, is trying to get him out of there.
Do you think?
But
Kenny
then
would
it'll put him in the same situation that he's put everyone else in, trying to get him out of places.
Yeah.
Like, you know what he's been doing to Daniel and Johnny. He's now going to be in that same
Yeah,
spot,
that's right.
trying to get Kenny out of there and see it from their perspective, and maybe like, man, I was a real dick to you guys.
Do you
like,
think
yeah,
Kenny?
just
Do you
fight
think Kenny? Do you think Kenny would leave?
It depends on a few things. Like, I think
But he really
it's all
listens to
Kenny
Robbie, so-
leaving is all contingent
Yeah.
on Robbie, Sean, and Silver. It's them three. Like, it's really contingent on those three.
Yeah.
If because
Yeah.
I think the bond that they both established, Robbie and Kenny, I think Kenny would leave eventually, but I think first, before that happens, I think Robbie will have to live with the guilt that he's created a monster over there, and he can do nothing about it.
I think
As of
he's
yet.
gonna. I think he's gonna come after Anthony a few times and bully him first.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
And then Anthony will let
for
Miyagi
sure.
do.
Yeah.
I was thinking about
And
that.
then
Anthony,
this
what
time
if,
we'll be rooting for Anthony, which would be weird.
Yeah.
Yeah,
what
I've
if-
never
but I was-
done that before. That'll be
Yeah,
interesting.
that's gonna be weird.
He was such a jerk this season. Yeah. What if
Yeah.
Anthony joins? What if Anthony joins Eagle Fang? Could you imagine that? Where like
Oh,
Daniel
Chosen would get him
Daniel-
straight out Miyagi
Oh, yeah.
in second. Oh man, I
Yeah.
love when Daniel reverses. He gets the iPad, snaps it.
Yeah.
Quiet.
Like, quiet. And
Yeah.
yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's the best.
About time.
Yeah. Anthony, I do like him, but in some scenes I was like, what a bastard. Like, oh,
Yeah.
this guy's
You
such
get- You hire someone to clean all the cars. All right.
I don't even know how to do that. I was like, how did he do that?
But I do
I
like
mean,
the Go ahead, you.
Okay. I mean, I completely understand though how he didn't feel that connection and that closeness to Mr. Miyagi because he
Yeah.
was too young to remember it. And I did feel a little bit sorry for him there because Daniel, like, you know, Sam was trained by Miyagi and Daniel's always talking about Miyagi and they've got such a close
It's hard to be
connection
the one that's
to
left out of the
Miyagi.
loop.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I did have a bit of sympathy for him there. Just a bit.
Yeah, I think just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Going forward, I
Dynamic
think
with
we need to really follow through with that. He's always felt like the outsider of the whole thing. and stop making him, let's not do the wishy-washy. Okay, he's taken the bin out, but he's still a jerk. Like that's not like, all right, him taking the trash out is very symbolic of taking his bitch ass over there, and now he's come back in, fresh slate, brand new beginning, and he switched over at Whopper Juniors, so he'll be all right.
I love that. That was so hilarious.
That was good.
Kind of growth
Like,
spurt.
you sleep-
Dipshit. Still a piece of crap.
Dipshit. I love Louis and Johnny talking. That was so funny. He's like, "How you been, man?" He's like, "I'm good." He's like, "Okay, well,
Yes.
okay." Yeah, he just didn't want to talk
That
to
was
him
good.
at all. I thought that was funny.
Yeah, because they haven't actually spoken since that incident in season 1. That was cool.
Yeah.
That was season 1. Oh my gosh! And then where was Robbie living? Was he living with his mom or in the dojo?
I
He
think
was
his
living with the
mom.
mum.
Okay, because when she showed up, I was like, "Oh, he's not homeless anymore." Great.
So she must have
okay.
gotten out of rehab then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I was like, "What?"
And she went straight to Johnny as well when, Silver started doing his malarkey, so I got to give her that.
Yeah, I liked that.
Yeah, she's an actual mom now. Yeah.
About time.
Yeah, I know. Good.
It's only
grief.
taken bloody 17 years for bloody the parents to get their shit together. Like,
Right?
Jesus.
Johnny still has to prove himself more in my book.
100%,
Yes.
yeah.
Much more.
He
At least,
really needs to-
as much as, Shannon was busy shacking up with dudes every other weekend like they were on sale, at least she was there for him, in some capacity.
in some
Johnny.
capacity. Yeah.
Yeah.
Non-existent. Man, there are some weird names going in the chat. I am not going to address them.
Okay.
Oh my God. Wait, what's that about? Wait, who said J Pusser? Oh, how rude. J Pusser. Sounds like a bloody cocktail.
I don't want to think about that one.
I wouldn't be drinking
That's
that cocktail.
I wouldn't be drinking. I'll have a orange juice before I have that.
Yeah, I mean we could have pizza on pineapple instead.
Yes.
Well, yeah. Oh no. With a
Pizza
side
on
of he's all
pineapple.
that. Yeah. With a side
No,
of
it
he's
was
all that.
broccoli
Yeah,
on
no.
pineapple, I said.
Oh God.
I know it was a mistake.
Oh, you know what I think was another missed opportunity was that Miguel and Devin didn't really train. I wanted to see that. I wanted to see.
Oh, that would have been cool.
Devin
Yeah,
was
that
just
way
thrown
he
in
could-
there because they needed a girl. She didn't really have.
She didn't really
No.
have anything. Yeah.
Cool character though.
I wanted more of like a reason to kind of root for her, other than she's just another girl,
Exactly. The fact that they bring
yeah.
like all these girls in and then don't have Aisha come back. I mean, I don't know if there was something going on behind the scenes, but I was thinking, really, can't Aisha join Eagle Fang?
Yeah. Who
Oh, yeah,
cares
I would have
about
loved
Piper?
that.
Like, I mean, who really cares about Piper? I mean, come on. Like,
Yeah, seriously.
I forgot she existed until that episode. I was like, oh shit.
my McNuggets.
Oh my
She made
gosh.
Cobra Kai seem less threatening. Oh, far out.
I know.
Mm.
I love that. She's like, you gonna dance all day or are you gonna fight? I was like, oh my god.
She likes Tory.
Oh yeah. Should do that again sometime.
That one,
Well,
I was
mean,
like, what?
I was like, no comment. The less said about that, the better. But
Yeah.
I don't know. I think her going forward is she's probably just going to be nothing more than just being there. That's all it is. You won't get any like subplot with her or any like meaningful story. She'll just be there to be there.
I think she'll be.
Would she have done though what Cobra Kai did in seasons 2 and 3? Would she be part of that? Because I feel like they really need to up the ante with Cobra Kai again, make them seem more threatening. So
I think Piper
I think
kind of
it's
has a good
possible.
heart. Because even Moon says that Piper is a good person. And that
Yeah.
she has a good heart.
So I mean, that's for like when the trailer dropped and everyone was like, "Oh my god, did you see the character that was in the trailer? Oh my god, they joined Cobra Kai." I said, "Who?" They said, "Piper." I said, "Okay."
Yeah, I thought it was Sean. I was like, oh my god, oh
That would
wow,
be
Sean's gonna join. And then it was
That's
Piper.
what
I
I
was
was
like,
excited. I was like, "Oh my god, is it Sean?" I'm like,
yeah,
see it,
yeah.
I don't
And then
see
it was
Sean. Where is it?
Piper. I was like,
Like-
ah, damn it. Yeah.
I was like,
I mean,
really?
if Piper had a more interesting storyline, then it would have been cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it was cool
I
that
think it's just because she was literally for
yeah.
that throwaway scene in season 2, and there was just no other mention of her or anything after that. It was just kind of like, oh, okay, she's back, I guess. But
That was weird.
yeah, that was weird, and it would have probably made some other things make a bit more sense as well. But yeah,
I
it is
do
what it
like
is.
the. What's your guys' favorite fight in the whole season?
Oh, Robbie and Eli, 100%.
Okay.
Personally,
I have to
I
agree
love.
there.
Personally, I really loved how they did the Tory Sam. They left that for the final fight. I really liked that, and I thought that was a really pretty even fight as well. But I think Eli and Robbie has the edge.
Yeah, that was very intense.
That was just so intense.
And
They were both really good fights.
yeah.
Yeah.
And it
For me,
actually
it's
changed
both
my
of them,
mind
yeah.
as well when they get in, because when we are getting into the tournament, I was like, okay, Robbie got to win this. Robbie got to win this. This time it's like
Yeah, me
it's
too.
fine. And I don't know, because Eli was, so lost. So I didn't see any chance of him winning at the end of the tournament. And then, when Robbie got to meet Danielle and had that conversation, I was just changing my mind and was like, he is so true about that Robbie's not gonna win this.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah.
And then
I think
when
after
he
that,
has that
they
moment of
probably win it.
hesitation, when he looks up and sees Kenny, it's like that
Yeah.
solidifies it.
Yeah. Because I do love how they acknowledge that he would have won, but just like when he sees what it's
Yeah.
doing to Kenny, it shakes him up. Not only did Daniel kind of wake him up, but seeing Kenny shook him up.
Yeah,
know?
I think hearing Daniel's words is one thing, but I think him seeing it play out in front of him with Kenny, someone he's taken under his wing, I think it adds to that even more. And then
Yeah,
it's even better, I feel, that he actually makes the decision himself at the end to choose, which is good, because then it's not just like, okay, we want to bring Robbie home, let's have someone bring him over like forcefully. Let's have Robbie choose. Let's have Robbie make that choice, and he chooses the right. I was sat there. I was like, if Robbie doesn't come home, come on, enough now. Please.
He needs to have some sort of win.
That's the moment for him.
And that's the win.
For me, it came out of nowhere. I don't know if that's just me. It came out of nowhere a little bit. Like, it felt like when Hawk switched sides. Like, I wasn't against it. I was just like, wait, what? Wait, what? But I think the acting between the two of them, William and Tanner, pulled it off. That's what made me
I
go,
actually
okay,
felt the exact same
I
way.
accept this.
Alex.
Yeah, it was
when
so
I
out of
first
left
watched
field.
season 3, I felt that way about Hawk, and then when I first binge watched season 4, I felt that way about Robbie and Johnny. It was only after going back and watching them both seasons a couple of times was when I actually thought, okay, it makes sense. And yeah, like the acting in both of those scenes was top notch.
Me too.
Not to mention the soundtrack as well.
Oh my
Yeah.
god! Yes.
Oh God.
Bloody emotional as hell, that one.
Tanner broke my heart in that. Tanner broke my heart in that scene. I was like, oh man.
I don't think I've ever
was like, oh.
felt like so much emotion with Robbie's character until that
I must
point.
say, like from an actor's thing, like Alex, you'll get this, is like he times that tear so perfectly. The tear.
Yes.
drops
Oh my!
out.
I was just about to say that.
I was
just
that
about to
is
say that, but I didn't want to
perfect.
sound like.
He did that. At
Yes,
the right
I was
time.
just about to say that.
I noticed that.
I was
Not
just
too
about to
late,
say that, man.
Just at the right
Yes.
time. I was like, ah.
I was just about to say
That
that.
was
Oh, but
I was like,
yeah, I was gonna
like,
say it, but I didn't want to
how
sound like
dare
a
you.
douche. Yeah, I love
No,
that.
you gotta
Where he's
say
like, I
those
had all
things.
this. I love it. He was like, I had all this hate inside of me, and then the tear goes down. I was
You
like,
and
holy
Oh,
shit.
And
that was
that's when
perfect.
it dropped.
Like,
I was like, yo, yeah.
that's when it dropped. I was like,
line. It drops
Yeah.
after that line. I was
it
like,
drops after. I was like, he's all that who?
You know,
Like what movie?
yeah.
You know?
get
Yeah,
that
no.
out of there. You know what it
Yeah.
reminded me of? It reminded me of Snape and Harry Potter. Where it's like, you have your mother's eyes, and then the final tear goes in the thing. Like it's just
Yeah.
it's the little details, and sometimes it's not always intended, but it just times so
It was
perfectly.
great.
Yeah.
It's
You know
the
who-
hate
you-
inside of me,
comparison.
and it's like the tears are releasing the hate, like they
Of the hate, yes.
Mhm.
You know who Tanner reminds me of? Just to tie it more to Star Wars, Tanner reminds me of Hayden Christensen, the guy who plays Anakin, because they're both of their best acting moments are when they're either listening to somebody or when they're crying. You know
When
what I
they're
mean?
crying.
When they're either when they're
mean,
crying or when they're listening to somebody. Like when Robbie was listening to Tory in season 3 about like coming to Cobra Kai. Look at Tanner's face. he's just in deep thought about it. You know, he's like, and then like their best acting is when they're either listening or when they're crying. And Tanner just, oh my god, he broke my heart. I was like, oh man, you know.
I mean,
and I do love the fact that
the Anakin parallels.
Every time I rewatch.
I mean,
it's there, man.
I don't like
it's
to brag,
it's
but
there.
for a whole year, I've been saying
yeah.
wrong. And they even said
off.
it themselves, where you know, they were like, "Oh, Anakin wishes he had this arc." I was like,
I saw that.
Yes,
yeah.
Yes, I said it. I said it. It's nice to be right.
I loved it. I thought Tanner really did a great job,
Like,
and I believed that
I
believed he was helpless.
As the show goes as well, with like the young actors, like some of them have always been convincing, but I think some of them are growing even more as it goes. Like I think Jacob has always been like one from the beginning. There's always just been.
Oh yeah.
But
the
I
way
think,
that Jacob
Gianni's
transitions
really
from
coming
Eli
to
to
his own.
Hawk is
I know.
yeah.
Like
It's
I think
amazing.
Gianni
That's
and Tanner and
incredible.
Peyton and Mary have really grown. I think Sholo and Jacob have always been great since like probably the start.
They've always been good.
Yeah.
yeah.
They've always
But
been
these
quite
guys have
good.
really grown.
Yep.
I do like
Yeah,
that.
for
I love
sure.
I love how Johnny doesn't, Johnny's first thing when he sees Robbie, he's not like, do you feel proud of yourself? You know what I mean? The first thing Johnny says
He
is,
finally
"You kicked
knows
ass."
what to say to Robbie. After
Yeah,
all this time.
he doesn't throw it in his face. He just goes, you kicked ass today. It's like, oh, yes. He's now his father.
But he also acknowledges that Daniel had a good thing going with him as well.
Yes. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
I was
he had a
thinking,
good thing going.
finally.
Finally, he says that,
Hard to
you
say
had a good
out
thing
loud.
going. I mean, I was like, you bloody noticed, Johnny, about time.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
After all this time. Like, that's what this season mostly was about for me, is
and
characters realizing shit.
And that's one thing I did really like. It felt like Daniel and Johnny did finally kind of know what to say to Robbie, not to force the issue.
Yeah. With Daniel, it was like, okay, I don't need to beg you. I'm just going to tell you what's going to happen next because I've been through this before. I want you to come back, but I want you to make that choice yourself. Here's what's going to happen. And when it happens, don't be surprised. And then with Johnny, it's like, okay, I'm not going to throw things in your face. I'm not going to slam a door against you. I'm just going to be honest and say, hey, you know what? You had a good thing going over there and I ruined it, I'm sick of blaming you, Dad. Oh!
Yeah.
God.
It's like Johnny's evolved from Kreese into his own Miyagi,
Yep.
It was great. And then Daniel's evolved from Sato into Miyagi.
I kept telling people, I was saying this from the beginning of the entire show. I said, Robbie and Johnny is the long stretch. It's not going to be, like, you can't judge it on a season-to-season basis because it's going to be the long-term thing. And now they're finally here. So now what needs to happen is Johnny now needs to have both of his sons together. Both of his sons. I want my boy Miguel and my son Robbie. I want both of them. Yeah. Both of my boys.
It's such a shame.
I mean, technically, it's already happened with me and Shamoon, but it's we need the in show ones.
It's such a shame, I mean, like if they had met under different circumstances, like you said, Jacob, these dudes they'd be really good friends. They'd be.
I mean, I always think back to that scene before, like when Johnny gives his gi to Miguel. When Robbie pulls up and sees it, I think if Robbie doesn't see Miguel there, Robbie joins Cobra Kai.
He would have joined Cobra Kai for sure.
That is a whole new thing. And they could still have a bit of a bickering going back and forth because, Robbie's his father, Miguel's taken a liking to him. But because it's early days, you could still avoid that rivalry even festering.
Yes.
Yeah. By that one simple scene.
And I swear to God, in season 5, I know they're going to do this. They're going to drag it out. They're going to wait till the mid-season to give us a conversation just because they want to just milk it. They just want to just milk it just a little bit more of the teasing. It's like if me and Alex, right, we're meant to be like binary brothers or something. We're meant to be brothers across the sea. And anytime we're about to have a conversation, something happens, something gets
anytime you're about to meet up.
Yeah, like I've missed the bus, or you've got to go and get to work, or you got to take a phone call, or I'm going into the shop. Like there's like something that keeps happening. So finally that will be resolved now, and we won't have to worry about that frustrating stuff.
And then Jacob kicks me off a railing. It goes from there.
Never.
Pretty much.
Never.
Goes from there.
I
can't wait for that scene where he apologizes.
Yes, and that's mostly why I want them to be on the same page is Robbie needs to say, "Hey, I'm sorry for damn near
He
killing
almost
your arc."
killed him. Yeah.
He's taunted him
Dude,
about
come
it,
on.
already,
Yeah.
and
That
he's
rubbed me
already
the
tried
wrong
to
way,
punch
yeah.
him.
Yeah, even I was
Yeah.
like, "Okay, Robbie." I was like, "All right, chill out. You're doing too much. That's
Yeah.
naughty.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
I was like,
That's a low
Actually,
blow."
what did you? You go, Alex.
No, I wasn't gonna say anything. No.
Okay. What did you guys think of Miguel's arc this season? Because I know a few people have said that they feel he's sidelined. I don't personally
think that-
agree, but there were some things that were glossed over. So
I
what do you
think
guys
with
think?
with Miguel, it's sort of like what season 3 was for Robbie, where his whole arc culminates in the finale because he's the forgotten character. So it's like with this season that Miguel is the forgotten hero, not because we forget him, but because the story has forgotten him, if that makes sense. But it allows the foundation to be laid for season 5 to really bring him into the woodwork. I mean, we're getting like into his family history, and that can only happen because of this season. And I think Miguel's real growth, and for a lot of the kids, is that silverware is great, and Eli needed the silverware because he just needed it, and same like Tory. But I think the kids will learn, even the adults, you are not defined by a trophy. You're not defined by silverware. It's who you are as a person and how you are with people. And Miguel being the heart and soul of this entire show. I think, this season has now made it possible for Miguel and even people like Robbie and Eli and whoever to be the evolution of the adults because of that. And I did half expect that. It makes sense as well. Like the fact that he's even walking is a miracle. So, and with this show, they've already, how do I explain it? With the school fight, they showed that they have stakes. School fight, as epic as it was, there was fallout, there was police involved, there was people arrested, there was people suspended, there was, Miguel in a coma, there was stakes. So I think they had to carry that over. And because of that, now Miguel will go on a journey of self-discovery where the focus will be on him. And now Robbie is on the same page as Johnny. They can both focus on Miguel. So Miguel will now be front and center, as it should be.
But I think it worked throughout season 4. I didn't really have too many issues with it. I liked that there was more Daniel Miguel bonding. I didn't find it hardly any of that cringe. I thought it was quite good.
Oh no, him and Daniel was cool.
And it wasn't too much of like last season. It was a little bit of rehashing the past and telling his side of the story. But this time it was more just about the now and about Miguel, which I liked. Yeah. And in the end, in the tournament, I already had an inkling going into this season that he wasn't going to make it into the finals. Yeah. And, I was thinking throughout the last episode, I wonder where Miguel's gone. But at the same time, I thought, this works the way they're doing it. They're doing it for a reason. I don't think the amount of screen time a character always has dictates how important they are.
Good point.
So for season 3 with Robbie, this season was just Miguel's turn to be sort of like that forgotten character in the end, but it's like the final 5 minutes of the finale set up next season and set up his arc so well. So I don't really have too much of an issue with it. And I like that he's not putting his heart and soul all into Johnny anymore and all into that father figure. I'm glad that, he actually, even though he has no idea what his real father's capable of, I'm actually kind of glad that he's going into season 5 looking for his real father figure because he knows that Johnny is Robbie's real son. And it'll never take away from the bonds that Miguel and Johnny have. Never. Like, it's the heart and soul of the show. But I think it's kind of nice that Miguel can see sort of out of the realm of Johnny a little bit more. And I think spending time with Daniel also added to that as well.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I liked his arc.
Absolutely.
I liked his arc too. It was great because it was the rise of a champion, but yet he didn't have the trophy. He saw he saw what the rivalry was doing to everyone. You know what I mean?
His heart wasn't in it.
He didn't know. I love his arc because
he was fighting for.
Yeah, he didn't know what he was fighting for, and his heart wasn't in it. And him and
Spider-Man 2 effect.
Yeah, and him and Robbie kind of have the same ending arc this season where they didn't know what they were fighting for. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And they were
and now
fighting for the wrong
bridges are
reasons. And
built,
now they're on the same page.
and now they
Yes.
can connect on common ground because now they both
Yes.
have an understanding of they didn't know who or what they were fighting for anymore. There's a commonality there.
Yeah. And
That's brilliant.
now they
writing.
both. Yeah, and they both know that winning isn't everything. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
they're both
Exactly.
not defined by trophies. They're both not defined by the
And I think
mistakes
Miguel and
they
Robbie
made
needed that
or
especially more
trophies.
than anyone else because Miguel was the
Oh
champion,
yeah.
and his whole thing in season 3 was I need to prove it again, and then Robbie's is like I need to win, to show everyone that I'm this, that, and they're all wrong. And they learned that it was about so much more than that, and I think Miguel's moment was when he was in the locker room, and then Robbie's moment was when seeing like the audience like cheering and screaming, and it's like, oh, all that kind of stuff. So all these things that have been planted for them to now connect. There's a relatability for both of them there.
Exactly, and they're both their own. We started off with the both of them. You know what I mean? And to see one day for them to come to a consensus, it's just gonna be, amazing. Robbie and Eli have kind of formed a respect before Miguel and Robbie could. That's just so weird to hear, but it's the truth. So
Yeah.
I'm just excited for where these two will go and like how they'll come together through not only their consensus with each other, but through Johnny as well, because that's their, for Robbie it's his real father, but for Miguel it's his father figure. You know what I mean? And I would love, like you said, Jacob, in one of your videos, it would be so cool to see if Miguel never finds his father.
I would actually prefer that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And who comes to his aid?
Johnny.
His father and his.
Like, I know everyone wants his father
I
to be in
think
it.
I
His
think
father
he
to be a
needs.
piece of shit, but
Yeah.
and maybe to get that
Yeah.
closure. But if they're trying to wrap it up in 2 episodes, it's a lot to cover.
Yeah.
Do you
Yeah,
think
that's
that's
true.
how long the arc will take over there?
Potentially, I don't see it being any longer than the Okinawa one.
Oh, like 2 episodes. Yeah.
Yeah, 2 or
Okay.
3 episodes, something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, they could do a time skip. Maybe Miguel finds his father within the first episode. It could be like a bit of time's passed.
I just would
Yeah.
have thought maybe it's the first 5 episodes and then something happens in episode 5 and then they come back.
Because then I suppose if
maybe-
you do it for the first 5 episodes, then you've got 5 episodes of Johnny, Miguel, and Robbie together. But then that leaves Silver primed, over there to build up his empire, and you literally
Yes.
only have Chosen coming into the mix over there. So it's a good way of splitting up the forces.
And they come back to our valley they don't even recognize anymore. You know what I mean? With Cobra Kai Dojo,
Yeah.
it's like
Oh, that would be
Yeah.
haunting. Like,
Yeah,
imagine
could you
that they come back and they see it just all different. Ooh, that
We were gone for like 2 weeks. Yeah, we were gone for like 2 weeks, and he just took over.
Yeah,
That'd be
and when like
great.
Johnny, Miguel, and Robbie come, it's almost like the Portals moment in Endgame. It's like, oh, hope
Yeah.
has arrived. Like these 3.
Yes,
you
like
know.
we're missing
Yeah.
our. Oh God, we're missing our keys here, and for them to come in, you know what I mean? Oh God, that's I'm
I'm gonna just say this. I'm just saying this. We're missing Johnny Lawrence, Robbie Lawrence, and Miguel Lawrence. Get that Diaz out of there. Let's just change it to Lawrence.
Yeah,
his sons.
pretty. I mean, yeah, like Diaz, like who?
But I think
Dad
to
Diaz
get
doesn't even know
that,
he exists. Yeah.
yeah. But I think to get that, Miguel really needs to find his dad. I agree the rest of the
Yeah.
people on that, because it's partly because of Johnny that Miguel really wants to find his dad and finds out
Oh,
the
yeah.
truth, because
Yeah.
he tells this story about how he didn't want to become like his own father, like Sid or like Chris. And I think it's also because Miguel's wondering if he wants to hear his father's side of the story and form his own opinion, not just what her mother said, which is actually isn't the whole truth,
Yeah.
as it turned out. So he really needs to find out the truth
Yeah.
for that. And because until you have this thought, like, what if he actually
Yeah,
wanted
that's
me,
true.
just didn't know the way, have to deal with me or have to deal with this whole situation, like Johnny didn't know.
Yeah.
Then
I think
you
I
just
think
have to
not
do
knowing
that.
is always the worst too.
That's the worst option. I have to
Yeah.
agree with you.
Yeah, and I think as well, like
no matter how cruel or how ugly the truth is, you can deal with it only if you face it.
Relate to it as well. Like if you know,
Exactly.
they never know what happens with their parents, and and Daniel even says to him in this season where it's like, you know, I may have not had my dad around, but it didn't mean there wasn't someone that couldn't fill that role. You know, it's he could get, you know, a bit of both from Daniel and Johnny as the father figure.
That's true.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think that Carmen as well, as hard as it is to tell your kid the truth, I think Miguel deserved to know that his father doesn't know that he exists. I think that was a fault on her part. She was too scared of telling him the truth and to protect herself.
I wouldn't be surprised when he comes back. He might be a bit resentful to her.
And to be honest with you, I don't blame him.
No.
I think it would be
another bit where him and Robbie can relate is Robbie was resentful to his mum for what she was doing.
Yep.
He can say, "Hey, don't do that. I've done that. It's not healthy."
Yeah,
but I can completely understand him, even though she was protecting him. I can completely understand him. You know,
absolutely. But Miguel is like old enough and mature enough to accept the truth.
Exactly, and I think sometimes, you know, I mean, I can't speak, you know, for Carmen because I'm not a mother, I'm not in her position, but I think Carmen as well, she might have felt, you know, scared to tell him the truth because maybe telling him the truth, maybe not telling him the truth, is actually a way to protect herself so that Miguel doesn't go looking for him and then doesn't bring that person back into her life as well. But now, unfortunately, by not telling him, he's gone and done exactly that.
Yeah, but you know, guys, what I was wondering, why she did tell Miguel the name of his father so he can look him up. So
Miguel knows who his dad
there's
is.
a chance that he can go after and
was it addressed that like Carmen did tell him who he was? Or did he just
Miguel
find
said
out?
Miguel knows who his dad is. He said he searched him up and he found out that he was living in Mexico. So Miguel knows who his dad is, but we don't know.
Okay, but so would Carmen have been the one that told him who he was?
Possibly.
Or maybe his Yaya, maybe she told him.
Maybe Yaya said.
Because why would Carmen tell him that if...
It might have been Yaya. Because she did say, like, before they went to prom, you know, he looks just like his dad. You know, it's...
That is true.
Maybe she let it slip.
Yeah, and she immediately shut
Probably
her down.
she constantly makes those kind of comments.
Mm-hmm.
I would prefer it if we don't find out who his dad is. I would prefer that.
There's something about it where, as much as it has closure to it, him finding out his dad, I think you can't wrap something like that up in 5 episodes. Like he will want to know more. Like he wants to be. He won't just be like, okay, Dad, I found you. I'm gonna bugger off now. I think there's something symbolic about him going to find his father, not finding him, but then Johnny comes for him. Like I think then it will speak volumes of how much Johnny cares for him. Is that, you know, he will travel south of. Johnny's definitely making a joke. Even made me travel south of the border, you know, to come and get you back. You know, it ain't about your blood. It's about who cares about you. You know, and I think, you know, him seeing Robbie as well. You know, it'd be like, oh crap, you're here too. You know,
it would be a testament.
That
to
applies to that applies to Daniel and Robbie as well and their bond.
Yes.
Oh yes,
love that
for sure.
bond.
They had a very. I wish we got more focus on that, to be honest. But like, I love their bond too because, you know, Robbie did find a father figure. You know, Daniel let him stay at his house. He gave him a job. Yeah. You know what I mean? He looked out for Robbie.
Father figure. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just. Oh, I just hate that. Like how life just throws things at you. And you make dumb decisions, but. I do like that.
Being
more.
a hothead doesn't help.
No, it does not.
No.
But I do like that more. That he doesn't find his father, but, you know, his family comes for him. You know, his father and his, you know, future brother. You know, I think that would be amazing.
It's gonna be so weird.
It's gonna be weird, yeah, for sure.
I mean, look, I'm actually happy if Robbie and Miguel never become best friends. As long as they have a respect for each other.
I mean,
me too.
If they are to become best friends, it's going to be a while. But I think if what they learn from Johnny and Daniel is to not hold on to the grudge and have a mutual respect.
That's what I want.
Yeah, because you don't want to come back in like 30-something years and have that rivalry start again.
Oh, yo, bro. That's like, you know, Eli and
doing karate in the garage. Yeah.
But you know, I think there will be a respect that is formed between them, to where it can be buried. And if they are to become friends, it will be like way down the line. It would just be more of a mutual respect. But
or even
mind you,
maybe friends, but not like really
with
close.
The way
not like
Sam and
Eli
Tory
and
have kind of
Dimitri.
gone this season. Could happen.
I mean, I could see them maybe becoming. I don't want them to become friends, but I could see it because I never would have thought that Daniel and Chosen would become friends. I never saw that happening. You know,
Tory and Sam.
Chosen,
That's true.
Chosen almost killed Daniel, just like Robbie almost killed Miguel. You know,
And Tory and Sam
man.
too.
yeah.
If they don't focus on, as much as I love Eagle Fang, right, and I'm saying this, as much as I love Eagle Fang, there's something about having all of the main fighters at Miyagi-Do under Chosen, like including Robbie and Miguel.
Yeah, I know.
I absolutely freaking love.
Yeah.
That would
I
be the
sent you
ultimate
that.
dojo. Like you have Chosen's Miyagi-Do, you have Miguel, Robbie, Hawk, well Eli now, Sam, Tory, Dimitri. You know,
I would love that. Like Chosen is the one that brings them all together. Like, oh, I would love that.
I would actually love that. Like
Because I sent you that video
Yeah.
the other day, Jacob, about
yeah, because
Chosen.
I mean, as
You
much as
remember?
like
Yeah.
Johnny loves Eagle Fang, there's no one to cover Eagle Fang while it's gone. So why didn't you just have them all at Miyagi-Do? Like,
Exactly. Under
and then you
Chosen,
have
someone
Sam
who
and
embraces
Tory
both.
learning from each
Yeah.
other, Robbie and Miguel learning from each other, and Eli's just like, hey, you know, what's up?
Because Chosen, he embraces both. He embraces both offense and defense. You know what I mean?
Can you imagine just seeing
that'd be
Eli
amazing.
chill for once? Like he's just
Oh,
been
God.
so aggressive and having all these identity issues, and
sits
I can
there
just imagine
meditating
him
or
just
something.
being so chill. Yeah, exactly.
It was so weird seeing Eli smile this season. You know,
I
I'm not used to
know.
seeing him smile. I was like, what
Oh,
are
you
you
see the way
doing?
he says
Like,
he cheers on
not a
Dimitri? He's like,
smirk.
yeah, Dimitri. I'm like, man, that's
I
Eli. That's
know.
not Hawk.
That's Eli right
Like,
there, man.
But not even like that smirk that he did as, just Hawk. Like just that genuine smile.
Yeah.
But it also wasn't the shy, timid Eli that we saw at the start either. It was a really nice combination of both.
He was
Hybrid.
reinvigorated. Yeah.
A part of me really wants him to grow back the mohawk because hair doesn't
think
make
he
him an
might.
arsehole.
I think he might
But-
down the line.
I kind of want that, but
Like, I
not
wouldn't
gonna
be
lie.
surprised if you start seeing his hair grow out, and then by season 6 he has a mohawk again or something. I wouldn't be surprised.
Because he
'Cause
doesn't.
this time when he gets it, it won't be like, okay, I'm clinging on to this. This is everything. This defines me.
Exactly.
It'll just be like, okay, what color?
I like
Rico,
it.
give me yellow this time or something.
Yeah. I'm making
Or-
a
Exactly.
fashion statement.
I would love black and white, yin and yang. Oh,
That would be
I would love
cool.
that. I would love that. That would slap. But Alex, as it's your birthday, bro, almost, and TCK's was the other day.
Oh no.
Oh god.
I'm expecting
TCK loves that.
don't even.
Oh god, thank you very much. For all intensive purposes.
Ha!
Thank you. Thank you. Oh,
I love
God.
how you
No,
say
I've
that,
got it.
Alex.
Yeah, Jacob told me the other day, he's like, own that catchphrase. That's
Own
yours.
that
Yeah.
shit. 'Cause, I mean, I say
Yeah.
it,
Yours.
but sporadically, like that's your one. You own that, sir.
I
That's
should get
yours.
I should get it tattooed on my back or something.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
three-legged
yeah,
kick
like, I'm
thing's
not-
yours now too.
What were we
Yeah,
saying
I
about
can do that
kicking
too.
You over a railing earlier, like
Yeah.
a year from now, or whatever. We like if we meet up and when this world bloody gets back to normal, we're just
Yeah.
like the shirts off, and then you just have like the the Hawk screech with the
Yeah.
tattoo.
But instead of everyone cheering me on, they're like, what the fuck is he doing?
For all intents and purposes,
Yeah.
Brown is back.
Brown.
Back.
hope
I
she
feel so
recovers.
bad because you're struggling with the Wi-Fi, the internet connection the whole time.
Oh, that sucks.
It wouldn't be the same with ending
So
without you.
Yeah.
No.
Mm.
Can everyone in the chat do me a favor, please? Can we raise a toast to Brown here, please? And when you raise a toast, please put Hawk Screech at the end of it as well. That's her that's her cue. That's her signature.
Yeah.
And then don't worry, Briggy, yours will come like as it goes.
Fight.
I mean, Brown's Bakery as well. That was another classic.
I forgot about that. You guys remember so much.
That's right.
Yeah. That last stream was something else. We had all kinds of catchphrases. Good grief.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a lot of stuff.
Three-legged kicks and bakeries and
We had a lot of stuff.
pineapple pizza.
Alex,
Wow.
you and I share that now,
We should get that on a shirt. We should start a
Yes.
movement like a
and I
three-legged
won't be
kick.
the only one wearing it.
Yeah, just wear
Exactly,
it.
we're starting a movement.
Gotta
Yeah.
eat that tomorrow.
Oh, you sure do, yeah. He's all that. Didn't you say you would take a shot
no.
like, too? Didn't you say you were gonna take a shot like every time they say something cringy or something like that, or you were gonna take a drink?
I mean, if I did that,
Well,
I'd probably be probably not a good
Wasted.
idea.
Didn't we say though that you were going to sneak off camera every 5 seconds so that YouTube doesn't catch you drinking?
What?
Like 20 minutes into the movie, you're just gonna be blind drunk.
Wait,
And like, oh my
that-
god.
Don't be
Wait.
surprised for a good portion of the movie where I'd just be sitting there.
I wouldn't be surprised if you never end the stream. Like it just goes on for like 2 days.
I sit there in like an hour. Like
In a
an hour and
catatonic
15
state.
Yeah. It's like, is he
I mean,
okay?
This is the post-credit scene for the crap I'm gonna have to endure tomorrow. But the pineapple on pizza
gonna be
thing
good, man.
has become such a staple now, and I always remember what you said, Julian, about how it came up in one of the most serious streams, and it just took over. I was like, right, come on, this is important. What, the pineapple on pizza? What the hell? And then it just went on a tangent for like an hour, and now it's a thing. Man, if I end up eating that pizza tomorrow and end up liking it, then I'll literally eat my words. But if not, then
You will.
I'll give it to someone out on the street somewhere.
God.
Yep.
He's all that
I'll
pizza.
be telling you,
and
I told you
getting drunk.
so.
Oh no.
And I know how much you hate that, so I'm going to do it even more.
There's nothing that it's like
Irks
it
you
always
more than
reminds
that.
me of school where I would get in trouble and someone there would be always someone in class that go, "Told you so," and they'd be like, "Oh, don't do that."
I just got
Don't
a
do that.
flashback
Yeah, I hate that too.
to
That's why I
first
want to do
grade.
it.
Don't do that.
I just got a
Oh.
flashback to first grade.
It's just like PTSD. Oh, you guys are trying to turn me into Terry Silver over here. Like, you're all giving me PTSD, like flashbacks to like. the
He's
bad
all
days.
yeah. Oh my god. It's what sets you off. Pineapple pizza sets you off.
Pineapple pizza. Pineapple pizza. No,
I
Brown.
think you'll
no.
like it.
Where's Brown?
No, Brown.
I'm not ending
Can't
until
end
you
the
get back
stream
in
without
it.
Brown.
I think you'll like it. I think you'll like. I'm not a big fan of
I
pineapple.
mean, I haven't had it
pizza,
in years, so.
But if
I
it's
mean,
on there, I'll eat it.
I might
It's
enjoy
not
it. You
bad.
never know. The last
Yeah.
time I had it, though, I just remember eating this like gooey, like wine gum tasting kind of just hard boiled thing on top of margarita. It was really weird.
But your taste buds might have changed since then. You know?
How long ago was
Did you
that?
grow up?
How long ago was that, Jacob? When you had it?
I think 12 or
Yesterday.
13. And
At a
that was, like,
birthday party, I'm
God.
guessing?
You've been
I don't know. I
traumatized?
think it was just a takeaway, but
Oh.
about 10 years ago now. So hey, it might have changed. You know, stranger
You've
things
been-
have happened.
You've been traumatized for 10 years? Oh my god.
I sound like Toby Maguire. I genuinely don't go around advertising. So basically, with me, when I order pizza, it's literally chicken,
Yes.
can't even fucking speak, mushrooms, pepper, pepperoni, cheese, like all the usual good quality nutritious stuff. When I see pineapple on pizza, I'm just like, no, why is that there? Why is that there? But then I remember, you know, pineapple on pizza is a favorite of others.
I've seen. Oh god.
I mean, hell. Oh, and this is the thing. I hope the pineapple on pizza is good because that movie is awful.
I've never seen it.
Wait, the fact that we're watching, that you're going to watch this, though, after that amazing final scene we saw of Robbie in season 4, like, oh.
Well,
I'm not
you
helping.
see, the
He's so
thing is, I was
pissed.
hoping I was going to get this He's All That thing done before season 4 drops, and I'm like, I've got season 4 to look forward to. The real Tanner Buchanan character, please stand up. But no, I've got to go through this, and then I've got the holiday special afterwards.
Did you
Oh,
procrastinate,
man.
Jacob?
I did. I could have done it a lot earlier, but I was like, okay, Cobra Kai season. I'm not blending the two, but
Which one would you rather watch, Jacob? He's All That or
I think
the
as
holiday
much as I'm a
special?
big Star Wars nerd, I'm gonna have to say
He's all that.
Really?
He's all that. The holiday special
Really?
is that
yeah,
bad.
it's
like
bad.
there's literally a Wookiee that doesn't even look like a Wookiee watching explicit videos. Like what is that? That's not Star. What is this? And then everyone in it looked completely baked. Harrison's just like, just pick up a paycheck. You know, It's awful. It's really awful. Like, it's really bad.
God.
It's so terrible.
Oh my gosh. I've never seen
then
that one. I've never
And the
seen
main
it.
character's called, like, I think Lumpy or whatever, and he just runs around going... and
Okay,
then just
I've heard enough.
moving like toys
Yeah.
around and stuff. I'm like, what the fucking hell is this?
That's an
I'm like,
actual
yeah,
movie? Like somebody like signed off?
Yeah,
like, I wanna
someone
make this.
someone
Yeah.
made this. Someone actually made this. Put it
And they
into
weren't taking the piss?
post-production, right?
Yeah.
And in
Like,
post-production, they were all sat
yeah.
there going, you know what? Oh, I don't know what it is, but this is great. You know what this needs? We've got the Star Wars cast here. We need a song. We need a song here. That's what we need. Everyone looks like they're completely baked and they're just high as hell. But let's just make sure, you know, let's get a song in there. Perfect. It's awful.
Are you sure they weren't just taking the piss?
Harrison was just there for the paycheck, but the rest of them, I hope they weren't taking it seriously because
Did all of them
You would think
return?
not.
Is Vader there and he's like
Yes.
drunk or something or what?
oh no.
Vader's
They
there?
use stock footage for him. But and there's
Oh,
also another
God.
thing. They use stock footage for a lot of like the set pieces. I'm like, this is clearly deleted scenes from A New Hope, but you're oh, this is weird. I don't like it. And then Mark Hamill looks like I don't know what they did. Like he looks scary.
I gotta
in this.
search this up. There's no way this is that bad.
I'll show you an image of Mark Hamill. I don't know what they did to him, but honestly, he looks like them Auton things from Doctor Who.
Oh God.
Honestly,
This movie
I
sounds-
saw it as a kid, and ever since then, I was traumatized.
This movie sounds
That.
like it's a crime against humanity. What the hell is that? Oh, that's Mark. He looks
just-
like I don't even want to say.
I
what he
mean,
looks like.
someone actually. I mean, this literally came out a year after the original one, and it had a budget of 1 million, and it just.
Mm.
Oh god! Oh god!
1
I mean, at
million?
least-
Wait, whoa! 1
They
million?
spent that
Somebody-
on... Yeah.
Yeah, I
What
mean,
the
he's
hell?
all
What
that
was
is
going
awful.
on
Like,
in-
let's not get it twisted here. I'm not saying that he's all that. Oh, he's all that. Like the shit you have over here is better than the shit you have over here. But he's all that is at least so bad that it's funny. Like I can sit there and just watch. Like, oh, Tanner, no, what are you doing in this? Get out of this kind of movie. What are you doing? Oh, you know, I was a fucking vet. It's like, oh no, get out of it. But then the holiday special is. I had to take breaks.
What's it
like I had to
about?
take breaks to get through it. Like I watched the first half hour in disbelief, and then 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 3 minutes. I struggled to trek through that, but
What's
Yeah,
the
looking
what's the
forward to
plot?
that.
Like, what is it about?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
Explain
So
this.
essentially,
What the
it's
hell is
basically,
this?
get it off.
What the hell is that?
Basically, it's
My
Is that
eye.
Chewbacca?
it's meant to be a Wookiee. That is meant to be a Wookiee somehow.
What- if that's
essentially
meant
the
to be
plot
a Wookiee, what is this?
is
He looks
basically the-
baked as hell.
God.
Oh my
Oh.
God, Mark
But
Hamill,
there's-
what are you doing?
The premise of this, if you can call it a premise suggests that it stands a fucking merit of quality storyline, or competent storyline. So basically, I can't even call it the plot. The point of this is to get, Chewbacca's home
point?
in time for Life Day, and Life Day is the equivalent of like Thanksgiving or Christmas, is it, in Star Wars? And that's pretty
Here
much
we
what
go.
it is to get his family back home in time. And the Wookiees don't look like Wookiees. Harrison Ford just looks like he's like, I can't believe I was made to do this. Yeah.
My parents remember it. I actually said the other day, Jacob has to watch it because Jacob and the Kings have to watch it because they
Because we were
wrong about the brackets. And then my mum actually just went, "Oh no!" Like she still remembers it from back in the day. She remembers how shit it was.
Wait, King, how long is it? It's 2 hours. Oh,
It's longer than He's All That. So good luck.
Yeah, how long is He's All That?
an hour and a half.
He's
I'm
All
adjusting
That.
for the product placement every 5 seconds. It's like, oh, I'm drinking a Highland Spring water. Let's just.
Oh my God! Don't they have
Who
TikTok
talks
in
like
there or
that?
something like that?
Oh.
He's all that. He all.
The
what
rest
the
is an
hell?
acid trip. No, the rest is a sincere acid trip. It's just, honestly, it's awful. Like, if you haven't watched it, good. Don't watch it.
I saw one scene from He's All That, and I was like, nope.
Oh, He's All
Like,
That.
I'm good.
Yeah,
Which scene was it?
Which one?
It was the scene where he's at the pool, and Tanner
Oh,
kicks him, and he's like,
Oh,
what was
that.
that? And he's like, that was me kicking your ass. And I was like, shut up.
Actually,
please.
you know what I said about that before? It was like they took a fight scene out of Cobra Kai and put it in He's All That. And then with the prom fight in season 4 of Cobra Kai, it was like they took that from He's All That. It was like they
That's what I
went.
was getting when that was playing out. I was like, I swear to God, if Miguel says what was that, and Robbie said, pretty sure that was me kicking your ass, and oh God.
But that's like what it felt like to me.
I've never seen it. I've never seen
it's
it.
not
and I don't
necessarily because
plan
of
on
Tanner.
it.
Tanner's just getting his bag. It's
Not that.
I'm sorry. This is
It's the
something
way
that
it
really
was
bothers
done.
me. I know so many hardworking actresses that would kill for a chance like that, and then here comes Addison Rae, about as talented as a plank. Gets the role, and is just like Tanner's acting circles around everyone in this movie. Like they're just there, just like it's like some bad MTV serial drama. Like it's really awful, but at least it's funny in some ways.
It's that bad.
This is Addison's very first movie, right? Or anything in
Yeah.
acting.
Mm.
Did
pretty
she ever
sure.
learn acting, or
Oh,
because if not,
No, I
she's
don't
not that
think so.
bad. But yeah,
I don't know, but I don't know. It seems like a Disney Channel movie.
But
He's All
But
That.
the thing is, it wasn't really her fault either. Like, she could have just, if they wanted to make a publicity statement, she could have just had a smaller role in the movie as like one of the best friends or something. I don't know why they had to make her the main.
It's a
Like, if they
publicity
had to
thing.
put her
Gets-
in,
gets
you know what I
money.
mean?
Yeah.
but I
It
think
gets
I still
money.
think
Just like-
she's getting way too backlash for that.
Like I don't know if you guys have got this.
I don't
when
think
you're
it's her
sat on,
fault.
when you're sat on Netflix and you're not watching anything, sometimes it will go like your TV will start playing slides of like shows and stuff.
Yeah.
The first thing that pops up, what do you think it was? Tanner and Addison
probably-
on the big screen, just
Yeah.
saying, "Here, recommended for you." He's all that. I think Life's trying to give me a sign.
Trying to tell you something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, the sooner
I
I
love
get.
how-
Based on what
Oh,
movies
God.
or what series.
That's so
I
I
sad.
mean, at this
like,
point, I
somebody
may as
had
well just
that
get all the
idea.
bad
Let's
movies
just
out of the
recommend it
way.
to everyone, I guess. It just
Yeah.
appears on everyone's wall.
After He's All
Probably.
That, you should watch, and the holiday special, you should watch like Batman
Don't say
and
Jordan
Robin or
Revenge.
something.
Oh,
Oh, I was gonna say that one too. Batman and Robin, then Jaws the Revenge. That'd be a good one.
Is that?
May as well throw
A
cats
whole
in there
week.
as well while we're at it.
You
Just
should just
the
call
whole
it, like,
the whole
a
week,
shit
just
fest.
every day is a new bad movie.
I would be surprised if you shut down your channel. You're like, I can't do it anymore. That's it, guys.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm like,
done.
okay,
We don't see you
Chosen
for like
One.
a
He'll be
year.
in therapy.
More like Chosen Gone. I'm taking a break. I'm out of here. Like,
Chosen
lot-
one, yeah.
you lot-
Chosen one's been dismissed.
Chosen
He
Gone.
just leaves. Go on.
That was good. Like, hey, Chosen Gone. Bye. You're like, yeah.
You get
you-
views
you-
just by not being there.
I turned into Terry Silver. Like, I got the hair down. I'm like, I got my ass into therapy. I found clarity.
You get
Like that,
Yeah.
for instance.
you get
But then-
subscribers by not being there.
Dragon
Yeah.
Ball Evolution. Don't bring that one up, Darius. That one pisses me off. It's just God.
Oh, I heard that one is bad too. Dragon Ball Evolution.
Yeah, it's bad. It's awful.
I saw one scene from it and I was like, nope, I'm good.
Ha ha! Tristan released the Outer Banks video. Ha ha! Never.
Oh, what do you think? What do you think of Outer Banks, Jacob? What do you think of Outer
More like
Banks?
outer here. More like outer here.
Oh no!
It's awful.
I
Honestly,
saw.
that
I
you
saw
know
the
what? I
first
need
season.
to just say it right. The character JJ or whatever his name is, Jar Jar, it may as well be, right? He's got a gun, okay? He's like, whoa, bro, I got a gun, right? Looking like some bad Logan Paul video, okay? They're then
Yeah,
getting
that's in like
chased,
episode 1.
right? They're
Yeah.
then getting chased by like grown men with a sniper rifle, right? Don't mention Catwoman, Darius. Hell no. Right? Fuck, another awful one.
Oh yes.
Oh, the
Honestly,
Halle
people
Berry
take
one.
Pride in seeing me suffer. Right? They're getting
Yeah.
sniped. Okay, the gun disappears, but then that same episode later on, he's like waving it around like, "Oh,
He
I
pulls
got
it
a
out
gun."
at the beach. Yeah, yeah.
Ooh-wee. I'm like, what in the fuck is this? What? And then by episode 4, right, you hope for some nuance. You hope for some context. You hope for anything that resembles a decent story. So they're taking the plunge down into the ocean to find some wreckage or something. The episode ends. I'm like, okay, there's something happening here. The next episode opens up with him climbing on the boat, and that's it. Next scene. I'm like, well, what was the point? Well, what? You're just jerking the audience around so you can get that one kissing that one over there, and then that one shacking up with that one over there. Like that's all that show is. It's just a shipping fest over there, quite literally.
Jacob, I dare you to react to the worst episode of Riverdale.
Pissed.
Oh, come on.
Oh,
I think
God. I forgot about Riverdale. I forgot about Riverdale.
Yes, so did I.
I forgot about
I haven't
Riverdale.
watched Riverdale, but I have no incentive.
Don't do it.
I saw like the
Oh, and
first
John,
3 seasons.
yeah,
and
Darius,
I
I
was
know,
like,
John B.
That's it.
Yeah, John B gets a black eye, right? And this is how the dude punches him to give him this black eye, okay? So let's use a doll, right? Or a teddy bear, right? Olympic thing, right? So this is John B, okay? Focus the camera. There we go. So this is John B. This is how John B gets punched, right? He then has a black eye that's bigger than Robbie's black eye from Juvie. Like, how? What? Like, it's just awful.
Obviously, the stunts aren't that great.
Everything isn't that great
Oh,
in
yeah.
that show. Pretty awful.
Oh yeah, doesn't he fall out of a
There we
tree
go.
and then he somehow
We got
survives?
Brown in just before the end.
Brown.
Brown, can you save me, please? Everyone's trying to force me to watch bad properties.
Outer Banks.
Oh no. Outer Banks.
Supposed to be on my side here.
You talk about yeah. Great show.
Jacob, isn't there
What
an
was it
episode?
where, I think we asked you where your opinion on the show, you were just like, no. Yeah, no. Just no. But yeah.
Oh god.
I think, with that post-credit scene justifying for He's All That tomorrow, looking forward to that. That's your post-credit scene, everyone. But this has been 4 hours of great discussion regarding Cobra Kai Season 4. But Alex, to make sure your notes don't go to waste, for the next one, Legends number 2, the Knights of Pop Culture, we will do an episode-by-episode thought thing for the next one. So that way, we can just talk about each episode specifically, and what worked and what didn't for the future. But it's been 4 hours, and I gotta say, I'll say this on there, it's been an absolute pleasure having you guys on. Briggy, it was a pleasure to meet you today. Brown, you're OG. Alex, I mean, you're my twin. And Juliana, you're the nuance, so...
There you go, man. There you go.
Give you that.
There you go. Now, can everyone raise a toast to these fine people in the chat here? Raise a toast immediately. I don't want to see any more Riverdale or Outer Banks. He's All That. Or Jaws the Revenge. Get that out of there.
Don't
Throw
do it,
that
yeah.
in there. Get
I
that
love
out of
it.
there. There you go. Raise a toast to these lovely people here. There you go. That's what's more important. Oh, man.
Thanks, guys. This was fun.
Thanks,
you.
guys.
Yeah.
This was an
Really
awesome
fun
Friday.
It was.
This
I'm
stream
so sorry,
really...
Brown.
Most of the time.
Oh yeah, sorry, Brown.
Oh,
This stream really
God.
picked me up. This stream picked me up after that stupid curtain fight I had earlier. I'm a lot more,
I need to see
a
that.
lot more happy.
I
I
wish
was so
that was on
pissed.
film.
You know what's funny?
Oh.
While I was fighting with the curtain, I had my camera on, so I thought you guys had watched the whole thing, but I hadn't joined
Oh.
yet. So once I joined,
Oh,
and
no,
no
that
one
would've
said
been
Oh no!
once I joined and no one said anything, I was like, I'm good. I'm in the clear. It's not on YouTube. I'm good.
That would have been flipping
Thanks,
perfect
Darius.
to see. If you could do like a recreation
Thanks,
of that, I would
King.
love that.
Oh God.
Oh, Lisa says
Thanks,
happy
Lisa.
birthday to you, Alex.
Thanks, Lisa.
But oh yes, there it is. I can
And
always
there
count
it
on you,
is.
Tristan, to bring that up. I'm turning it into silver over here. You see, it's bloody keep bringing
heard-
up bad movies.
I heard Cats was like an acid trip. I heard that's what it was. I
The
heard it was
trailer
that
for
bad.
that movie scares me. Like I get physically
Yeah.
like I have a physical reaction to it. Like I get scared. Like I get oh what the hell is this?
Yeah.
I don't need to see like these grown adults as CGI cats. It's really quite scary to me. Like it was called a masterpiece by
what's
everyone.
Yeah. No, it wasn't. No. Me
No.
fighting the curtain, that was a masterpiece. Cats isn't.
Now that's a
That's a
masterpiece.
masterpiece.
I would like-
That's a
I would
masterpiece.
like to see
That's
that.
a film. That's a film
That's-
right there.
yes.
Cats.
I would happily watch
No.
2 hours of that more than the holiday special. Like I
Yeah.
would gladly watch 2 hours of you wrestling with that curtain.
Yep.
It'd be interesting.
Just
for
picture
sure.
it.
It'd be
You just pull the
interesting.
whole rail down. Just like, yeah, get out. Just throw it out the window.
I almost
rather
did.
you-
I almost did.
I would rather you give us your full script of the Aunt May trilogy, Alex, than
Ooh.
listen to
Oh God! Don't
Cats.
even get me started on that. No. Oh, the Aunt May. I
mean-
can't believe that was a thing. It was gonna go May, Aunt May,
but we
then
need
Ben,
this.
and then it was gonna set up Uncle Ben.
But we need
Jesus
this Aunt May
Christ.
trilogy, though. We need it. It's important.
We haven't
It's
even
so
gotten a
important.
Flash movie, but they're like, I got an idea.
How
Aunt
many?
May, and all
Oh,
the
God,
studio
the-
execs
the-
were like, I
Darius
love
Dawson.
it,
Yeah.
and all
Man,
all,
they
all
have
the
this
studio
one-
execs there were like, I love it. I can't wait.
Aunt
Yep.
May
The cast
trilogy,
trailer
eh?
makes me itch. Yeah, can't wait for that one. That's gonna be great. That's better than anything else coming out, right?
Right.
Wrong. I definitely.
Who's-
Oh
who's
God!
like-
I can't believe the studio almost
Oh,
invested money into it.
Oh, there had to be someone that mentioned the word, didn't there? Ah. Great.
There's a movie we watched
Darius is
called
like,
Venom
how could you
2.
do this to me? Ah.
But yeah, Alex, I'll take your script writing over Cats any day.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It'll be bad, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
If it's as long as you write it, it'll be good.
It's about her making how she found out how to make spaghetti. It's gonna be great. A lot of action. It's gonna be great. A lot of story development.
The kitchen's very explosive.
It's gonna be
Can you imagine the trailer for
Yeah,
that?
it's gonna, and then we're gonna have a sequel
Masterful.
trilogy called Ben,
5-star.
and it's
just
gonna
like
be
the
about
food.
Uncle Ben. Yeah, it's gonna be great. I can't wait.
And you
for
have
guys
Uncle
to-
Ben enter as the new chef.
it.
Like, is this like Ratatouille but in the MCU?
Yeah. And
Basically.
they have Aunt May, May and Ben, they have some sort of rivalry, right? And then May accidentally, kicks Ben off of a loft or whatever. He breaks his back, and then he has to find out how to make the spaghetti again. And it's just gonna get. I don't want to give too much away, but you guys will love it. It's gonna be great.
See, I've already
looking forward to
invested.
it. Looking forward to
Yeah,
this.
and then they
I
get-
mean,
they
did you say there was
get
a
married,
scene
yeah.
where Aunt May bought some new curtains, and then she basically
Yes!
asked Uncle Ben to put them up as well for her, and he was like wrestling.
Yes,
trying
that's
to-
in our sequel. Yes, that's in our sequel trilogy for sure. Yes. You
Sequel
can't-
trilogy?
You should
Oh,
expect a
God.
lot. It's gonna be great. Yes. Yeah.
You
we're
mean
gonna
it's gonna
go
be more?
May, then Ben. Yeah, May, then Ben, and then we're gonna, talk about everything else, like his parents. Remember
Oh,
that? When they
we've
talk
got to
about-
talk
I
about.
thought
You know that one character that's in the background of Feast? Yeah, spin-off.
Yeah.
I thought
100%.
Alex,
Yeah.
that
Everyone,
that-
give everyone a spin-off.
I thought that you were
Everyone
gonna
gets
write. I thought that there was gonna be a movie about the origins of the spider that bit Peter Parker.
Oh, jeez.
Yes, we're gonna have that one too. And
Yeah,
yes,
get
I'm
that
a
in
fan
there as
of
well.
Led
Screw it.
Zeppelin.
Everyone gets an origin
Yeah.
at this point. Even
Everyone
even the
gets an
guy that
origin
was working-
story.
Everyone gets an origin story. Screw it. Even the robbers that Peter deals with in
Yeah.
Homecoming, give them an origin story as well.
Yep.
You know, the
Yeah.
mask impersonator.
Give
them one.
Give Peter's PE teacher an origin story. That's what I want to see. I don't want to see the
give
Batman.
the
I want to see
principal
his.
one as
Where
well.
did he come from? Yeah. Yes, I'm a fan of Led Zeppelin, Cobra Kai Nation, but yeah,
Oh,
just give
sounds
everyone.
great.
Everyone deserves it. Everyone deserves it.
Oh,
Is there any? Is there any
It's gonna be
character
great.
we
You guys
can-
will love it.
Spider Ben. No wait, no Mayo.
Spider Ben. Tanner from He's All That.
That
he
technically
shows
has
up for a
two
bit.
meanings.
It's gonna be
Like
great.
Ben is dead, but then also May's not home. That's technically two there. Nice one, Jimin. That's good.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, and then Ben, he's gonna try May's spaghetti, and then he's like, "What was that?" And he's like, "I'm pretty sure that was my spaghetti kicking yours." It's just gonna go from there. You guys will love it. I'm
And
telling you, you
You're
guys are gonna
gonna
love
you're
it.
gonna come up with all of this while you spend 2 hours wrestling with the curtain
Yes, and then
on camera.
so what happens after that? Then what happens after that is that Ben he meets May in an alleyway and they duke it out, and then Ben pulls the sacred three-legged kick, and then May falls for it. You're gonna love it. It's gonna be
Put
awesome.
some oil in the
then-
saucepan as well.
Yes, and then
Pretty sure that
her
was my
secret
spaghetti
ingredient
kicking
is
your
pineapples.
ass.
Then she kills Ben with it. You guys are gonna
So
love
as the
it.
spaghetti just use the noodles to throw bloody meatballs at the other.
Yeah, and she kills
Yeah,
Ben.
have
That's
some
how it
grated
starts.
cheese,
Yeah,
parmesan or
and
what?
she starts Yeah, and she starts throwing freaking pineapples like they're shurikens. Good grief. I can't believe that was an idea.
Cutting
Like,
the pizza slices into those like daggers, and then just
yes,
throwing
and
them.
then just yeah, and then but Ben pulls out the drum technique where he just like hits him out of the way. You guys are gonna love it. It's gonna be great. He's just gonna you'll love it. You'll love it a lot. And then who shows up at May? Yeah, Stingray shows up and he's gonna be a chef, and then they open their own restaurant, and guess who walks in? Terry freaking Silver. You guys are gonna love it. You guys will love it.
Oh my god. How much? Hey, listen, I'll help fund this project. I want to see this.
I want to be in it.
Yes. You'll love it. It's gonna be.
Who can I be? Who can I be? I mean, I don't mean to be brag. I mean, but I gotta be one of the leads.
You could be the Walmart cashier where May picks up her onions. You could be the Walmart cashier, and you guys get into a huge
Walmart
fight,
cashier.
and then yeah.
But is this a character that has a lot of like progression? Like in season 1, you don't think much of him, but in season 2,
yes,
you get all the supermarkets that close down and can't deliver the groceries, but he takes it upon himself to deliver the groceries to Aunt May himself, and saves the day, and then she can make her spaghetti.
Alex, cast the rest of us.
All right, Juliana, you could. Who would Juliana be? She could be the
co-chef.
She could be Aunt May's co-chef, and they have some sort of rivalry there, and then you get angry at her, then you bring out some forks and you try to stab her in the face.
This will never be over, you hear me?
Oh, Brown is the owner of the building.
That's what I was going to say. Brown's the owner of the building. She oversees everything. She's doing a great job. Everyone's killing everybody. She's doing what she's supposed to do. She's having a great time.
Everyone's
Brie,
dying.
you could be... Ooh, who could Brie be?
I think Briggy needs to be the one that is the one that talks sense and says that you lot are all silly.
Yeah, give that to one to Briggy. She could be that one. That's her. For sure.
Yeah.
Or she could be undercover. She could be working.
She's infiltrating the kitchen because of a rival kitchen.
And then she's giving the recipe to Ben. Yes. Then she could give the recipes to Ben. Ben finds out, and then Ben just loses his mind, blows up the.
You know what the three-legged kick actually is? It's basically where you get all the spaghetti in a saucepan, and you put the lid on top, you seal it. You flick it up, and then you kick it 3 times, and then that creates that filters the cheese. So
I'm gonna do that to May because she's my rival. That's gonna be my secret move.
And then
here's
the drum technique on all the pizzas, and then here's the kicker. May walks out. She walks out, and she sees hundreds of spaghetti restaurants opening all over the valley.
Spaghetti,
it's gonna be great.
It's actually too hard to stir. So what you've got to do is use the kick that Sam did on Piper and spin round and then boot the ladle all the way around.
Wait, hang on a second. Why the hell is this whole thing set in a kitchen?
Because we're competing kitchens, that rivalries.
Yeah.
All right, because we've got the spaghetti and the pineapple and pizza and all of that. Okay.
And we're using the drum technique.
This movie's gonna be great. I'm telling you.
Got pineapple.
You know what? I feel like I'm just loving the whole idea of having a food fight. You know?
That's the school fight of this story, I presume, Alex. Like where they all get together at the food convention, and it just basically drags out into a big all-out war of like throwing pineapple at people.
I'm gonna drag Aunt May down the steps by the hair and then dangle some pineapple over her mouth and be like, "No mercy," and shove it in her mouth.
Yeah.
You just get tomatoes.
And then instead of pulling her shoulder, you pour garlic in her spaghetti to sabotage her recipe, and it's like, oh god, where do we go from here?
I get the Dimitri moment. Bloody, I'm fighting against someone who joined the rival kitchen, and then I'm like, no hard feelings, and then I get the saucepan, and then whack him straight into the table.
Yes. And then Juliana, you and May meet up again, and then you say, my spaghetti's better than yours. I'm coming for you, bitch. And then it ends. And then we go to the next.
No, I've got to
it's
turn
gonna be
around
great. You
and
guys are gonna love
walk
it.
with a backpack like this.
Oh my god, this is.
Yeah, we'll have the camera panning out. We'll have the camera go like
this
this.
sounds, I would prefer this over what I've got to watch next. I'm just saying. This sounds like a riot. I would pay
Glad
to
I
watch.
have the last line.
Netflix, yeah.
I'm sold.
Netflix, pick this
Yeah,
up
you get the mic
right
drop.
now.
I do.
Yeah.
You get the mic.
What
drop.
am I doing all the time? I don't understand my
Oh yeah.
No, you're the
Brown,
host of the
you're
situation.
Brown. You're
So,
yes.
so the fight starts between Juliana and Aunt May, and then you're like, "Oh, it is on," and then you just start like beating the crap out of everyone in the hallway.
And then there's a
Yeah.
Hulk
Yeah.
screech in the
And then-
background. There's a
yeah.
Hulk screech.
And then she's using celeries as swords and just throwing them into people's eyes. And people don't
there's
know
an ending
what's
of where Briggy walks in, and she
Mhm.
just basically beats the crap out of all of us for being stupid.
She does like that chop that Stingray did to the
Yeah.
kids in the hallway.
Yeah, you have the Stingray moment, and then you just like try finding people along the way, and you just
And then
throw
they-
parmesan.
They ask Briggy, they're like, "Why are you doing this, Briggy?" And the Briggy goes, "Because I'm better than you." And the movie.
And then you
ends.
say, "I recently won
Right
the
there.
Red versus All
Yeah,
Black
actually-
challenge at Coyote Creek. No big deal."
Brown, you should walk into the middle of the fight, and then when someone's like running after you, just kind of just be like, "Nope, screw this. They don't pay me enough."
Ah,
Yes. And then
like screw this. They don't
and then
pay
we'll have
me
a
enough.
guest we'll have a guest appearance at the restaurant by none other than Carrie Underwood. That'll really sell
Oh,
it. That'll,
God.
that's what we'll do it.
She's singing on the
Really?
like table
telling
full
you,
of
man.
food everywhere.
Yeah. It's the moment
Yeah,
of
so
truth.
she's
and we're
singing
pouring
"It's the
salt
moment
into
of
the
truth"
spaghetti.
as like tomato bloody sauce is like getting flung, cheese is
Yeah.
flying.
Brown
and, you know,
Brown is throwing celery across the
and
room.
then-
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you just see someone go "Ah!" as like a body goes flying across the bloody room, and then Brown's like
People are
deep
throwing
over there.
tomatoes. Yeah.
Yeah, and then
It's gonna be
someone's
great.
got
You guys are
like
gonna
the tomato puree, and they're going stick them up, and then spraying them in the eyes. All of that stuff. Someone's got a lasagna, smacks it in someone's face.
The
But
food
then they
waste.
do the
though.
drum technique.
We're gonna have
Oh,
to create
drum technique,
fake food for
where they
this
block
stuff.
the whole
Do
thing.
you know what would be funny?
No.
Is if this is actually meant to be for an audience, like to come in, and the audience isn't there, the fight just breaks out. And at the end of this, everyone's sat down and they're like, "We'll just have to tell the audience and the judges that we ate it all."
There you go. I'm telling you, man, this movie is gonna be
Hang on,
something
hang on,
else.
but
You
I
guys
have
aren't
to
ready
have the
for
mic
it.
drop moment though.
You get the mic drop.
You always have the
Because
mic.
maybe this is like after the fight. There's like smoke in the room for some reason. Like, you know, like in war movies, there's like smoke in the background. Like there's smoke in the room. Somehow, someone left the stove on a little bit too long. That's another thing. Someone like put someone up on the stove, burn their ass. But then at the end of it, you make the threat to Aunt May, where Aunt May's like, "We should probably clean up," and you're like, "Yeah, you clean up." And then she's like, "Why? I'm coming for you, bitch."
Which makes absolutely no sense. I love it.
And then there's
Oh
an,
my
there's an,
God.
there's an end
Gonna be-
credit scene. The
there's
end
an
credit
end
scene
credit
is when we
scene.
find out that the end credit scene is when we find that Briggy was working with Ben the whole time. It's an ultimate mic drop. We don't know what's gonna happen, and then there's a part 2. There's a part
Will
2.
there be a
You guys are
sequel?
gonna love it. Yes.
In
There'll be
the
a sequel
sequel,
for sure.
I would like an advanced role. I would like an active role. It sounds like
You
my kind of
might be
movie.
disappointed. You might be disappointed. You'll like it. We'll
You
get
know what?
you
You
up
just
there.
fill me off in the
We'll-
opening of the movie.
Yeah.
Like
Jacob
it
wanted
escalates to
a
the
bigger
point where
role.
the second movie opens and someone like cranks the stove all the wrong way around, puts like gasoline in there, and it's like, "No, the grocery deliverer's killed." It's like, "Oh no, time
Yes.
to avenge him." And then it pays off. "I'm coming for you, bitch," because you think May did it.
But then you come back as a force ghost, and everyone's like, "Jacob, what are you doing here?" And you try to like tell everyone to, to be better than they already are,
Oh yeah, absolutely. Come back as a force ghost.
It was
But when I come
It
back
was
as
so
a
good.
force ghost, the way that I come back is so important because it's got to be done the right way. Like I come back like a
Yeah.
bit weird and a bit silly. Like I'm not the same as I was before. So when I look like a force ghost and I've got like spaghetti like hanging all down my clothes and stuff, I just roll up. I'm like, "Hey."
oh god. I was like, who took over Jacob's camera?
So
like,
ghosts
"Jacob,
just
what are you-
aren't
Jacob?"
subtle anymore.
Yeah, and then they're like, "Jacob, what are you doing over here? What are you doing here?" And he's like, "I brought help." And then we pan over to a shot of, like Tristan said, we pan over to a shot of Dominic freaking Toretto showing up to help.
And then I pull out the
take over
necklace. I'm like,
spaghetti
hey,
in the
you
valley.
know, I'm something of a necklace wearer myself.
Yes, and then he takes the necklace from you. He kills you again. Then in the next movie, you come back as a secondary Force Ghost, and you take over the valley. You guys
So
are gonna
like
love
the
it.
recurring thing is
write
I
this
just keep
down.
dying just again and again. Like that's the recurring theme here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
The chosen one brings balance by not being there. No be there. That's what it is.
No be there.
Chosen gone.
No be there.
Chosen gone, yeah.
The chosen gone. I was like, how did he get changed so fast?
I'm quick. But it's yeah.
That's perfect. That's
That's a good way to end. That's a good mic drop moment in of itself.
Yeah, thank you, Alex.
That was brilliant.
Hire us
mom's
anytime.
probably watching this, and she's probably just like, what is he talking about?
It's brilliant.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, yes. It's
Oh,
top
love
notch.
it. Brilliant. It's a good way
It's
to
great.
end as
I
well.
love
You know, we've had 4 hours of intense Cobra Kai. No, well, 3.5 hours of Cobra Kai intense discussion. He's all that BS. And then half an hour of this
Pure gold.
drum technique with pineapples. Can you imagine like whole
Three-legged
pineapples
kick.
being thrown and someone just goes?
It's gonna be great.
Someone
I can't get that out of my head now.
They put the cheese around it. They put the tomato on it. They close the lid, seal it up, and they throw it up, and they just go. And that's the three-legged kick
Mm-hmm.
with
But
a
it comes
dash
out
of
in
oil.
slices. That's how they slice it. Yeah.
And it all lands in May's face.
Yeah. She goes to the kitchen. She's like, I'm coming for you, bitch. And that's it.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
That's
That will be
perfect.
where the mic drop moment is. Everyone who has tuned into
that's
this stream
enough,
thus
yeah.
far, thank you all for sticking with us
The
to
end.
the end. I hope you've enjoyed this little whatever this was. It was fun. Whatever it was. But Lisa, Tristan, Darius, Mystic, AR, my bro, King, RJ, Shamoon, and everyone else. Thank you for popping in and watching
Thanks,
me and the
guys.
legend.
Thank you, guys.
The
Thanks,
Knights of
guys.
Pop Culture and the spaghetti throwers. That's also our thing as well. Throwing around
Thank you
spaghetti
so much.
and throwing
And the
tomato at
three-legged
people.
kickers. There you go.
Yes.
Mm.
There's two of us now.
We're the yeah.
For all intents and purposes, you know.
For all intents and purposes, we're the three-legged kickers. There you go. Put it on a t-shirt.
Mic drop. Okay. All right. So because I like to do this with the Kings, I'm going to give everyone a moment to say their piece first. Oh, I shout AR. Don't worry, bro. I'll check it. All right, Brown, you're up first. This is your moment to say farewell. Everyone, raise a toast to the OG.
Brown.
Alex.
Eli
Yeah.
is the goat.
God damn, he is.
Yeah,
Really-
thank you guys for having me. It was really fun.
Oh.
I really enjoyed it. Listening to you guys.
She's the
all
only one
time.
that said something normal.
I ain't got to me yet. Oh, well, I mean, never mind. No,
Thanks,
it was great to
guys.
stream with you guys. It was great to stream with you guys. But everyone in the chat, thank you for popping in, and raise a toast to these guys. And I will see you this time tomorrow, minus 4 hours, while I get ready. I warm up. I tell you, I'm gonna have a training montage like Donnie did when he was about to fight Daniel for this brilliant masterpiece, cinematic gold called "He's All That."
It's gonna be juicy.
Kill me. Peace out.